the US, here's the reason why. Thought America was cool, guess I was high. Maybe it was the food that I was attracted to. 70 types of Oreo made me an Ameriboo. Joined TYT, then left it, started streaming. Spent half of my time banging my desk and screaming. But just when you think you've got me down and out of ammo, that's when I turn around and hit you with an effing blammo! Blammo! Blammo!
I said it.
With an effing blammo.
That's what that is.
With an effing blammo.
Blammo, blammo.
With an effing
Blammo, blammo, blammo.
Bat chest it up, bat chest now. Bat chest it up, bat chest it up, bat chest it up, bat chest it up. With an effing blammo.
There you go, dude.
Lips call me woke, and fell in love with my face. Though my voice was soy, so I turned up the bass. Small head, bad takes, the haters said. Not as bad as their moms got it when I took them to bed. Getting shit on for trying to prove there is no schism between our capitalism and our imperialism. Screw it.
I'm saying it.
24/7, here it comes. America deserved 9.
Blammo, blammo, blammo.
I said it.
With the effing blammo.
That's what that is.
With the effing
Blammo, blammo, blammo.
With the effing
Blammo.
There you go, dude.
Bat chest it up, bat chest now. Bat chest it up, bat chest it up, bat chest it up, bat chest it up. With an effing blammo. Dating adult stars.
What's going on, everybody?
Hard spending pants with the dress sense.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We are live and alive, and I hope all the boys, hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one. Because it's a beautiful day here. It's 83 degrees and sunny here in California, Los Angeles, folks, and it's a Monday, June 27, 2022, 11:24 a.m. I'm a little late. I apologize. I was showering, a concept unfamiliar to many of you crusty anarchists, and maybe even crusty Marxist-Leninists as well. That's right. That's the reason why I was fucking late, baby. Let's go. Hey, let's get started. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. What the fuck is that on your forehead? Here, personal news number 1. I have a zit patch. Some of you have never actually practiced self-care. It's very obvious. Some of you don't have girlfriends. It's also obvious to me. Or at least a female that has ever been around you. Or at least hundreds of women in your audience that are constantly yelling at you and sending you P.O. Box zit patches that I still have from the last time I had a fucking P.O. Box. So if you don't have all 3 of those things, then you're not going to know what this is. Because I do have, at the very least, a community of 23% women that practice self-care and have so aggressively sent me zit patches so many fucking times that I probably will never run out. Man just started being mean from the get-go. Yeah, that's right. I got the smoke for everybody today. Or maybe you just don't get zits, honestly. And I usually don't get zits, but this is not one of those days. This is a week of me recognizing my female chatters, okay? I want, make no mistake, don't get it twisted, okay? I am still very much anti-women. I don't want women to think, this is a safe space or a safe community for women. I've been advocating for women's rights for far too long this past couple of weeks. I don't want you to think that I don't also speak out on women's wrongs, okay? We'll get to that when there's at least like some semblance of reason and common sense in the way we legislate women's bodies. But let me tell you, for the time being, it doesn't seem like we're going to be speaking too much about women's wrongs. My lord, will you be at Mogul Money Live this weekend? No. No, my lord. I will not be at Mogul Money Live this weekend. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I'm going to do an IRL stream. I was going to do an IRL stream while Mogul But I didn't realize Mogul Money was live at that same time, so maybe I won't do it. We'll figure it out. Streamer receiving zip patches from women is not a flex. As a woman, why do you say dude and bro so much? Like I said, because I'm anti-women. Anyway, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. And let me tell you something, folks. I was hanging out with Marat last night. I ended the broadcast, and immediately we started watching the wonderful TV show from Amazon Prime, Amazon Studios, The Boys. I haven't caught up all the way because Marat needed to leave and go to work in the morning, so he was like, I gotta go. But this season, and I hate to say it, but it's been kind of like not as poppin' as season 2 or season 1. But it's still really good, obviously. It's one of my favorite shows, so of course it's still really good, but my expectations are really high. Speaking of a show that's not one of my favorite shows at all, that I've just been kind of habitually watching as a consequence of... That's your worst take, brother? Well, I haven't gotten to the last episode yet, so maybe episode 6 will really be a game changer so far, but I can get into it. I still think it's one of the best. It is the best hero show out there, 100%. It's the best hero show, it's the best hero movie. Like, out of the hero franchises, like, it's 100% the best. I'm just saying that, like, season 1 and 2 I loved so much that I feel like season 3 has not matched that expectation wise, but we'll see. We'll see. That doesn't mean that it's not really fucking good. It's the best. Boys are invincible. Oh, boys, still boys. Invincible is also operates on the same principle as like humans alongside these godlike deity figures. So of course that's wonderful because I love that like gritty realism in such a surreal, surreal premise. But I think Boys season 2 was really good. Season 1 was really good because it like kind of focused on like some of the monotonous, like the through line. Like the main story is like constantly growing, right? It's constantly growing. It's constantly going to a different place, right? And you can only increase the intensity and the severity so far. And without giving any spoilers, I will say this much. I liked the introduction of the planet. I liked the introduction and the world building in season 1 and season 2, whereas like season 3, you're almost firmly rooted within that world now. So obviously there's not so much you can do as far as like, you know, stopping petty crime as a superhero and its consequences, right? So because of that, it's like the main plot points become too extravagant. And when it becomes really extravagant, it reminds me too much of like Marvel a little bit. Now, it's obviously not like Marvel in every way, right? I did love the Stormfront arc. Yes, exactly. It was great. But this season basically is the closest to... This season is basically the closest, even though there's still the same shit that makes it really fucking good. Blue Hawk. Blue Hawk is a great example of like what makes it really fucking good. And there's some cool character developments happening as well. Obviously, there's still that great like, oh my god, I can't believe like the A-Train arc is really good. The CIA stuff is really good. Like, come on. Obviously, there's like hella good shit in there. But having said that, for some weird reason, like the main Homelander through line has been like not as good. Because it's not about, it's too petty. And that's what it is. That's what like, because the Homelander sequence basically, and the Homelander story is the whole story. That's the main story. And unfortunately, I feel like the Homelander arc is, maybe I'm wrong, but it just like, I think it's because he's not drinking titty milk. Like, you need to bring back titty milk, Homelander. Okay, anyway, not enough titty milk compared to prior seasons. That's my main issue with Boys Season 3. So, Anyway, all jokes aside, though, weakest part is the Huey Starlight romance. Yeah, that part is whack too. The whole I need to protect you. Like, shut up, dude. Oh my god, why did you make this? Oh my god, this is the greatest fucking. Oh my god, dude. Oh, I'm using this GIF on my blast off. Okay. Anyway, regardless. Best merch, sorry, ideology, what? Mick Lynch of the the RMT, simple as. Dude, an American made this. An American made this, 100%. This is because no, like saying simple as, I feel like it's such an American rendition of like how we think motherfuckers talk and the Brits talk. Anyway, regardless, boys. Speaking of the boys, is still good. It's still great. Obviously, don't make no mistake. Okay, don't get it twisted. It's still one of the best fucking shows. All right. Chill. It's bravophobia, innit? Yeah, it's bravophobia. Shouldn't have pinched me cheeks, bruv. Yeah, that's an American actor. Yeah, bro, I know who Rob Delaney is. What do you mean? He's like one of the few dudes who was like, haha, I'm funny on Twitter. And then he like became an actor and wasn't actually a dickhead and was like nice and also a leftist. So, anyway, regardless. All right. There's going to be Milk of the 7th episode. I hope. We'll see. UK barristers are striking for better pay. All right, we'll fucking take a look then, bruv. We'll take a look at the UK barristers, yeah. Who fucking knows? All right, then. All right, it's not even fucking Tuesday. It's not even fucking Tuesday, bruv. And I'm already doing fucking oi, bruv, accents right now. Oh. Diabolical. Okay. We're going to get to the news, but yeah, this morning I woke up, I did some workouts, you know, I worked out, I feel fucking good. I woke up real early. People are saying you killed Cumtown. Any thoughts? Yo, those people are so fucking stupid and so fucking lame. Like, I like Adam. I love Stav. Like, I know the Cumtown boys, okay? Like, they're great. People are just like, they're so dumb. I've known them for fucking years. Why did it happen now? Isn't there a third guy? Yeah, his name is Nicholas. Anyway, I'm the Yoko Ono of Cumtown. Yeah, Cumtown fans are often weird chuds. No, Cumtown fans are, I mean, it's like universal, okay? Cumtown fans are universal across the board, but because of their broad coverage and their everybody can get some approach to edgy comedy, they certainly have a bunch of those like weird 38-year-old groypers in their audience too, and they fucking hate those guys, and they openly tell those guys to beep themselves regularly, and those guys are like, no, he's my best friend. No, you don't understand. Like, Nick Mullen is my best friend, and he loves me, and he like literally wants me to not beep myself, but instead, Nick Mullen wants me to go to his house and fester him and bother him pester him and bother him and be his best friend. So, whatever. Dude, if me and Nick hung out, we would be like best friends. We have the same humor, bro. It's like, yeah, it's just like developing a parasocial relationship with a dude from a podcast. It's like weirder than developing a parasocial relationship with a dude from fucking Twitch. At least on Twitch, you could talk to me. You know what I mean? Like, There's a chat. There's like a level of communication. There's a back and forth. But like you're just listening to a dude and his podcast. Okay? And you've like you think you guys are best friends. It's so odd. Anyway. What was I gonna say? Other than that, there's not much going on. Let's fucking blast off. There's a lot to talk about today. It's Monday. You watch Peaky Blinders? I think I'm gonna rewatch Peaky Blinders, dude. Cause like, I don't know how to describe it, but it was like formative for me. Another out of touch Joe take. I love that.
Let's listen to guys talk.
Hold on. All right. One day and we're off. Giuliani fakes being hit. Like a bitch. SCOTUS is still carrying the country. Asshole. Top Boy is pretty good. No, I'm not. It's not for me. Anyway, you talked to us for 8 hours a day for months while we were locked down in COVID. Respond to the thousands of our takes and get surprised we get parasocial. No, I'm not saying I'm surprised that people got parasocial. I mean, I also have an unhealthy parasocial relationship with this community, with my stream. That's part of the reason why I just don't fucking stop. You know what I mean? Breaking news, the hot wood chopping guy is good. Dude, I love this, bro. Okay, can I just say something? Dude, it's so fucking... The bar for dudes is in hell, dude. I swear to God. And some motherfuckers still can't clear it. It is so easy, bro. It is so fucking easy. Dog, all you need to say is like, women are human. And then like, ladies are out there being like, that's so refreshing. What an interesting take. My fanny is fluttering, okay? It is fucking... It's that easy, bro. How the fuck do you not meet this metric? If you can't meet this fucking bar, you're pathetic, okay? Straight up. Homie literally just said women are people. And like 80,000 people are like, oh my God, this is the greatest. It's also because he's hot. So there's that too. I mean, I know how this works, okay? This is half of my career is this, okay? I would like to also think that, you know, I offer a little bit more than just like, it would be your choice, your body, your choice, babe. Then, you know, literally people respecting me has made them much more attractive. It's so crazy. Dude, it is such a fucking fat L for dudes across the board. It is such a fucking fat L for dudes across the board that you can't even meet this metric. Obviously, if you're like not as attractive as the hot wood chopping guy, no one gives a fuck too. Let's be real. But like, but goddamn, dude. Oh my God, I can't believe you being like, yeah, Haley, my career is being hot. It's true, but damn, lol. What? I mean, yes, me being attractive certainly plays a role in, I think, my reception. Definitely. It also certainly plays a role in like how much fucking homies get angry on the internet and like spread lies, but yeah, it's the same as eating pussy. Exactly. Like, what do I always tell you? It's like literally because dudes are so fucking unwilling to give like even a little bit. Phyllis is a motherfucker. Wait, what? No, dude. Everything I'm saying about this person applies to me as well. It's not jealousy. It's a recognition of how the structure is so fucking fundamentally flawed. It's ridiculous, bro. It's ridiculous. How can someone not like eating pussy? That's fucking wild. I think dudes are just scared and toxic masculinity probably. I always approach women by saying, hello, fellow human. I would like to eat your pussy. And I've had zero success. I think you're wrong here, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Never mind. Wait, what else was I going to say? Still tearing the country a new asshole. Crazy moment for the BET Awards. What Jack Harlow wore Lil Nas X's shirt or something? The Sopranos episode about eating pussy, that was good. Yeah, it was really good. Where the fuck was I? New John Oliver, Taint knows more than you, 100%. That's true. On God, for real, for real. New John Oliver. And more. Get in now. All right, juice this shit, dude. Here it is. Juice it, juice it, juice it, juice it. Boom. Oh, what the fuck? Oh no, the link was broken. Oh no, the link was broken. I wrote the wrong link. God damn it, dude. How the fuck do I fuck this up? It's so simple. Oh no. All right, here, right link now. Right link now. Juice this shit, okay? It's Monday, and we're all Rudy Giuliani fakes being attacked like a bitch. Like a fucking scared little cunt he is. SCOTUS is still tearing the country. A new arsehole, a new John Oliver more. Get in now. I know. HasanAbi heads rise up. Gatorsdaily on the fucking... Gatorsdaily out here. On the fucking front lines, dude. Hey, John Oliver. And John Oliver's writers, if you're watching right now, suck me, okay? You can't steal. You cannot steal. You can steal jokes from this community, but you can't fucking steal our chatters, okay? Do you understand? I will go to war. I mean, this is a good thing, actually. I am happy for Gatorsdaily.
To see so many Democrats this week utterly fail to meet the moment. A moment, by the way, they had nearly 2 months to plan for. Nancy Pelosi read a poem. One rep tweeted...
Gatorsdaily, by the way, 24-month HasanAbi head, straight up.
A picture of himself doing yoga, and so many Democrats sent out requests for money, really fulfilling that old Democratic adage, when they go low, we ask you for $15.
That's a great one. That's a good one.
It seems so completely out of touch with how people were feeling. Honestly, a much better response came from the Gatorsdaily account, Twitter's #1 crocodilian influencer, which simply posted, "Fuck the Supreme Court." And then added, "If you don't agree, get the fuck off my page. Every alligator hates you, and I hope your family is cursed for several generations to never see an alligator again." That is some strong messaging.
Flat fuck Friday, baby. Yeah, the Gator Coalition is strong. Absolutely against the Supreme Court.
I'm irritating to see so...
Respect the Gatorsdaily for popping off, hitting them with the 7-generation curse. I love that. Funniest moments from BET Awards last night. Okay, we'll take a look at that as well. I did not watch the BET Awards. Hey, I just turned 24-month subscriber. How do I get the brain rot? Do I have to send an application? Who do I send it to? Dude, what are you talking about? I coomed to a picture of Marjorie Taylor Titan this morning, and I haven't stopped crying. I'm so down. Horrendous. I was literally just about to say, You don't have to like have brain rot just because you've been in this community for a very long time. Look, there's wonderful people like Mr. Marcellus, who is a VIP, and then you had to just immediately write that. I don't know what to say to that. Like, I actually don't know what to say to. I don't know what's. Bro, you should get your shit checked out, dude. That's going to sit with you for. That's going to sit with you for a while. That's like not your proudest fap. You know what I mean? There probably isn't worse faps than that, actually. When I think about it. There are two. Someone said, my guy, there are 2 delete keys on your keyboard. Yeah. Regarding anime and Anime Expo, this is
if
you.
a guy only listens to rap.
Bro, by the way, speaking of Anime and Anime Expo, you guys remember that fucking Super Jack dude? The one that like really popped off because the Taylor lifts or whatever, who is like a huge weeb with the crazy like curly hair. He's always on TikTok. I had no idea he was following me on Instagram. I've been a fan of his for a long ass time. And I wonder if he's Max Taylor lifts, right? Isn't that what it is? This fucking guy. I should hit him up. See if he's going to that fucking anime con or whatever. This dude popped off on my explore page and he was following me. I was like, oh my God, we're definitely linking up. Your alt account said you were lying about being a weeb. That's crazy. I do want to go to Anime Expo. Okay. I do want to go to Anime Expo. I don't know if it'll happen. We're going to see. Before the Anime Expo, though, we have like... Before Anime Expo, though, I'm kicking off Muscle Girl Summer pretty hard, boys, on Thursday. Just get ready. What is this? This is medical malpractice. Any doctor who refuses to provide their patients with the appropriate medication based on race or political affiliation should have their medical license revoked immediately. No question. This is medical malpractice. Tweet from Libs of Tik Tok. I can't even fucking see because, hey, guess what? I can't even see this because Libs of Tik Tok is a fucking coward who blocked me. Okay, what is this? Doctor at Sarah Bush News says she prescribes medication based on a patient's political affiliation and race. I prescribe meds. I can also choose not to prescribe them. So, from now on, if you're a white male who votes conservative, your penis needs to ask God for the power to rise. No more Viagra. That's pretty funny. I love that. I love having conservatives like froth out of the mouth and being like, no, you have to give people Viagra. Like, you have to. You literally have to give men Viagra. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's so sick, dude. Yo, you don't need Viagra, bitch. Don't worry about it. Yeah, pray to God that your dick stays hard. God don't want that dick to work. What's up with medicine now, bitch? What's going on? Oh, this is so perfect. I love this person. I fucking love this. I love this so much. It's such a fun little trap to get conservatives on like this weird defensive mode to be like, no, you have to give me Viagra. I have to get literally all the fucking dick pills, okay? I have to have the dick pills. Fuck you. Oh, that's so funny. This is how fragile Libs of Tik Tok is right now. Dude, this fucking asshole. Why did she block me? I hate that. Like, I hate that. Candy Crush and Subway Surfers has been tainted? With what? What has it been tainted with? I don't understand. Oh my, no. No. No. No fucking way, dude. You cannot be serious. She did not fucking post, unironically, this tweet, this hysterical fucking tweet, because she saw one pride flag on like literally the gayest color scheme you could have in one of the gayest games you could play, Candy Crush. And Subway Surfers? Bro, you need to be lobotomized, okay? We need to go back to a time when we were just lobotomizing people, okay? Straight up. It's too much for you. Modern society is too much for you. You cannot handle it. You have demonstrated that you cannot handle modernity. You can't. You need a lobotomy, man. It will be better for you. I swear to God, it will be better for you. Someone needs to take her fucking access to Twitter away. Holy fuck. I remember playing Candy Crush in the locker room and talking about bitches with my naked friends. None of this woke gay crap. Yeah. She's going to clip chimp you. Man, I don't give a fuck. Oh, no. Libs of Tik Tok is going to clip chimp me. Yeah, welcome to living in my world for as long as I've been alive, dude, okay? Oh no, another reactionary account is gonna fucking clip me out of context and fucking cry about what I'm saying? That's new. Yeah, I hope she does. I hope she clips this fully with the context, so that everyone can just be like, wow, you're such an idiot, and then make fun of her. Yeah, Felix had a really funny tweet about Libs of Tik Tok as well. Off of this tweet. Libs of Tik Tok is like freaking out because Google is offering employees the option to relocate over the Supreme Court ruling. Hashtag Roe v. Wade. Okay. And Felix popped off. He said, "You are Jewish. You have no theological basis to care about abortion. You are a Jewish woman who cooks the worst dinners of all time. I repeat. Fucking Christ, that's like the worst thing they invented in the last 20 years. They just started making conservative Orthodox Jews who believe 100% of Christian social doctrine while still cooking like kosher hamburger helper abominations for dinner. Why?" He said, "This country can't make anything except for Baptists with allergies, I guess. Repulsive." There is no theological basis, with the exception of like one fucking super, super far out there sect. Okay? There is no theological basis for this from a Jewish person. Ben Shapiro is 100% just a simp and a sucker for Christianity. When Ben Shapiro was riding as hard as he is for like abortion, he's just doing it so that he can be considered, one of the good ones by the ultra-Christian psychos, okay? That's it. Which, by the way, it doesn't take much. Obviously, evangelicals who, like, make up the basis of this psychotic fucking, anti-abortion shit are also mega simps for Israel and the largest body that actually funds, the Israeli occupation. So, like, in a weird way, they already are there. They do love and fetishize. Yo, oh my God, I just came up with something so funny. Oh my God, someone should write a fucking forward article about how it's Texans are Texans are chasers. They're chasers and they fetishize Jewish people. They're Zionist fetishizers. Yeah, white evangelical Protestants, stop fetishizing Israel. Yeah. Sweaty. I mean, the last name is hyper Jewish, but he's such a little Christian bitch. I didn't see it coming. Wait, what are you talking about? Ben Shapiro's Jewish? How? What do you mean, dude? He wears a yarmulke, like, literally all the time. You did not know Ben Shapiro was Jewish? Ben Shapiro is such a fucking Christianity LARPer that there are people out here who didn't know he was Jewish. They just thought he was like a regular Christian psycho. It's a stealth yarmulke that matches his hair. I mean, Ben Shapiro makes everything about being Jewish, yet he'll be upset that people say he should be on board with abortion because he's Jewish. Lamau, yeah. And I'm a Jew myself. Dude, how did you not recognize Ben Shapiro as Jewish? That's kind of crazy. Anyway, I mean, he says it literally in every video, I think. I have never seen a video where Ben Shapiro somehow doesn't bring up that he's Jewish. I thought Ben Shapiro was a Nazi until he found out he was Jewish. Yeah, I mean, it's like two things you know about Ben. His wife is a doctor and he's Jewish. He is Christian evangelical presenting, though. Do you think Ben wins the yarmulke while having boring missionary sex? I don't know. I don't want to think about Ben Shapiro having sex. Okay, so the best people take is that when he says you marry a woman for logistical reasons on JRE, dry pussy for life. Yeah. Shouts out to Ben Shapiro's wife. I feel bad for you. I hope you have like fun toys. You know what I mean? That's all I'm going to say. Ay, ay, ay. Or at least an orgasm denial kink. The Protestant Reformation has been a disaster for the human race. Bro, how... See, that's the thing I don't understand. Like, I thought the whole Protestant concept was going to be chill. You know what I mean? They really fucked it up. Like, half the reason why the Oibrovs fucking took it on was because, like, the king was like, I want to do divorce. You know what I mean? I want to do divorce that's murder-free. And then they still fucked it up. They were like, we need to improve this Catholicism shit. This shit's crazy. And then it turns out, no, it's actually America took it to a totally different level. You thought you were there? Yeah, I was, dude. Me and Noam Chomsky side by side, you know? Shouts out to the original ship poster, Martin Luther. Yeah. He did. He was a poster. That's true. Kind of funny because the Protestants here in Poland are super progressive, all for LGBT rights, abortion, and all. Yeah, European Protestants are different than, I think European Protestants, like, depending on what we're talking about, are in a different. I don't fucking know. Because then you have the Protestants in Ireland. You're confusing what? You're confusing the Catholic Church with the Church of England. People aren't taught that the Puritans were coming to America to escape the fear of persecution for being too conservative. Protestantism developed as a part of bourgeois construction. It was progressive under feudalism and is reactionary under capitalism. Anyway, it's not just a crazy ass Southern Baptist, dude. The American Protestant movement has been has had a disastrous effect on mankind, okay? White evangelicals specifically. They are literally the fucking fundamentalists. They are white evangelical Protestants. Straight up, we're like, you know what? The Catholic stuff, they do too much gay shit, okay? We're just gonna go straight. Like, we love the weird shit that they do, okay? We love evangelicals were like, we love the weird, like, ritual. I mean, we love the weird rules that they have, right? But also, there's too much, like, dancing and, you know, you got to wear a headwear and you got, like, one Pope guy. Kind of sus. Not for me. I'm just going to ride or die for a death cult. I need to have, like, good old-fashioned, like, the world is ending and Jesus is going to come back and it's going to save me and me only, like, hyper-individualistic. You know what I mean? They were like, we need to ramp up the fucking death cult attitude. Your opinion is bad. Ben Shapiro explicitly, as he stated before, believes lobotomy should be as compulsory for these people. Yeah, that's not true. American Christians and Mormons just wanted to be Jews. Well, you can make that argument for Mormons for sure. You sound like r/atheist right now. Yeah, well. Anyway, here, by the way, if you want to ask, like, this is such a funny thing. Like, when you see like a Jewish person who's like, yeah, no, I think like abortion should be illegal. Understand that this is like a very unique predicament, okay? Here's the views about abortion among Jews. Percentage of Jews who say abortion should be legal in all/most cases, 83%. Percentage of Jews who say abortion should be illegal in all/most cases, 15%. It's like Ben Shapiro and you know, Libs of Tik Tok and a number like Dennis Prager and a number of like prominent conservative Jews literally make up 100% of the conversation, despite making up 15%. Insane. Like, actually insane. How? How did we get here? How does that happen? Dennis Prager is Jewish too? Wait, maybe Dennis Prager is not Jewish actually. Is he? Doesn't he like, dude, I don't fucking know. Those guys all fucking run on the Judeo-Christian values line so fucking hard that I don't even know. They all operate in the same exact way. I don't know if they're Jewish or they're Christian. It doesn't really matter. They just like, they have like created this united hatred sect of both religions. You know what I mean? Like, he is, my grandpa said he was the only Jewish he trusts. Wait, what? Okay, bro. I love old school anti-Semitism because it's like homie's out here, homie's grandpa was out here straight up like he's one of the good ones to a Jewish guy, which, you know, depending on where you're at regionally in this day and age is not all that common. It used to be very common, something that conservative Jews just simply forget for some weird reason. It's really interesting when you are a conservative Jewish person, okay, and you're aligning with the Republican Party while simultaneously rolling back rights for gay people after shitting on trans people for years and years and years without ever recognizing, I wonder if this will ever turn back around on the Jews. No, there's no historical basis for such a thing. I'm sure these guys will consistently hold up the allegiance. We should just keep saying Judeo-Christian values, and maybe it'll just stay Judeo-Christian values. Meanwhile, not realizing that, like, you're quite literally building your own grave, okay? So good job. Thank you. Shouts out. Like, literally, such an insane concept. I have religious Jewish family who support Trump, even though they look like the exact people Trump supporters would beat up in the streets. Yeah, I mean that's the Zionist project. That's where that comes from, because Donald Trump was really good for Zionists, and especially in Israel. Literally, all conspiracy theories by conservatives have evil Jews at the end of it. Yeah, I don't know why. Ben Shapiro doesn't recognize that for some fucking weird reason. Like, how are you gonna fucking run on never forget and then literally forget, like, immediately? Never forget, but also I forgot, like, immediately what happened. How? It's crazy. It's not like it was the Jewish space laser lady isn't in Congress and popular among her base. Yeah, no, seriously. Also, what's your take on people being spiritual and religious and leftist at the same time? I love it. I'm fully in favor of it. I oftentimes joke about like Islam, aside from like the incredibly fundamentalist side of Islam from a materialist perspective, is like unironically the most socialist adjacent religion. I obviously ride or die for fucking a lot of liberation theology within Christianity. I think that that's that's great. It's been at the forefront of a lot of social justice historically and still in contemporary society. Same with plenty of Reform Jews. I have no issue with it. I will defend people's right to practice their own religion as long as it doesn't interfere with other people's business all day, every day. You know this. As a matter of fact, that's part of the reason why like r/atheists get fucking so mad at me all the goddamn time, even though I do like to, make jokes about this sort of shit regularly. But liberation theology in Central and South America basically married socialism and Catholicism. In my experience, because Catholic priests are either pedos or socialists and nothing in between. Yeah. Yeah, Muhammad, peace be upon him, thought that banks were haram. He was so base, for real, for real. Yeah, straight up, dude. Usury is a fucking sin, boys. I mean, so the Christians, though. Christians thought that too, but, that didn't stop them from fucking engaging in usury. Like I'm not a anti-theist or whatever. I don't care. I think people believe in like dumb shit. I think people believe in dumb shit and they should be able to believe in dumb shit. We don't know. Okay? There's a lot we don't know. And if it makes people feel comfy, then it's fine. I also see the organizational capacity of religion, okay? Like who cares? If you look at the fucking scripture and it's a weapon, first of all. It is the exact same as any kind of ideology. It can be wielded for good, social organizing that is like ultimately for, emancipation, or it can be for evil. And oftentimes, because of the slant and the accumulation and consolidation of power, it has regularly been used for evil, like the justification of slavery. Religion has been used in the abolition of slavery, shouts out to John Brown, and also, quite literally, in the justification and continuation of slavery. You know what I mean? Should we tax religious institutions? Out the fucking asshole, dude. At the top of the hour, we tax every fucking streamer, every chatter in this stream with a 60-second ad break. Now, that tax comes in the form of not jizya, okay, like the Ottomans, but instead a $5 a month tax. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is pay $5 a month in jizya, okay? Or for free with a Twitch Prime, obviously, okay? Where you, convert to Islam instead. That's what Twitch Prime is like. By stealing someone else's Amazon Prime account and connecting it to your Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. Or if you're lucky, someone else can pay the tax for you by gifting you a sub. Like Dynamic Jab 13. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Oh my God. When I say jizya and all you motherfuckers go jizz, yeah. No, dude. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. Joe Biden's bike pedal. Thank you for the value of the subs. I think like unlike many other Marxists, this is one area where I believe that a method of control is a necessity. Cannabis Majoris, thank you for the value of the subs. I think that's how it fucking works. I think that like neoliberalism has been profoundly successful, not because it's just another continuation of the consolidation of power under capitalism. It's just more capitalism to like make sure capitalism continues, but also because I think that there is a sedating component of rampant consumerism, hedonism that is promoted under neoliberal capitalism that has been really effective in stopping people from rising up. Okay? And I think that that is important. I think that that's good. It's a necessity. You either have to control people, by forcing them to do shit, or you have to control people by making it seem like it was their own opinion to begin with. That complacency needs to be maintained under no matter what the organization of the economy is. That complacency is not a bad thing. Religion is one of those sedating factors as well, certainly. So if Marx said religion is the opium of the masses, I see that as a good thing. I don't see that as a bad thing. Sometimes when we're talking about the masses, you need to calm them down. Rampant consumerism and religion can be used in the same way. Human beings are not hyper rational. I mean, right now you should be angry and you should recognize why you're angry. I'm talking like in a situation where, you know, there is already a socialist form of organization, like a socialist economy, a global socialist economy. I don't think it should be boring and hyper rational, because human beings are not boring and hyper rational. We must dialectically dismantle religion. Okay. Anyway, new Supreme Court just ruled the 6-3 public school teachers and other staff can now lead students in prayer, significantly undermining the separation of church and state and overturning decades of established precedent. This is like just bad manners. It's BM. You're doing a fucking end zone dance for no goddamn reason whatsoever. You feel me? This is one of those fucking circumstances where, like, you didn't have to do this. You didn't have to. Who's this for? It's so marginal. You're just doing it because you're like, I could do it. We could get away with it. Anyway, make no mistake. There will be no fucking prayer mats allowed at schools, okay? If you think, oh, teacher, I need to fucking face the Kaaba. It's my, 1/5 of my daily prayers today. Yeah, that shit's not happening. Your teacher is not going to fucking pray with you. You know? Gonna start leading satanic chants at school now. Religion will never disappear unless we eliminate aging and become immortal. Death will always send humans finite organic brains into a frenzy trying to make up a fantasy where it continues to be conscious. Yeah. Oh, by the way, yeah, of course he lied. The Kennedy v. Bremerton. It seems notable that the majority and dissent aren't able to agree on the facts before them. To the majority, Kennedy was praying quietly during semi-private time. To the dissent, he was causing a disruption of school events. And of course he was causing a fucking disruption of school events. Here it is. Photos show players circled and kneeling around the coach. 5 members of the local clergy came from Bremerton to D.C. to back the school district, saying kids felt obliged to do what the coach is doing. Also, a lot of members of the majority are liars who perjured themselves under oath before the U.S. Senate, and in the testimony of the dissenters, to my knowledge, has stood the test of time. There is that too. Oh, man. They use separation as an argument in their ruling too. Absolutely insane. Justice Sotomayor dissenting as the conservative side with the coach. Conservative side with the coach in the public school prayer case. This decision does a disservice to schools and the young citizens they serve, as well as our nation's longstanding commitment to the separation of church and state. There is no separation of the church and state. These motherfuckers have been saying this is a Judeo-Christian country. Well, they've been saying this is a Christian country, but now they're saying this is a Judeo-Christian country for a long-ass fucking time. You know? Our dollar bill has "In God We Trust." Yeah, that's new though. All that God shit is like a Red Scare phenomena. Every part of every mention of fucking God in all of our in every aspect of like American life and American existence is a byproduct of 1950s Red Scare anti-communist propaganda. Everything that sucks in this country has come from anti-communist propaganda. I know people are going to say, Hasan, you're biased. You're a fucking godless commie freak, okay? And to them I say, who cares? It's still the truth, okay? Wherever you go, when you see anti-communists, when you see anti-socialists, they are always either A, aligning with fascists and Nazis, or B, straight up Nazis themselves, or C, doing a bunch of fucking Nazi shit. Under God was added to the Pledge of Allegiance in 1954, dude. Majority. Mr. Kennedy prayed during a period when school employees were free to speak with a friend, call for a reservation at a restaurant, check email, or attend to other personal matters. He offered his prayers quietly while his students were otherwise occupied. The dissent. Here's the photograph of that not being true. Room prior to the games before Kennedy was hired, but that Kennedy subsequently began leading those prayers too. Dude, I love the conservative SCOTUS justices being like, oh my God, what about the integrity? What about the integrity? Like John Roberts saying, what about the integrity of the Supreme Court? Meanwhile, like, they're just lying, dude. This is literally this is a touchdown dance, okay? And I don't mean that because like they literally are doing this on the football field, but this is basically just bad manners. You're teabagging a fucking lifeless corpse, okay? There is no reason. There's no reason to do this. It is a clear violation of the separation of church and state, okay? It's just completely saying, nope, public institutions, public office, doesn't matter. You can do these like weird fucking acts. I personally don't even give a shit. Ultimately, who cares? Oh man, they're forcing you to do, he's doing prayer shit on the. It's just whack. It's just whack as fuck. And if your argument to that is, Hasan, it does matter. Are you kidding me? This shows once again that there is no separation of church and state in this country. I'm like, hello? Did you just come here from fucking China? Are you unaware of like how America has run for like the past, I mean, since its fucking inception, but certainly since the 50s? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, no, I know. We've been doing this. Hey, there was another decision that was significantly more impactful than this one that pretty much basically proved that it's all just like hyper religious attitudes that are unironically sanitized very successfully. I was thinking about this. I've been thinking about this a lot, actually. Remember the Anna Kasparian tweet that popped off about how, like, I don't care about your religion. I don't care about your religion. Like, I will defend your right to pray. But also, you can't tell me what to do. You shouldn't be able to control my body and my choices that I make with my body. One thing that I've actually noticed is that Christians have been able to traffic their thoughts into the mainstream very successfully without actually showcasing the underlying premises that are rooted within Christianity. Now, what I mean by that is this, and this I'm moving back to the previous SCOTUS decision here, Roe v. Wade, okay? When we talk about Roe v. Wade nowadays, we never bring up religion. When conservatives are advocating for Roe v. Wade, for the most part, they're not like as forward about like how godly they are. They usually only talk, and the media certainly plays a role in this as well, they usually only talk about life. They say, this is a baby, this is a life, unconditionally. But the underlying premise of that ideology, or the underlying premise in that argument, is a false one, or at the very least, is an unconvincing one. The concept that life begins at conception, that premise is Christian. Other religions don't even have that same premise. It's just purely a Christian interpretation. But for some weird reason, we don't even have the fucking conversation about whether life begins at conception or not. We have already established it. We already act like, oh no, you're right, actually. And for some weird reason, that framing has overtaken the prior religious underpinnings. It's very, very weird. And I think partially it's because conservatives have recognized that promoting this on the basis of Christianity was actually not successful, because a lot of people would be like, okay, fuck Christianity. Who gives a shit? Right? They recognize that Christianity in and of itself is not as, is not as popular or is not as accepted in a country that has a secular basis for its democratic organization, right? Secularism was an important part of our development, and it's still, relatively important when you think about the broader masses, especially when it comes to the government making decisions. Secularism and white supremacy. Christianity can often, pair up with white supremacy, and it does in reactionary politics, and it's in that way it can, merge its ideology and make its way into the mainstream. But it's not as it's not as popular. If all of these people that are abortion, the anti-abortion activists, okay, if all those people were running around fucking citing Bible verses and shit, you'd be like, these guys are freaks. But they don't do that as much anymore. What they do instead is talk about life as it's established. It's like, that's a life, that's a baby, that's a life, that's a baby, that's a life, that's a baby. And they've been able to successfully launder these talking points into the mainstream. So much so that motherfuckers are actually arguing whether or not it's okay to kill a baby. Who said it's a baby? And why do you think it's a baby? Why do you think it's a life? We need to go back to that. We need to go back to the fucking root of that argument and force these motherfuckers to talk about the Christian element of it. And when you think about it from a philosophical point of view, right? It's not established. Obviously, nothing is established under philosophy, but there is no basis. There is no basis for believing that a fertilized egg is automatically considered a life. There's no scientific basis for it, and it always goes back to Christianity. And it's ironic because Ben Shapiro doesn't talk about it from the Christianity point of view. He's a great propagandizer who launders a lot of these talking points, right? That's why you rarely ever hear Ben Shapiro talk about it from a Christian point of view, but instead he says, it's science, it's established science, it's established science. Think about that. It's really interesting. And I think they've done this right under our watchful eyes. Okay? And now it almost feels established. Like they completely laundered this false premise and made it seem as though it's something that scientists believe, when that is not the case at all. A ban on abortion also means a ban on religious freedom, by the way. The idea that life begins at conception is a purely Christian one. The Supreme Court is a Christo-fascist institution. I would like to add that in this tweet that I'm specifically referring to the evangelical Christian, the driving force behind overturning Roe, as well as the driving force behind pushing a ban on abortion in the U.S. Many people have pointed out that Catholicism has also played a huge role in the fight against abortion, and y'all are 100% right. In the U.S., both evangelical Christianity and Catholicism are the two main driving forces behind the push for ban. No, I disagree. I don't agree with this. I don't think it is Catholics Catholics do not play as fundamentally a role in banning abortions as the white evangelical Protestants did. It was led by a fucking Catholic who recognized how to activate some of the more fucking rabid psychos. In other countries, Catholics lead this conversation against abortion and against a woman's choice. In the United States of America, it 100% is the white evangelical Protestants, straight up. I'm telling you. It is not even the fucking, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but it's not even the fucking Catholics. I mean, there's the Opus Dei psychos, but there's not that many of us in the U.S. You don't know many Catholics then? American Catholics are straight hogs? No, of course. Of course. There are always, dude, they're Christian. They're fundamentalists. Like, there's always going to be fucking fundies in there. Catholics were originally the ones who pushed against Roe, but then the evangelicals picked up the torch as a talking point to win the moral high ground? Yes. Catholics are no longer the driving force behind anti-abortion activism. I mean, there's Pew Center studies for this, by the way. I can't believe I'm defending Catholics right now, which I'm not, but don't misunderstand what I'm saying. But evangelicals on abortion. Religious right and the abortion myth? No, that's not what we're looking for. National Catholic Reporter. Survey. White evangelicals oppose abortion. All other religious groups support it. Look. The large survey of 11,044. Oh, there it is. America's abortion quandary. A majority of Americans say abortion should be legal in all or most cases, but many are open to restrictions. Many opponents of legal abortion say it should be legal in some circumstances. Okay? So let's get down to it. Let's take a look at like the actual breakdown for Catholics versus white evangelical Protestants, which I'm sure this Pew Center study will look at. Also, the number of Muslims that are in favor of abortion is going to probably shock you if you're unfamiliar with how progressive American Muslims are for the most part. Those numbers have been changing in the recent years, but ultimately they have been pretty fucking consistently progressive. Okay, more progressive than the white evangelical Protestants by a very, very wide margin. Okay? Abortion should be legal if pregnancy is a result of rape. Should be illegal. 34% of white evangelical Protestants. 17% of Catholics say abortion should be legal. Should be illegal even if the pregnancy is a result of rape. Abortion should be legal if the pregnancy threatens a woman's life health. 23% of white evangelical Protestants say no, it still should be illegal. 13% of Catholics say yes, it should be illegal. How long a woman has been pregnant matter in determining whether it's illegal or not? Yes, white evangelical Protestants at 64%. White Protestants and not evangelical, 64%, 56%. Black Protestants, 50%. Catholics, 63%. Religiously unaffiliated, 50%. This of course is like literally determining whether it's illegal or legal. So that's a bad question. I want to see the any and all circumstances. Oh, here it is. 41% of Catholics say that religion is extremely or very important in shaping their views on abortion. 73% of white evangelical Protestants say religion is extremely important in shaping their fucking abortion views. Why the fuck is the Muslims not a part of this study? The Catholics who hold these views aren't Catholic. They're just evangelicals who like saints. No, dude, come on. Are you kidding me? The Catholic Church outside of the United States is significantly more fucking aggro towards abortion than in the United States. You're talking about American Catholics. Okay. Legal in all or most cases. Views about abortion by religious groups. Remember, we were going to look at this. Legal in all or most cases. Buddhists, 82% say legal in all or most cases. 48% of Catholics say legal in all or most cases. 48%, chat. That's almost a 50-50 split, with less people saying illegal in all or most cases. Now, that's still pretty high. Okay? That's still pretty high, right? Until you look at the evangelical Protestant population, where 63% say illegal in all or most cases. That's not shocking, I'm telling you. The main ride or die advocates for this movement are, unironically, the fucking white evangelicals, okay? White evangelicals is a specific subsect, not even like black evangelical Protestants. I'm talking white evangelical Protestants. It is the most reactionary religious fundamentalists in this country. They are. And they have a significant stranglehold on the Republican Party as a consequence of Paul Weirich's efforts to use them as a way to fucking promote segregation by way of private schools versus public schools. And also Mormons. Holy fuck. 70% of Mormons say that it should be illegal in all or most cases. God damn. Where are the Muslims at? 55% say legal in all or most cases. 37% of Muslims say illegal. 37% is still pretty fucking high for the Muslim population. That number has been increasing in the Muslim populations in the United States of America. Where's the Jehovah's Witness? 75%. Okay, yeah, well. So you say believing in Christian Mormon doctrines is all right as long as you don't operate in the same psychopathic and fascist way the church organizations do? Bro, I don't care if you believe in a fucking sky dad, okay? I don't care. I actually don't care. People believe in capitalism, you know what I mean? Like, people believe in the dogma of neoliberal capitalism, and I think that's fucking crazy, especially because it, like, directly impacts your fucking life. If you believe in Sky Dad or Sky Mom or Sky NB, whatever the fuck you want to say, God is technically non-binary, I think, because it's like all the genders, right? And gay too. It's true when you think about it. But like, I don't care if you believe in that shit. It's fine. It's great. Cool. As long as it's not like, as long as you're not using it as a justification to harm other people, as long as you're not using it as a justification to like guide policy, I don't care. Between you and whatever the fuck you do at night, okay? Is God bald? Yes, absolutely. Speaking from a Mexican Catholic, many of my church believe it's a personal choice between them and God. Even my priest said that the state shouldn't outlaw it, but it should be tried to be avoided if possible. Weird middle ground, but they give us better than the fundamentalists. Yeah. So good video on the pro-life philosophical argument.
So I just spent a few hours looking into an argument for pro-life that isn't based on religion. And I finally found a source that addressed it all from a non-religious point of view. Extremely well thought out rebuttals and perspectives, right? And it all boils down to this. Now you can pause, but essentially the idea is that number one says it all. The unborn is a human being. And so it's this idea that even though they're unborn, they still assume all of the human rights that we all have. Now, I enjoy a good riddle. And so, you know, that's a really interesting, it's philosophical. It's interesting. It causes us to say, well, is the unborn a human being? Because if we agree with the line of thinking that the unborn is a human being, then I can, you know, we can wrap our head around the idea that then unborns deserve human rights, right? So if we want to dismantle this
Yeah, bro, you don't have and even if it's a human being, where does it begin to be a human being? You know what I mean? Even in that situation, no matter how big of a debate pervert you are, and philosophy students are fucking huge debate perverts. And by the way, for the record, there's no consensus in anything. That's like literally the underlying basis for the existence of philosophy. However, this is one issue that is like super fucking contested. Like not a single person that has put their entire life's work into figuring out what it means to be alive and what constitutes for a life, what constitutes for a human being, has been able to come to a conclusion that everyone agrees on, okay? And ultimately, if motherfuckers are saying conception, then, you know, in vitro fertilization is ungodly because that's contributing to the fucking baby genocide. Isn't it the fetuses can't live outside the womb before 17 weeks? I mean, but that doesn't matter because medical science is constantly improving. You know what I mean? Constantly improving. So what's up? Like, does that mean that like the better medicine gets in this field, the more we're going to lower the fucking barriers for what constitutes for a human being? I say, if you can't make a sandwich, you're not a human being, okay? Can't fend for your own, you're not a human being. Fuck out of here, baby.
So this idea that the unborn have human rights, we have to dismantle the idea that the unborn is a human. So then I started going down this wormhole of, well, what does it mean to be human? But then I realized that's not the right question at all. The right question is, what does it mean to be a human being? All right, listen up. If I were to put a heart on this table right here, is that a human being? Would you allow me to put a knife through this heart? A heart is not a human being. What if I put a brain on this table? Would you allow me to smash this brain? A brain is not a human being. If I were to put a heart and a brain on top of it, this is still not a human being, is it? These are required to be human. But in order to be a human being, you have to be able to be. You have to be able to exist on your own, at least for a second, at least for a single moment. Otherwise, you're not a human being. A fetus is not a human being because a fetus is dependent on a human that is being. A fetus is something completely different. A fetus is a human becoming. And the rules for
Dude, please stop sending me stuff like this. This is like both lib shit and also debate pervertry and also philosophy. It's quite literally like the trifecta of things I just despise. Yeah, she's making the right argument, but she's doing it in such a theater kid capacity that I just like it immediately hurts my brain. Okay? She's right. She's right. She's right. There are so many components that make up what constitutes life and what constitutes for a human being. I despise the fucking intro to philosophy debate pervertry that people engage in. Ultimately, it shouldn't matter. It doesn't matter. Leave that up to the fucking perverts who jerk each other off because they read Kant one time and now they believe that they know everything, okay? Leave that conversation and let's have a practical one, okay? The practical conversation is, should the government be able to tell women, you cannot fucking stop a pregnancy. You have to carry it to term. That's bullshit. That's insane. No. Doesn't work that way. You can't do that. That is psychotic. That's violent. That is unacceptable. And it can't happen. It should not happen. Okay? Please stop personally attacking me. Dude, come on. She's not even right. A baby is also dependent on a human being to live. Yeah, that's right. Which is why we can talk about my second argument, which is it's okay for postpartum depressed people. For no, I'm just kidding. Okay, that's not. Yeah, I'm an advocate for post-birth abortions. Okay, ultimately, the conversation is really stupid because it's like here are some combos. Here are some combos that are really dumb to have. Right? Here are some combos that are really dumb to have. What trimester should you put a fucking stop to abortions? Which trimester is appropriate? Well, what about the third trimester? What about like right in the process of giving birth? Ultimately, a lot of that, once you leave the first trimester, a lot of that is straight up because people either in the second trimester did not learn quick enough that they were pregnant, okay? Or in the majority of the circumstances, found out that the baby had a genetic condition that would make it virtually impossible to survive, or that there's a medical complication that means that like carrying a pregnancy to term in that situation is going to make the carrier, is going to hurt the carrier and hurt their lives, okay? Is going to be going to be a threat to the carrier's life. There is no cutoff for that reason. That there is no cutoff means like there's no concept of like recreational abortions happening in the fucking third trimester. Okay? It's incredibly stupid. And yet Republicans make this argument all the fucking time. Just don't even engage with it. Don't even fucking engage with it. 92% of abortions happen in the first trimester. You take a pill. It's still obviously like an important decision for people. It can be somewhat traumatic because you're still thinking about like what could have happened. You know what I mean? If you were to carry the pregnancy to term, that doesn't mean you have a fucking real baby inside of you, right? But pro-lifers routinely just deny that is how abortions are happening and make it seem as though every abortion is happening because these sluts are having sexual intercourse and not with me, even though I beg them, okay? And with all these other dudes who are really sexy, and I hate that. And then they're recreationally having abortions at the third trimester for fun, to flex on me. Okay? And that's a psychotic fucking argument, but that is literally the argument. That's not how it's working. That's not how this shit works. 92% of abortions are happening in the first trimester. It's a relatively easy it's a relatively easy process. Some of it can still be more complicated, but ultimately you take a pill and it's a fucking, it's a heavy flow period. You're just pissing the baby out. Then we come to the second trimester. It's like 6%, and 6% of the abortions are happening in the second trimester. Oftentimes as a consequence of what I just said, because the carrier was unaware that they were pregnant, and there are methods of lowering that percentage. Not by stopping them or legislating away the second trimester abortions, but instead allowing ease of access to reproductive health services, which conservatives are, of course, vehemently against. Okay? And then the third trimester abortions are 1% of the conversation. Okay? Well, not 1%, but you the math, just put the math up to 100%. All right? It's like 92 to 6 to fucking whatever. 2%. And the third trimester abortions, in the overwhelming majority of cases, if not every single one, okay, every single one nearly, is pregnancies that the carrier wanted to take to term. Okay, it's 93 to 6 to 1. Sorry, it's 93% to 6% to 1%. It's almost always as a consequence of complications. This is a very traumatic experience for the carrier. They wanted to have this child. They were looking forward to having this child. And now they can't have this fucking, now they can't carry this pregnancy to term. And conservatives shamelessly look at this horrifying experience for mothers and fathers who want to have a child and say that is the overwhelming majority of abortions that are happening. It's recreational. It's not. It fucking sucks. And it's so incredibly fucked up. And now we are at a point where we have to fucking have, states investigate stillbirths. We have to have states investigate miscarriages. We have to have states track people's periods and shit. And some states are going to take it that far. If you think that that's not going to happen, you're foolish. You're wrong. They will take it that far. They have to take it that far. There is no other way to actually legislate abortions. You got to do that. That's why we think this is absolutely fucking ridiculous. Good thing states process sexual crimes so quickly just in case that comes up. Yeah, I mean. Are Hasan mods all a bunch of 2016 Tumblr refugees? What? Saying like slut, a proud slut fucker or whatever. That's like weird, bro. You're using very weird language. Calm down. I was using that term specifically to describe what the conservative position is. Anyway, the abortion pill just stops giving the fetus nutrients. It doesn't do anything to the fetus. Doesn't do anything to the fetus itself. The second pill sheds your walls and drops the fetus out. It's literally nothing to do with the fetus and keeps the woman's body functioning as she wants. Now, one of the things I got to talk about that I found very interesting, because I've been covering this for a very long time, but I did find two things that I find very interesting. Now, Justice Samuel Alito had some stuff to say about how abortion is not in the Constitution. There's no mention of abortion in the Constitution. And therefore, there is no reasonable basis for due process to protect like any of the amendments to protect a woman's right to get an abortion, right? Now, if you are an originalist, which is a bullshit fucking method anyway. It's like, I mean, it's bullshit. It's not real. It's not a real way of thinking. It's just like made up. But if you are the type of person who claims that you are, looking at the text in a strict, almost Baptist-like manner, okay? You're a silly bitch, obviously. But you also have to take account or factor into your consideration what the founders knew and what the founders were thinking of. Right? And I always had thought, like, maybe our fucking founding fathers were, like, really anti-abortion. Maybe they thought it was terrible. Well, guess what? I was fucking wrong. I always assumed that people didn't know what an abortion was. I always assumed that in the founding of the United States, like, if they knew what an abortion was, they were probably against it. I was super wrong. Americans, during the time of the colonies, and also our founding fathers, were 100% completely aware of abortion and didn't even seek to fucking bring it up in the Constitution as a protected right because it was not even criminalized. It was not even considered something that needs to be stopped. It was just a normal part of the whatever medical processes that they had at the time. Benjamin motherfucking Franklin, who once famously said, Germans are too swarthy to be considered white, like the Anglos are, wrote about how you can do an abortion in your house. What the fuck? That was weird. A little baby F. A little baby F. We're good, boys. We're good. We're good. Sometimes frames drop. Sometimes you're just preaching too many truths and the world doesn't want to hear it. You know what I mean? It's back. Just refresh. Okay. Anyway. So, abortion, as I was saying, was not only abortion was commonplace in the United States of America, but not only was it commonplace in the United States of America, Benjamin, Germans are too swarthy to be considered white, Franklin, literally wrote instructions on at-home abortions in a book in the 1700s. This motherfucker, he wrote a cookbook for how to do abortions. That was God trying to stop you? Yeah, God tried to abort my fucking stream and it didn't work. That's right, folks. And I had no idea. This is totally new for me, okay? Maybe some of you guys knew this, but I went down this rabbit hole last night. And I can't find this. I can't find the original liberal guy who fucking posted about this shit, because some lib on Twitter was like actually looking at newspapers, like newspaper clippings from like the 1700s, to see whether there was like any basis, to see whether like Americans knew about abortion, talked about abortion at all, mentioned abortion at all. Turns out they did. No, this is not the NPR thing. There are actually newspaper clippings from like even before the founding of the United States of America, okay? During the time of the colonies, where people were talking about abortion, they understood it as a concept, they understood it as a medical procedure, and it was actually conducted by midwives and herbalists. So specialists for the time, you know what I mean? Like a time before fucking doctors. Now, of course, part of the reason why Benny Boy was probably a big aborabo advocate was because he did love having sex with the French. Okay? Oh, this is it. Here we go. And now, but that's besides the point. You know, you take what you can in that situation. Okay? Benny Boy loved wearing the fucking the raccoon on his head, making it seem like that's all Americans wear to the French, and having sexual intercourse with the French. That's part of the reason why he also famously thought the French were considered white alongside the Anglos, whereas the Germans weren't, because they were swarthy barbarians, and the Swedish were swarthy barbarians. Anyway. Yeah, he was fucking. Benny Boy was fucking. All right? He was. An actual good video from Sam B on federal land abortions in states. Abortions on federal lands. Okay, we'll potentially watch a Samantha Bee subject. We'll potentially watch a Samantha Bee video, but let me finish this real quick. And we'll talk about the Federalist Society as well. This is something that I've like covered regularly. So the idea that like our founders did not protect abortion rights or did not consider abortion or did not know about abortion back in the day is completely a falsehood. It quite literally relies on you not knowing this fundamental truth. The court claims the right to abortion is not deeply rooted in this nation's history and tradition. Is that true? I searched 18th century newspapers because I wanted to learn how people really felt about abortion at America's founding. Answer: they loved abortion. Now I'm going to just use the first half of this thread because I think it like falls off a cliff and like he starts talking about crazy stuff. But how much would you guess that people in the 1770s used the word abortion? I guess 0. I was wrong. They talked about abortion all the time in America. They talked about both literal abortion and abortion as a metaphor. Now, in 1752, a man had some too familiar conversations with a milkmaid. Some dude piped up a milkmaid. They needed some abortion herbs. Because he wanted to keep this quiet from his wife, he didn't trust the midwife. He got the herbs from 2 idle fellows of the town instead. Sadly, the herbs were arsenic and the milkmaid died. The man was charged with poisoning her, as were the sketchy herb salesman. But no one was charged with the crime of abortion. Why? Because it was perfectly legal and common. Abortion was only reported on when it went wrong. Most mentions of abortion from the period are metaphor. It was a shockingly common comparison. In 1774, a political critique. Unless our ministry are such skillful midwives as to procure an abortion, we shall be surprised with something monstrous. Implying that skillful midwives were administering abortions regularly, like as though this was something that you needed to have skill to conduct. Now remember, they don't have fucking doctors at this point so obviously like a lot of this is just like herbalists, a lot of this is like bullshit, right? But recognize that this was considered to be a fucking straight up medical practice. It was also something that people understood within the culture, so much so that they would use it as a comparison, as an analogy. From this, we learned that abortion was skilled work done by midwives, intentional, seen as good, protection from monstrous births. Now, the monstrous birth component, as John Skills Skinner mentions, is literally a reference to medieval Christian belief that some babies are hell-sent monsters needing to be aborted. That was part of the reason why, there was they were pro-abortion, because they were like, let me make something clear to you. There's some godless fucking demon babies out there. And to be honest, medieval Christians were right. There are some fucking demon-ass babies out there, okay? Hitler, thank you. There you go, okay? Think about that. Ted Cruz. Bro, we don't care. Kyrie going to the Lakers. Oh, that's so funny. Now, then they go into abortion was a common metaphor for America herself. Okay, yeah, that's when it falls off a cliff. I don't really care about that part of the argument, but it was commonplace, and people did talk about abortions, and I think that sets the mood for people understanding why someone like Benjamin motherfucking Franklin quite literally wrote about how to conduct at-home abortions, and wrote it in a popular British math textbook. Okay? Titled The Instructor and written by George Fisher, which Farrell said was a pseudonym, the textbook was a catch-all manual that included plenty of useful information for the average person. It had the alphabet, basic arithmetic, recipes in farriery, which is hoof care for horses. At the time, books were very expensive, and a general manual like this one was a practical choice for many families. Franklin saw the value of this book and decided to create an updated version for residents of the U.S., telling readers his goal was to make the text more immediately useful to Americans. These included updating city names, adding colonial history, and other minor tweaks. But as Farrell describes, the most significant change of the book was swapping out a section that included a medical textbook from London with a Virginia medical handbook from 1734 called Every Man His Own Doctor, the Poor Planter's Physician. This medical handbook provided home remedies for a variety of ailments, allowing people to handle their more minor illnesses at home, like a fever or gout, if you're rich of the soul, but also fatty, rich liver, which creates gout. The rich man's disease. One entry, however, was for the suppression of the courses, which Farrell discovered meant a missed menstrual period. The book starts to prescribe basically all of the best-known herbal abortifacients and contraceptives that were circulating at the time, Farrell said. It's just sort of a greatest hits of what 18th century herbalists would have given a woman who wanted to end a pregnancy early. Now, you might joke about every man his own doctor, but we're talking about the 18th century, boys. And yes, every man was their own fucking doctor. There was no established medicine, okay? I can't say that word ever. It's very explicit, very detailed, and also very accurate for the times in terms of what was known for how to end a pregnancy pretty early on. Including this information in a widely circulated guide for everyday life bears a significance to today's heated debate over access to abortion and contraception in the United States, in particular the leaked Supreme Court opinion that would overturn Roe v. Wade and states that a right to abortion is not deeply rooted in the nation's history and traditions. That is fucking false. Of course, a lot of this stuff is fucking false. Their understanding of protecting the safety and security and sanctity of human beings, no matter what their background is also fucking false. Obviously, the Supreme Court is a failed institution that is purely political, that tries to justify their reactionary politics, specifically the six reactionary Supreme Court justices, with an pseudo-intellectual patina, which is also known as, the originalist interpretation of the Constitution. But understand that even the fucking originalist interpretation of the Constitution and the reasons why they said, oh, well, abortion was not fundamental in the development of America is just wrong. Is just an abject failure of truly understanding the historical precedent, or rather how commonplace abortion was. But that, in and of itself, is yet another perfect example that these guys don't actually care about any of the values that they espouse. They just care about getting shit done. They just care about pushing their reactionary agenda. And that can be seen also in the decision that they came down with earlier today, where they talked about allowing religious prayer to be conducted by a public school administrator at a public school during public school time. A clear separation of church and state, which was advocated for on on a complete fabrication. It was advocated for by lying. Like they claimed that this dude wasn't actually demonstrating prayer in an obstructionist way when it was not true. So that's what it is. They're always going to view pro-choice people as pro-murder no matter what the evidence is to the contrary. Here's the audio clip in question. Oh, this is for the crazy Yesley Vega, the Republican nominee running against Representative Abigail Spanberger, downplayed the possibility of becoming pregnant as a result of rape. Yeah. Now, there's also more interesting things to talk about, because abortion was common practice. And then a small group of doctors changed that reality. In like around 1880 or in 1860, in colonial America, abortion was commonplace. It was not controversial. It was a private decision made by women, aided mostly by midwives, as we already talked about. But in the mid-1800s, a small group of physicians set out to change that, led by a zealous young doctor, Horatio Storer. That's a fun name. They launched a campaign to make abortion illegal in every state. Hosts Rampton, Arabulary, blah, blah, blah, blah, history podcast, bring the through line. In 1860, governors of every single state in the U.S. received this letter from the recently established American Medical Association. The evil to society of this crime is evident from the fact that instances in this country are now to be counted by hundreds of thousands. Can you imagine a fucking 1800 doctor by the name of Horatio was able to fucking single-handedly dictate hundreds of years later what American women would be subjected to as far as being denied a medical procedure? How fucking crazy. Basically, he gross wrote a letter from the president of AMA, so it looked like it was coming from the president, but Storer was actually the one who wrote it, saying that the AMA opposes abortion. And then used the language of morality. The letter was pivotal to what historians call physicians' crusade against abortion, and Storer was making a few key arguments for why abortion should be illegal across the country. Okay. The child is alive from the moment of conception. That life began its conception was the fundamental basis for the anti-abortion arguments. Also, yes, there's more details on Horatio's background. In 1869, Storer, raised in a Unitarian family, became Episcopalian, and then a decade later, he became a Roman Catholic. Do not ask me what my opinion is on fucking converts. Adult converts are some of the most cartoonish freaks, okay? Sorry. No disrespect, but they ride or die in the worst ways possible. Mike Pence is a great example of this, okay? Yeah. Homie fucking converted to Roman Catholicism. You know you can't take that dude seriously, okay? Full disrespect to that guy. Glenn Beck, Mike Pence, born-again Christians in general. Holy fuck, dude. So the abortion conversation has always centered itself around how life begins. The idea, the false idea, which there is no scientific basis for, is that life begins at conception. because life is not identifiable. Okay, it is arbitrary. We have no way of pointing to what life is. Okay, we just kind of understand it. It's like something that makes up these qualities of what it means to be human. Up till now, people generally agreed that life began when a woman could actually feel life moving inside her, known as the quickening. But that wasn't enough for Storer. He campaigned on a moral argument that also tapped into the racial fears of the moment, fears that would eventually inspire a pseudo-scientific field of, quote, racial improvement and the planned breeding of the population, i.e., something that you guys are already familiar with, American eugenics. These racial fears would inspire forced sterilization programs to decrease certain populations where Storer's anti-abortion campaign was trying to increase other populations by focusing on the birth rate. The birth rate for Protestant white women had been declining over the course of the 19th century, so we had fears of what was commonly referred to as race suicide. So it was a fucking racist Roman Catholic adult convert that single-handedly was able to make the argument in the 19th century as to why we got to get those fucking white Protestant birth rates up. Because he also believed in the Great Decline. He also believed in racial purity, as did many other people. And he was able to, once again, utilize white supremacist fears, which are the underpinnings of American society, which literally are in the foundation to justify this ultra-fascist Christian fucking attitude. And that very same attitude exists to this fucking day. Christianity on its own would not have been able to guide people. So he didn't just say it's because, God said so. He said white race is under attack. White supremacy is always so fucking good for guiding these fucking assholes, okay? Even if they don't personally believe in the religious element, they will literally fucking advocate for it on the basis of white supremacy and upholding white purity. Of course, on the one hand, while they were, and this is exactly the same attitude that Hitler had, by the way, exactly. On the one hand, they were doing forcible sterilization of indigenous and black people, okay? But also, on the other hand, they were advocating for a ban on abortion for white Protestants and just white women in general. He was fearful that Chinese migrants were going to populate the country. It was going to be African Americans, the newly freed people, and the Catholics. They are not the ones using abortion. It's our, Yankee women who are using abortion, trying to get into medical school, trying to do politics, when they should be at home having babies and taking care of them. That was the established attitude. And of course, if you are thinking that it's like very different now, make no mistake. Famously, the Naperville's very own fucking Nazi, Naperville's very own Nazi. Whatever the fuck her name was, it was a Marie Miller or whatever. Also gave the game away when she spoke at this fucking Trump rally, where she had this to say.
President Trump, on behalf of all the MAGA patriots in America, I want to thank you for the historic victory for white life in the Supreme Court yesterday. Historic victory for white life in the Supreme Court yesterday. President.
That's weird, man. What the fuck? That's crazy. I'm sure she hasn't said anything else that's like super suspicious at all, right?
Win a few elections, we're still going to be losing unless we win the hearts and minds of our children. This is the battle. Hitler was right on one thing. He said, whoever has the youth has the future. Our children are being propagandized.
Huh. So maybe she's not misspeaking. Maybe it wasn't a fucking slip of the tongue. Maybe it's just straight up her fucking worldview. Come on, brothers and sisters. You can't get to a point where you say Hitler was right on one thing, okay? You just under no circumstances have to hand it to Hitler. You know what I mean? You just don't have to do that. That's a thing you can avoid, okay? The best part is so many people talk about how children are the future and she chose Hitler to quote. Yeah, literally. There's a sea of quotes you could have fucking picked from. You could have picked the quote where the top of the hour has a 60-second ad break, for example, and that children should avoid the top of the hour ad break by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Now, that might have been a little weird for her to say, and this happened in the morning of January 6th, by the way. Yeah, but those few other quotes don't include Hitler. Yeah, that's true. She could have said, if your child is a Twitch Prime, it's your responsibility as a parent to allow your Amazon Prime account to be connected to your child's Twitch Prime so they no longer have to be oppressed by the top of the hour ad break. She could have said that you can also avoid the ads by getting gifted a sub, but only if you're lucky. Only the lucky few get gifted subs, right? She could have said all these things. But she didn't. Here's the 1 minute ad break now, by the way. That was a kind of a weak segue, but what are you going to do? I, for one, believe life begins at subscription. I love that. They began to say we need white women to use their loins because they're concerned about the blackening and the browning of what is now, what at that point became the United States, and is a real concern that when black people become free, what will this mean for white people? And white women became a key to that. What the fuck? Hold on 1 second. But yeah, let's talk about the history. Let's talk about this real quick.
The Supreme Court decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. Now, this follows nearly half a century of conflict and a concerted campaign by anti-abortion groups. Long before this weekend's protests, we have seen violence against abortion clinics and the providers, too, and frequently vicious, and vicious is the word, harassment of women seeking abortions. There has also been a relentless effort to change the landscape politically in Congress, legislatures, and the courts. Jan Crawford takes a look at how we got here.
In a landmark ruling, the Supreme Court today legalized abortions.
In 1973, Roe v. Wade was a bombshell.
The anti-abortion laws of 46 states were rendered unconstitutional.
4 states had only recently passed laws legalizing some form of abortion, while 13 others have begun allowing it with restrictions. By stepping in to make abortion legal nationwide, some justices at the time hoped the decision would end the debate over abortion rights. But the anti-abortion rights movement mobilized almost immediately, beginning first at the grassroots level.
This is the first March for Life, and that was a year exactly after Roe came down.
Exactly. Jeannie Mancini is president of March for Life.
The march has grown younger and bigger.
Have you seen the Nazi lady's car? Wait, really? Gotta love the decals on her truck. 3%er. Hard quitter. Wait, she drives this? This is why it's shocking to me that pagan white nationals like Varg hate Christianity. I mean, the way Christianity has been forced by most governments in the West has little or no difference to what pagan fascists want. Dude, Varg is like a fucking European Nazi, though. Also, this is the most Naperville-ass fucking... Like, why does she have this? Why does she have this truck in Naperville? Like, what are you doing? You live in Naperville. You're from Naperville. Like, you don't need this much fucking... You don't need this bed for doing Costco runs. You know what I mean? It's so fucking dumb.
For almost every single year.
How important has it been to have that yearly reminder that we're still here?
I can't think of a more symbolic picture of Roe not being settled law than seeing the growing number of marchers.
That social movement became more strategic in 1992.
Today, 3 Reagan-Bush appointees stabbed the pro-life movement in the back.
The Supreme Court was poised to overturn Roe by a 5-4 vote until a last-minute switch by Justice Anthony Kennedy, who joined fellow Republican nominees Sandra Day O'Connor and David Souter to save it.
That moment in 1992 was deeply disappointing. It also helped me understand how much we could depend upon Republicans.
Which is how much?
Which is not much. That was the point where we realized
the Susan B. Anthony pro-life America president. I just like, oh God, I redacted. That's all I'm going to say. There's so much I want to say about these fucking freaks, okay? There is so much I want to say about these fucking freaks. And unfortunately, if I were to say them, I would definitely go to Twitch jail for sure, okay? So all I'm going to say is I have really, really bad thoughts in my mind. Like really, really horrible, horrible things, okay? I am thinking horrible, horrible, horrible things that I cannot say out loud, all right? I'm thinking them. You can't stop me from thinking them. But holy fuck, dude, you don't understand. No, the in a video game doesn't work anymore. And it certainly never worked for Twitch anyway, so... fuck.
unless we strengthen this political arm at the center of the movement, we will continue to lose.
Within months, Marjorie Dannenfelser, who's been called the woman who killed Roe, founded that political organization, Susan B. Anthony Pro-Life America.
Every time there was a devastating blow, the pro-life movement grew. That is a mark of a successful movement.
The next devastating blow came in the 2000s.
I would welcome a circumstance where there was such a consensus in this country that we said we don't want to have abortion in this country at all. But that's not where we are.
When Dannenfelser said Republicans paid lip service to the movement and lost the presidency twice.
We said, no way is this ever going to happen again. We're going to reward our friends, punish our political enemies.
In 2014, the group helped defeat several pro-abortion rights senators from battleground states, and in 2016 got assurances from Donald Trump.
The justices that I'm going to appoint will be pro-life. They will have a conservative bent.
And that is why we are here.
Man, remember when Hillary Clinton was like, it'd be so fucking easy to like destroy Donald Trump? Which is why, you know, I should run against Donald Trump. You know, when they deliberately elevated Donald Trump with its Pied Piper strategy. An email released by WikiLeaks shows how the Democratic Party purposely elevated Trump to the leader of the pack because they personally thought, and by the way, it's not just WikiLeaks and it's not just Ben Norton. I mean, it's like, it's in Politico as well, where they like, this is like well documented. Remember when they did that? Dude, Democrats are so sick. I love these fucking losers, man. I love these losers so much. Putin went hard in 2016. Yeah, Pootie Poo. Yeah, definitely not Hillary Clinton. Yeah, you know, Putin's doing it again, right? Is that why Nancy Pelosi is still doing the Pied Piper strategy right now? Is that why Nancy Pelosi and the DNC with our fucking with our campaign funds is still elevating far-right candidates? Keep sucking on that fucking idiotic copium, okay? Keep believing in, like, absolute fabrications. Keep believing in this dumbass bullshit. This strategy is still working. Or, well, not working. It's actually destroying the country. Yeah, Pootie Poo is the reason why Hillary picked anti-choice Tim Kaine, who, like, literally no one fucking knew about. No one knew about as a motherfucking VP pick. Accelerationist Hillary Clinton wants to put to the forefront the inherent contradictions under capitalism by bringing about a fascist uprising in this country. That's what she wants. She's actually low-key a Maoist third worldist. That's why she's like doing this. She's accelerating. Yes, bro. Of course I talked about the victory for white life bullshit. We already talked about it. Didn't Obama tell Biden not to run? Biden probably would have won against Trump in 2016. Yeah. Trump received more media coverage during the primaries than anyone else? Yeah, that was a part of the fucking Pied Piper strategy. And yes, this sentiment is like literally fucking so embedded within the core of liberal ideas. I'd like to thank all the people who thought there was no difference between Hillary and Trump, the women who voted for Trump because they were mad Hillary stayed with Bill, all the Bernie supporters who stayed at home to make a statement, the Obama supporters who didn't vote because they assumed she would win, and most of all, James Comey for writing that dumb fucking letter. Yeah, I'd like to thank Hillary Clinton for her Pied Piper strategy. I'd like to thank Hillary Clinton for not being a fucking, small bean and instead being like a full adult human being who thought she didn't have to campaign in fucking Wisconsin. I'd like to thank our founders for building an electoral college system that would yield these sorts of results all the time. You know, minoritarian rule, classic. I'd like to thank the Democratic Party for doing everything in their power to make sure that Hillary Clinton was the candidate. But the people I won't fucking thank are the voters. It's so stupid. Voters vote for candidates that do a good job. That's the entire point. Why are you shifting blame away from bad candidates? Stop. I love Bernie Sanders. Okay? I love Bernie Sanders. I think he's great. He's great for the future of this country. He would have been incredible in 2016. He would have been incredible in 2020. It doesn't matter. Okay? Does it suck that people can't recognize that? Yes. But ultimately, it's still the Bernie campaign's fault that they were unable to fucking draw out the level of support that they needed. It was really, really good when the Sanders campaign utilized the disdain that so many Americans feel toward Hillary Clinton in the 2016 primaries, and that's why he had such an incredible out of nowhere underdog campaign that almost captured the attention of the entire country. Okay? But there were a lot of flaws in 2020. And it's the truth. And if you don't recognize that, then I don't know what to tell you. There were fundamental problems with the way that the DNC operates. There were structural problems against Bernie Sanders and the ideology that he represents, which is a genuine threat to the pre-established, preordained hierarchy that has been going on, the pro-capitalist hierarchy. Okay? But ultimately, Bernie was unable to deliver the vicious attacks that were necessary to undermine Joe Biden's integrity and to show to the American people the hypocritical nature of voting for Joe Biden while simultaneously talking about how Bernie's fucking racist or whatever. Anyway. Yeah, my good friend Joe. But New Hampshire was a lost cause and her team knew it. So instead of watching Clinton deliver a speech, members of her senior team huddled around a television in the room that served as a home base for campaign chairman John Podesta, manager Robbie Mook, chief strategist Joel Bennison, and communications director Jennifer Palmieri. They watched in shock as the man they feared most as the Republican nominee tanked under an assault designed to boot him from the GOP primary race. By the end of the night, the narrative was set. Marco Rubio just lost all the debate stage across town in that Radisson hotel room, stuck in a robotic delivery of canned lines under Chris Christie's brutal cross-examination. Yeah. But here, Republican Donald Trump, a far-right demagogue who's campaigned on a slew of bigoted, xenophobic policies, won the 2016 presidential election in a shocking victory few people predicted. What was often not acknowledged in Trump's heated race against the Democrat Hillary Clinton, however, was how her campaign fueled his rise to power. An email recently released by the whistleblowing organization WikiLeaks shows how the Clinton campaign and Democratic Party bear direct responsibility for propelling the bigoted billionaire to the White House. In its self-described Pied Piper strategy, the Clinton campaign proposed intentionally cultivating extreme right-wing presidential candidates, hoping to turn them into a new mainstream of the Republican Party in order to try and increase Clinton's chances of winning. The Clinton campaign and the Democratic National Committee called for using far-right candidates as a cudgel to move the more established candidates further to the right. Clinton's camp insisted that Trump and other extremists should be elevated to the leaders of the pack and media outlets should be told to take them seriously. That strategy backfired royally. On April 23, 2015, 2 weeks after Hillary Clinton officially declared her presidential campaign, her staff sent out a group of message with an information for a strategy call. The email included as an attachment a memo for the DNC discussion. The memo, which was addressed to the Democratic National Committee, outlined the strategy and goals a potential Hillary Clinton presidential campaign would have regarding the 2016 Republican presidential field. The document said, clearly most of what is contained in this memo is work that the DNC is already doing. This exercise is intended to put those ideas to paper. It continued. Our hope is that the goal of a potential Hillary Rodham Clinton campaign in the DNC would be one in the same, to make whomever the Republicans nominate unpalatable to a majority of the electorate. They thought that they were playing five-dimensional chess. They thought that the people would not actually like someone who is so fucking further down the extremist pipeline. Oh boy, were they fucking wrong. The memo articulated a three-point strategy. Point one called for forcing all Republican candidates to lock themselves into extreme conservative positions that will hurt them in the general election. Wrong. At the time, there were more than a dozen Republican presidential candidates. The variety of candidates is a positive here, the Clinton campaign said. Many of the lesser known can serve as a cudgel to move the more established candidates further to the right, the memo noted. In this scenario, we don't want to marginalize the more extreme candidates, but make them more Pied Piper candidates who actually represent the mainstream of the Republican Party, the Clinton campaign wrote. As examples of these Pied Piper candidates, the memo named Donald Trump as well as Senator Cruz and Ben Carson, the last remaining three. We need to be elevating the Pied Piper candidates so that they are leaders of the pack and tell the press to take them seriously, the Clinton campaign concluded. By the way, no collusion between the DNC and the Clinton campaign. Wrong. No collusion between the DNC and the Clinton campaign and the media. Wrong. This document was a part of tens of thousands of emails to and from John Podesta, the chair of Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign, which were released by WikiLeaks. Other messages published by the whistleblowing organization show how, while the Clinton camp was facilitating the rise of Trump, it was systematically undermining the campaign of Senator Bernie Sanders, Clinton's left-wing opponent. Leaked emails from the Democratic National Committee show that the organization, which is supposed to be bound by impartiality, sabotaged Sanders' insurgent presidential campaign, which had mobilized millions of people and inspired a massive grassroots movement. Sanders, a self-described democratic socialist, repeatedly warned in the primary that he would have a greater chance of defeating Trump. Poll after poll showed that he would have beaten Trump in the general election by wide margins. Instead, his candidacy was repressed, and now Clinton has lost to Trump. Which, by the way, Trump recognized that reality as well, routinely mentioned that as well in private. We have evidence of that as well. Trump and Clinton were the least popular major party presidential nominees in U.S. history, according to an August poll. An October report cited Sanders as the most popular political figure in the country, and that still remains to be the case. Now, you might say, Hasan, you're fucking crazy. Democratic Party would never do that. the Democratic Party would learn from its lessons if they did do that. The Democratic Party would hold itself accountable. Wrong again. They'd never happen. And not only did that not happen, but Nancy Pelosi is currently doing that at this very fucking moment. We looked at it the other day. A CBC article came out. Sanders a dumbass communist. Yes, that's right, baby. We're going to make fun of Rudy Giuliani in a little bit. Okay, I'm trying to figure out the Nancy Pelosi, the Nancy Pelosi thing right now. Hold on. Where the fuck is it? Where is the fucking article? God damn it. Where are all the article heads at, dude? Send me that fucking CBC link again. Oh, here it is. These Democrats are trying to help far-right Republicans win their primaries. Posted on not the last election cycle, but posted on June 23rd, 2022. The Democratic strategist calls this plan a dangerous game. During the Republican gubernatorial primary in Pennsylvania, a political ad ran against Doug Mastriano, accusing the state senator of wanting to outlaw abortion, of being one of Donald Trump's strongest supporters who led the fight to audit the 2020 election. However, the ad was not funded by any of the Republican opponents for Mastriano, often labeled a far-right conservative, but by the Democratic nominee for governor, Attorney General Josh Shapiro. What? According to some political observers, while it may sound like a typical negative political ad, it's actually not meant to hurt Mastriano's chances against his Republican rivals. Instead, it's meant to boost his profile and conservative credentials for the Republican Party base. It's apparently all a part of the Democratic strategy aiming to help those seen as extremist Republican candidates to secure the Republican Party's nomination, which Mastriano did win. So congratulations to the Democratic Party for getting this fucking psycho. Mastriano, for the record, is a complete psychopath. Okay? The dub. The hope for Democrats is that those extreme Republican candidates would be much easier for Democrats to beat in the November general election. But the strategy has raised some concerns about the effectiveness and whether it could have unintended consequences. This is the same as this. Make no mistake. Oh, dude. Libs are back at it again. You act like the strategy has never worked. It worked again. Aiken in MO. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for bringing this up, Faustini. Thank you. What a successful strategy this was, right? Because, Senator Claire McCaskill is, of course, once again, an incredibly... of course, Senator Claire McCaskill is still in the United States Senate. As you all know, Senator Claire McCaskill did this so successfully that she's still, of course, a prominent figurehead in the Democratic Party. Oh, no, that's right. She got her fucking shit pushed in. And then now all she does, that potato fuck, current Senator Claire McCaskill, is just on MSNBC chirping every fucking night about how the Democratic Party is far too fucking woke. That same Senator Claire McCaskill that literally continued with Donald Trump's immigration caravan narrative. That same Senator Claire McCaskill that voted in line with Donald Trump in many instances. Oh no, that's so crazy. Thank God current Senator Claire McCaskill is still in a position of power for that incredibly successful strategy that she had. Oh wait, that's not what happened. She got fucking owned by Josh Hawley. Is that really your fucking attitude here? You dumb bitch. Do you not recognize that when you're boosting the profiles of these sorts of people, you are dramatically normalizing these ideas? If the fucking Faustini, pull your head out of your dumbass liberal ass for one moment and think with all of your fucking anger towards the progressive wing of the Democratic Party. Think if like the fucking Bernie wing did this. How would you feel? You would literally advocate to execute them. You would literally advocate to murder them on the, you would be like, we need to go inside of the, we need to do a night of the long knives inside of the fucking DSA meetings. This is unacceptable. You would literally, if it came out that the leftist wings were actually playing a bargain like this, you would literally advocate to murder them, okay? You'd be like, every college campus YDSA chapter needs to be closed. Shut down immediately. Motherfuckers still talk about Susan Sarandon, bitch. They say Susan Sarandon is like the #1 enemy. Are you fucking kidding me? You really think that like if the leftist wing of the Democratic Party, which is like pretty much non-existent, were to try such a fucking failure of a strategy by pointing to the one instance where one of the least popular fucking Democratic senators was able to win one fucking election, as opposed to all the times when that has not fucking worked? You're crazy. Come on, dude. Come on. It is wild to me. It is wild to me that these fucking dickheads are able to use, they have so much money that they're getting every time they're like, oh my God, your fundamental rights are being taken from you. Please give me $15 so I can fund the fucking psychotic, insane, reactionary weirdos. The Dems in Illinois are using the same strategy. They're bankrolling far-right Darren Bailey, who has said that trans people are the moral rot that is destroying society and is fully anti-choice in all situations. A moderate candidate was the front runner until they started pumping money. This, when it fails, is far too risky of a strategy. Donald Trump is the perfect example of this. Yeah, here it is, dude. When the strategy fucking fails, it is far, far too risky of a strategy because now you have an even worse motherfucker in a position of power. That's crazy. How about you fucking run a normal strategy of saying, this is what I believe, this is what is good, and pumping that out. And here's how I'm going to achieve said goals. There's no coherent liberal agenda. We can't enact the policy the way Republicans do because that's authoritarianism. But we need to uphold the policies passed by authoritarians because that's democracy. And we have to vote for Democrats, but we can't expect them to do anything. Is pretty much the way that the fucking Democratic Party operates. That's just how it is. Innuendo Studios has an incredible take on this. They have great takes. So we have to vote for blue dogs to get a majority, but the blue dogs are why our majority can't accomplish anything, and we need to hold the White House for Supreme Court appointments, but if Republicans have a Senate majority, they won't let us appoint judges, and we have to respect the rulings made by courts. Republicans pack with stolen seats, and you can protest, but only in ways that don't put pressure on politicians whose job is to negotiate with the Republicans, whom we admit are authoritarians, but we can't make incremental progress, even though they are authoritarians and don't give a shit about that. Okay? But only if we hold all three branches of the government with supermajorities in both houses for at least 30 years, which is technically possible but has never happened in American history. Cool. This is the point where they say, oh, so you'd rather blank, and you spend the rest of the conversation explaining your position so they don't have to clarify theirs. It is contradictory to spend a lot of time fuming that Democrats aren't doing enough with a 50-50 split in the Senate and a tiny majority in the House, then get mad when they try to raise funds in order to win more seats in Congress. There you go. There are so many American liberals who are just as fucking brain broken as the Republican Party, just because they theoretically fall on the right side of the fucking moral spectrum doesn't mean that they have good ideas. Just because they constantly say, oh, politics is actually the art of what is possible, and what's possible is increasingly more difficult, does not change the underlying reality that we are creeping further and further away from a semblance of democracy, which never even existed and only existed in fucking theory, and we're going towards fascism as these Democrats are going to fucking civility our fucking rights away in its entirety. And they're doing it for free. You're such a fucking cuck that you're doing it for free. These Democrats don't give a shit about you. Why are you doing it for free? That's the question I have. Why are you doing this for free? Why are you defending the integrity and the honesty and the safety of the DNC? Why? They don't care about you. I guess maybe for Hutch, like, they don't have like a fucking bald guy initiative that the Republicans are trying to destroy. That, they're not trying to take away fucking civil liberties from like COD players who are bald. You know what I mean? So I guess that's the reason why he doesn't really care about it, or he has the privilege to be able to say, like, no, you guys don't understand, you simple fools. Like, it would be significantly worse if conservatives would be in power. It's like, yeah, I know. But even when the Democrats are in power, conservatives are still running the show. What the fuck? What the fuck? They aren't doing it for free. They get hot stock tips. And for the record, if memory serves correct, and I'm not entirely familiar with Claire McCaskill's strategy, but there's always differences between pumping up a Republican's bona fides versus doing fucking opposition research and attacking them. So Claire McCaskill, I don't think fucking ran on straight up talking about how Todd Aiken was a great Republican, and instead pushed for what do you call it? The legitimate rape shit. Aiken's message essentially stated that he was one of the most conservative members of Congress, had consistently voted against government spending and debt, and had opposed Wall Street bailout and federal stimulus and the rescue of the automobile companies, had voted no on Obamacare, and was a founding member of the Tea Party caucus. Aiken also promised to restore faith in God as the center of public life. Democrats think it'd be easier to beat a more controversial candidate in the general election, but if the strategy backfires on the party, they will have helped put election deniers and anti-abortion candidates in influential positions of the government. She talks more specifically about what she did in the 5-minute audio clip. White House just punted the abortion on federal lands idea. New. A White House official is downplaying the ideas of abortions on federal land, saying it's well-intentioned but could put women and doctors at risk of prosecution in states where abortion is banned. VP Harris said similar today, it's not right. It's not right now what we are discussing. Thanks. They spend, as always, they spend more time shitting on progressives that come up with like actual fucking patchwork solutions than literally implementing any of those patchwork solutions. They're basically saying, we have nothing for you. We have nothing. We don't just like do things, you fucking simpleton, you fool. They have shot down every fucking idea. The White House has shot down every fucking idea. If I'm that kind of lib, you have so much more problems than people like me. I'm for packing the court, stripping them of powers, etc. I'm not the enemy, man. Just saying that there are examples of it working. Biden and everyone else is asleep at the wheel. Biden and everyone else is asleep at the wheel because of the underlying fucking boot-sucking attitude that you have towards the Democratic Party, the Faustini. This is what you don't understand. It is people like you within the Democratic Party that constantly stand in front of progress. You say, well, that will make them less electable. Well, we shouldn't bully our Democratic legislators. Well, the Democrats are not the enemy here, okay? If the Democrats are asleep at the wheel, they are the enemy, okay? That's just the truth. If the Democrats are drunk driving and fell asleep at the wheel and you're in the fucking car, you need to wake them the fuck up. But I'm trying to wake them up, and you're over here being like, no, don't wake them up. They need to slumber. They're not the enemy. No, we're going to die. We're driving towards a fucking tree. GOP slightly edges Democrats on party switchers, study suggests. More than 1 million voters have switched to the GOP in Los Angeles or in California. Now that doesn't mean shit. Ultimately, California is like firmly fucking a Democrat, but I hate Republicans and neo-libs, but they're organized and they're all in agreement. Here on the left, we're too busy arguing over who's more leftist and whether or not Democratic socialists are on the same side as socialists and communists. We spend too much comparing dick size and nothing else gets done. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing. And also, it doesn't even fucking matter. Like the left is not, the left could be as united as possible, okay? And completely cast aside their marginal differences and sectarian infighting. And even then, they would not be able to achieve any of these fucking results because ultimately, the Democrats run the show. The Democrats run the show and use all of their institutional power to long dick the fucking left. They say it's not good for the general. They say these ideas are too extreme. They don't even try it. They don't even put it out there. They just stop it at every step of the fucking way. They use all of their momentum and all their fucking guile against the left. They never use a fraction of that against the right. When you ask them, they openly tell you. They say, we want a strong Republican Party. We want a real Republican Party. Why? It doesn't even match with what you're trying to do here. We are more organized local. Not even true DSA-backed candidates are winning. That's true, but the unfortunate reality is that, yes, you need a Bernie Sanders-style figure to lead a movement like this. You said that in the last 2 weeks of the 2012 primary, you spent more money to boost the Tea Party candidate Todd Akin than he spent on his entire primary campaign. What were you thinking as he spent millions of dollars to boost a conservative Republican running for Senate in Missouri? In my situation, there were 3 viable candidates. Todd Akin was kind of the weirdest one. I knew he might say some weird things if he were nominated, and so we had less money. So we took a poll, figured out what Republican voters would really like about him, and we spent millions of dollars promoting him by telling Missourians all the things that the Republican primary voters liked about him. But in the general election, independent voters didn't like about him. It was based on an assessment that he was, in your words, the weirdest candidate, and he might say some weird things. 4 years later, a candidate who said a lot of weird things was elected president. Yeah, the difference between Todd Akin and Donald Trump is that Donald Trump was more telegenic and more popular. And also, Hillary Clinton was really fucking unpopular. Donald Trump was unpopular too, but ultimately Hillary Clinton was even less popular. That's it. And also the Electoral College. And also Jim Comey's letter. And also Hillary Clinton just running a dogshit campaign. There are certainly risks, and it's certainly different than today than it was a decade ago. Yeah, I wonder why. Because they kept doing it, and Donald Trump became president. And let me point out the major difference. When Todd Akin said what I expected him to say, something that was off the wall in the general election, unlike today, the Republican leadership all came together and rejected him. We have watched the leadership in the Republican Party hide under their desk at the amazing, horrible things that Donald Trump would do. Yeah, because because that's the base. That's the base. And you're letting the base become more and more reactionary. You're playing a role in making the fucking base more and more reactionary. Okay? I think it depends on the district. If there's confidence that the voters in that district are going to reject extremism, then I think elevating them may be a smart strategy. But it's a big mistake to do that in a district where a Trump candidate has a good or better chance of getting elected more than a moderate one. Pennsylvania. Okay? Anyway, do you think the DSA and other parties should run candidates separately from the Democrats? No, of course not, dude. Are you fucking insane? Third party runs are just, you know, the best way to destroy a movement. Brother, the Democratic Party technically runs on our agenda. You understand that? The Democratic Party runs on our agenda. They claim they care about these things. They say, you know, they literally say healthcare is a right, not a privilege. That's it. That's the same position. We have the same position. The problem is they don't actually fucking follow through on it. So they're running on the shit that they fucking care about. And then in the primaries, which is a totally different demon than the general election, they also hype up the electability argument more than anything else, which is of course an Ouroboros. It's a tautology. Oh, who's more electable? The person we say is more electable. The person we say is more electable because we say he's more electable. Okay? So the primaries ended up with exit polls that showed the Democratic primary voters being like 84% in support of all of Bernie's policies while still simultaneously voting for fucking Joe Biden because the number one thing they cared about was electability. And guess what? Who was pushing that electability argument? The media. You got motherfuckers be like 84% support for Medicare for all. That's why I voted for Joe Biden. Like, what the fuck? But of course, lifelong Democrats look at electability and that's the end all be all of success. They don't think about, they have no ideological grounding. They have no like moral foundation for why they think certain candidates should win elections. They have no prescribed policy provisions. They don't care. So they operate exclusively on the basis of electability. And when you operate exclusively on the basis of electability, you're like, well, my candidate's successful. He got elected. You can't do anything if your candidate's not elected, which is true. And my candidate's getting elected because he's the most electable. Okay, well, that's what happens when you fucking anchor an entire movement or an entire party. If you anchor an entire movement or an entire party on you know who's electable, then yeah, when they get elected, they're not gonna do shit because that was it. That was their goal was to just make sure that Donald Trump doesn't fucking win. You ever notice some leftists simping for conservative politicians when they say something relatively leftist adjacent, mostly on Twitter? Yeah, there are a lot of fucking weirdos that do shit like that. I don't really care. A lot of them are like, what funded by Peter Thiel now? Who gives a fuck? They're dumbasses. And just because someone is a fucking leftist does not mean that they're going to automatically or magically be smart. Okay? Just because someone is a leftist doesn't mean that they are devoid of being a dumbass. And the best part about it is that, like, I don't like the Democrats. You guys know this. I don't hide it. I hate the Democratic Party. Why do I hate the Democratic Party? That's the question. I hate the Democratic Party because of its proximity, its closeness to the Republican Party. And I fucking despise the Republican Party. A lot of people hate the Democratic Party because they're cringe and lame and ineffective. And they want power. They want someone to win. They want their team to win. So they can easily swap positions and be like, well, the Republican Party is winning. They do fucking win. Win a lot of the times, right? And I think that's part of the reason why they just push for fucking Republicans. That's part of the reason why they're like, well, they said something populist. It's weird because, like, that same attitude, the reason why they fucking despise Democrats is because Democrats are cringe and they lie all the time. But then they never have that same level of skepticism for a fucking Republican who, of course, lies. Like when Ted Cruz says something like that's fundamentally, like that seems like pro-union, you know? And they're like, oh, base, Ted Cruz is even doing this. It's like, motherfucker, you think Ted Cruz is pro-union? Are you fucking stupid? Are you delusional? Do you have a hole in your brain? If there's one person that despises unions more than the fucking Democratic Party, it's Ted Cruz. It's just really stupid. The same people who want you to be scared of the far-right candidates want primary voters to choose them on June 28. What happens after that? If the plan backfires, Democrats can't exactly blame the electorate for choosing the candidates they're currently hyping. You know? Great. And if this strategy was actually successful, you'd see Republicans doing it. Because guess what? Republicans are better. Okay? Republicans are better than Democrats at winning elections. Republicans are better than Democrats at winning elections with less people that vote for them. Republicans are better at pushing their overall strategy, no matter how fucking insane it is. Right? So if the idea of like funding the most extremist candidate in the primaries so that you can easily defeat them in the elections, in the general election, was a successful strategy, the RNC would be doing it. They would literally be funding Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. They'd be funding Bernie Sanders. They would be funding Rashida Tlaib. You want to know why they don't do that? You want to know why they don't put money into that? Because they know that the more extremist position, the extremist position, supposedly, okay, especially on the Democratic Party and even on the Republican Party, is the one that is seen as an outsider's position, is the one that is closest to what the fucking people on the ground feel. That's why the RNC doesn't do this shit, and that's why the Democrats do it, because they're fucking stupid. The RNC's like, we're not going to fucking waste money to promote left-wing candidates that have an easier shot at defeating our fucking candidate. What are you, crazy? Get the fuck out of here. They know how to win better than we do on the Democratic Party, so, you know, there's that. Weird. Them see Republicans as work friends who they do not want to anger. It's so pathetic. Yeah. I think it all makes sense when you realize Democrats aren't trying to make Republicans more liberal. They're trying to make Democrats more conservative. Yeah, I mean, that's what their goal is in this two-party system, the Democratic Party's number one goal is for you to see the ad at the top of the hour. Okay? And my number one goal is to help you avoid those ads at the top of the hour. And you can avoid those ads by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Okay? By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. Or, if you're lucky, you can get gifted a sub. Don't say they're stupid or asleep. That lets them off the hook. That's true. Anyway. Psychos. Oh, let's look at the connection between abortion bans and
Many
slavery.
people are...
Hold on. I'm going to run this right now. But yeah. Omnipotent Toad 90. They give it the 5, get the subs. So what's the solution, man, is what people say, right? Question that I get in the chat. Let me tell you. Bully Democratic politicians. Organize where they live. Bully them. Frustrate them into action. Urge them into action at first if they are positive and if they're actually good and if they genuinely listen to you. If you truly believe that they are genuine and they're interested in like bettering your lives, then, you know, reach out to them and try to get them to do this. AOC is a great example of this, okay? Bully your Democratic politicians to actually taking action.
Are unaware of the connection between abortion bans and slavery. Abortion was legal in the U.S. before the Civil War, and most were done safely by midwives, many of whom were black women. But abortion laws applied differently for enslaved black women because they were considered property. Under the law, white enslavers often prohibited black women from having abortions. When slavery...
Which this changed, by the way, after obviously, the reason why they didn't want this to happen was because they saw them as property, and then it very quickly changed after black people were freed. So there is that too. Ironic. I wonder why. I wonder why they were like super, super pro sterilization of black people and indigenous people after they were freed, but they were like, oh no, you can't actually have an abortion when they saw every black person as property.
It was formally abolished after the Civil War, and black women gained more autonomy over their bodies. Some white doctors launched a campaign to criminalize abortions. They also did this because they viewed newly emancipated skilled black midwives as newfound competition in the medical field. These doctors degraded midwives. Pause to read an excerpt from this influential doctor.
The midwife is a relic of barbarism. In civilized countries, the midwife is wrong, has always been wrong. The midwife has been a drag on the progress and the science and the art of obstetrics. Oh, that's the main group of doctors, by the way. Her existence stunts the one and degrades the other. For many centuries, she perverted obstetrics from obtaining any standing at all among the science of medicine.
The American Medical Association even barred black people from membership. One of the most prominent supporters of abortion bans was Anthony Comstock, a racist, sexist, and anti-Semite who leveraged his power to pass the Comstock laws, which outlawed birth control. By 1910, abortion was banned nationwide. Many people are unaware of the connection between
Do you have an accent you feel could be improved? Almost all of them. You always have to be improving, brother. That's how it works. Stay improving. All right. Let's talk about abortion on federal lands, a policy that, unfortunately, just got fucking nuked by the Biden administration because they're a bunch of feckless cowards who don't care about anything other than fundraising off of how cruel Republicans are. And, of course, they don't have that, so that's not going to happen. So I've often talked about let's cover how the GOP ended up hating abortion. Republicans and their base used to be more supportive of abortion rights than Democrats. Now they're pushing abortion restrictions in states like Texas, Alabama, and Missouri in an aim to overturn Roe v. Wade. Why did the GOP turn its back on abortion rights, and what does Ronald Reagan, Obama, and gerrymandering have to do with it all? And then after that, I want to talk about the Federalist Society, because the Federalist Society is like one of the more important actors in this situation that has absolutely fucking eviscerated. I mean, they are the court packers. Whenever Republicans talk about like activist judges that are court packing, Democrats are court packing. They have activist judges. They're talking literally. It's just projection. There is no Democratic equivalent to the Federalist Society, and we will talk about the Federalist Society in a little bit.
Abortion. The country is witnessing an unprecedented wave of abortion.
Al Jazeera, man, Qatari News Network, dude. Yo, dude, Cal Coomingham is the most annoying anarchist in the chat, and I'm almost certain that there's something wrong with them. Like, they literally come in and say some of the weirdest shit. Bro, just look, see, and then he goes, Federalist Society are demon lords from hell. It's just so strange, bro. Like, please just stop.
Restrictions.
Just watch.
But this anti-abortion rights platform didn't pop up suddenly. The GOP has had to be patient, strategic, and aggressive in their tactics.
There's really nothing Brandon could do. This is so sad.
And occasionally say things like this.
That's not true.
I've noticed that everybody that is for abortion has already been born.
Wow, thanks for that groundbreaking insight, Mr. President. I'm going to break down why the GOP embraced abortion as a core policy and how we ended up with so many abortion restrictions. First, it may come as a surprise, but the GOP and their supporters weren't always against abortion rights. 3 years after Roe v. Wade, a landmark Supreme Court case that made abortion legal in the United States was decided, public opinion polls actually showed that, on average, Republican voters supported abortion rights more than Democrats.
Well, historically, neither party was really pro-choice or pro-life, and there were politicians in either party who could be found in each camp. So there were lots of Catholic pro-life Democrats, like presidential candidate Joe Biden at one time opposed abortion.
Republican First Lady Betty Ford called Roe v. Wade a great decision. And Republican Vice President Nelson Rockefeller had campaigned for abortion rights in New York. Even the chair of the Republican National Committee was pro-abortion rights. Despite this, in the mid-70s, something started to happen in the GOP.
3 or 4 years after Roe v. Wade was passed, the GOP was definitely moving toward a more anti-abortion position. So the GOP Republican platform in 1976, for example, had some language about supporting the efforts of people who wanted to ban abortion through a constitutional amendment.
Abortion really started becoming a core issue for the GOP when this guy got into office.
Is an unborn child a human being? I happen to believe it is.
This motherfucker saw how much the moral majority, the conservative moral majority foundation, and like Paul Weyrich and all those other guys were able to activate the evangelical base, and was like, shit, that's a constituency I care about. That's it. That's the only reason. That's why this Hollywood actor motherfucker whose wife is most famous for dick sucking was like, oh yeah, I'm actually anti-abortion now, which he wasn't before. Okay? Straight up, can you imagine? You got a Hollywood actor whose wife is literally famous for being the fucking throat goat, turning around and going from like being pro-abortion to anti-abortion over the course of like a few years. How did that happen? What's going on? How did that happen? I wonder how that happened. They saw that this was a viable constituency that was super, super active.
It really changed in 1980. In part, that was because Ronald Reagan was the first candidate to really make abortion a major issue. He was trying to capitalize on something that I think Richard Nixon had identified earlier in the 70s, which was that there were lots of traditionally Democratic voters. These were often Catholics or evangelical Protestants who were blue collar, may have been part of a union, generally voted for Democrats because they thought the Democrats fought for the little guy. And Reagan thought that those voters could be peeled off if people in the GOP appealed to their views on issues like abortion.
Fortunately for Reagan, his presidency coincided with another movement gaining momentum.
This was also significantly the time when the religious right was mobilizing, so you began to see groups like the Moral Majority trying to bring evangelical Protestants into politics in a way that really hadn't been true before. So the GOP thought it would be important to present itself as the GOP put it, as the party of life.
The GOP's appeal to social conservatives like conservative Catholics and evangelicals kept growing, and both the party's leadership and base began to change. By 2009, only 12% of self-identifying Republicans supported abortion in all circumstances. Now, all the new abortion restrictions passed in 2019 are actually the outcome of a legal fight that intensified during the Obama presidency,
I'll be back.
Specifically the 2010 state legislature elections. In 2010, 2 years after Obama became president, over 1,000 state Senate seats and almost 5,000 state House seats were up for re-election.
2010 was a huge Republican wave year, and a lot of that could have been predicted in advance. Simply put, a lot of Democrats were under the belief that because they'd elected Barack Obama in 2008, maybe they didn't have to show up at the polls in 2010.
The GOP was victorious. In fact, they did so well, they literally made history. The sweep gave Republicans their largest number of seats since the Great Depression. They flipped 20 chambers. That means either a state's House or a state's Senate went from blue to red. By the end of election night, they had seized control of the entire legislature, so both a state's House and a state's Senate in 25 states. One state they gained full control over was Alabama.
I would actually trace this back to 2008, when Democrats had a huge year, elected Barack Obama president, and took over the U.S. Senate, the U.S. House. A lot of people thought that the Democrats in this country were going to ride a wave of changing American demographics to become the majority party here for a generation to come. And it didn't exactly turn out that way, did it? This is because Republicans realized that the 2010 elections could be much more consequential, even historic.
Why historic? Because the year that the state legislative elections took place was the same year that the census was undertaken. Once every 10 years after the latest census, states redraw the boundaries of their legislative districts. And that's a big deal. In 2010, political strategist Karl Rove wrote an op-ed that was subtitled, "He Who Controls Redistricting."
Bro, these motherfuckers literally have done everything. This is what you do when you want to win. That's it. And when one side wants to win and the other side unironically wants to lose, Democrats love losing because when they're losing, they don't have to actually offend the real masters that they serve, their corporate benefactors. Okay? It works perfectly for them. One side wants to win and basically dismantle every power that the federal government has, completely turn Congress into just a lifeless, neutered institution, and sidestep Congress through state legislatures and also the court system that codifies every single thing that states want to do. You arrive at this fucking reality.
Redistricting can control Congress. And guess who controls redistricting in most states? State legislatures.
What the Republicans understood was that control of state legislatures, these most important chambers in a state as far as a state house, a state senate, the most local level of representation, is important because those people also draw the congressional lines in this country. Republicans thought all of this through. None of this was by accident. They realized that these changing American demographics left them with the potential of being locked out of power around the country for a long time to come. And they saw the opportunity that redistricting presented for them.
Of course, gerrymandering, meaning to draw boundaries in a way that favors a specific party, has been occurring since like the early 19th century, and both Democrats and Republicans are guilty of it. But after Republicans swept the 2010 elections, they were in prime position to readjust the boundaries to favor the GOP.
Republicans thought about redistricting in 2010 in terms of seats at the table. And what they wanted to do was control every single one of those seats. Ordinarily, if you control the state house, the state senate, or the governor's office, you have a seat at the table. You are inside the room when these maps are being drawn. What Republicans did was they took control of every single seat and they locked the Democrats outside of the room. Democrats didn't see this coming because this wasn't the way it had worked in the past. They had almost always controlled one of those branches, so they never had to worry about being completely on the outside. Republicans changed the very...
That's crazy, bro. Almost like every single thing I've been talking about, has been incredibly effective. Incredibly effective for the Republican Party.
Paradigm. They shifted the entire way folks think about.
By the way, when you control the Supreme Court, you can unlock the states' rights argument, which is an inherently white supremacist one, obviously. This notion that, like, states' rights is important is a fucking silly one. It's the same exact principle as, like, freedom of speech. Freedom of speech only applies to fucking hate speech, never to, like, actual political dissidents of the government. Those guys will kill, or those guys we will literally fucking jail. Doesn't matter. It's the exact same principle. Like, states' rights is only for white supremacist shit, okay? You don't have states' rights when it comes to, like, gun control, right? I mean, obviously, look at the Supreme Court decision the same week that they did states' rights for... the same week that they said states' rights for banning abortion, no states' rights for fucking gun regulation, right? It just doesn't fucking matter. If it's a reactionary policy... They will absolutely yeet any kind of fucking provision that a state has put forward.
Redistricting. And as a result, our politics has not been the same ever since.
And that's where you start drawing a connection between gerrymandering and abortion laws.
There's a straight line between gerrymandering and these extreme abortion bills. Like, just look at a state like Georgia, for example. So Georgia had a statewide election in 2018 for governor, and it was extraordinarily close. There were only 55,000 votes separating the Democrat and the Republican. So you would, safely look at this and say, this is a pretty competitive.
Man, that's real suspicious. There are only 55,000 votes between Stacey Abrams, who sucks too, but like whatever, and Brian Kemp. Who was the Secretary of State that, like, had control over purging voter rolls and stuff? I wonder. I wonder who. Oh yeah, that's right. It was Stacey Abrams' opponent that literally personally had full control over who gets to be able to vote and stuff, closing polling stations and things like that. That's true. That's how it worked. That's not a conflict of interest, you know?
Competitive and equally divided state. The trouble is, it's not that equally divided.
Georgia Republicans outnumber Democrats by 30 seats in the state House and 14 seats in the state Senate.
So there was a poll taken by the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, and it found that 70% of the state backed Roe versus Wade. They did not
70% in Georgia backs Roe v. Wade. 70%.
Want to see any legislation in Georgia that would undo the abortion protections guaranteed by Roe versus Wade. But Georgia's legislature advanced those restrictions anyway. They didn't have to worry about this. And gerrymandering is one of the reasons why.
Republicans now had the power to take the next step in their abortion fight, restrict abortion access itself. Between 2011 and 2016, states enacted over 300 restrictions on abortions, which accounted for 30% of all abortion restrictions since Roe v. Wade. Just look at this graph showing the number of abortion restrictions enacted per year. Look at the year Roe v. Wade was decided, and then look how the number spikes in 2011, the year after Republicans swept the state legislatures.
So in 2010, you saw the mobilization in the United States of what was called the Tea Party movement. Tea Party Republicans were almost uniformly very strongly opposed to abortions, and they took over tons.
Remember, they're libertarians. They're libertarians who oppose. They're libertarians who oppose abortion. It's like there's nothing dumber than this, except, of course, they're libertarians. So obviously, like, their entire worldview is so idiotic. I mean, they're also pro-cop. What a contradiction. I'm a libertarian because I want less government, which is why I think the government should deny women a medical procedure. I'm going to be honest. It's probably because they just want more kids around. You know what I mean? Let's be real. It's most likely because they want more kids around. That's true. Less abortions means more kids. More kids means more, kids that they can touch. That's what libertarians are going for.
Of state legislatures after 2010, and then passed really an unprecedented number of abortion restrictions after they took office.
God bless America.
While states were not directly challenging the legality of abortion, they made it harder for many people to get one.
Well, so there are a lot of different strategies that they've used. You see one strategy unfolding in Missouri right now, where there's only one remaining clinic that the state is
trap laws and numerous other ways that they already had like functionally made abortion almost illegal in the fucking state was not enough, that they had to go the extra mile and just like basically allow states to criminalize it. It is truly wild. That's why I always say it's like bad manners. Like what they're doing right now is just a flex at this point. You understand? Like, they already were in red states making it almost impossible to get a fucking abortion, but it wasn't enough. They had to literally, personally push for the extra mile instead of using it as a carrot to dangle. What? You touch kids? No, man. I just touch your mom. Okay, consensually, of course, a concept that is unfamiliar to you probably, and therefore, maybe I've touched the heart of children by educating them after having sexual intercourse with their moms. Also, you're grounded. My mom unironically thinks you're a handsome dude. That's great. Wonderful.
Likely to no longer license, which would mean there would be no abortion clinics in the state of Missouri. Another strategy would be to sort of put barriers in the place of women who are seeking abortions, like waiting periods, or laws denying funding for abortion, or other things that would make either abortion more unpleasant to get or more inconvenient to get.
According to a Bloomberg analysis, clinics that provide abortions have been closing at a record pace. Between 2011 and 2016, 162 clinics closed nationwide, while only 21 opened. So, as the GOP severely restricts access to abortion, segments of the anti-abortion rights movement see their final goal, overturning Roe v. Wade, within arm's reach. mainly because the Supreme Court now has a conservative majority. However, the anti-abortion rights movement might be too optimistic. In May 2019, the Supreme Court blocked Indiana's request to reinstate a ban on abortions based on disability, gender, or race. It may be a sign that the court is not eager to fully dismantle Roe v. Wade yet. But even if the Supreme Court decides not to hear challenges to Roe v. Wade, there's no sign that the GOP intends to slow down erosion of abortion access. And there's no sign that the traditionally Libertarian Party has any plans of breaking up with its anti-abortion rights base.
Anyway, yeah, I am a typical draconian stepfather. Exactly. Some of you motherfuckers need that. Okay, so let's talk about one of the reasons why this happened. Okay, because a lot of you are wondering probably, how the fuck did this happen? Well, let me tell you, the Federalist Society. Okay, these motherfuckers have been operating openly since 1982, and they have been very successful. Here's how they got to power.
You put the wrong justices on the Supreme Court, and this country will never, ever be the same. We have to pick one that's going to be there for 40 years. From one of the 20 judges on my list who will uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Leonard Leo is the executive vice president of the Federalist Society. He advises President Trump on judicial.
Can you talk about organizing instead? Not really. It's pretty out in the open. Can you talk about organizing instead, logical kitty? Motherfucker, I already do that all the time. Why can't there be an educational component to this? Like, what the fuck do you mean? People need to understand what they're fighting against. People need to understand the structural hurdles that are designed for many, many fucking years before they can figure out exactly who to target, exactly who to fucking attack, exactly what to do.
Nominations.
The Federalist Society is about results. They see judges, along with the Republican Party, as pathways to power.
You don't mess around.
It's just like the same people chirping about a general strike over and over again on fucking Twitter without like any understanding of what it takes to do a general strike. People think a general strike is when you fucking post on the internet that you're going to do a general strike. It's so fucking silly. I've talked about this so many goddamn times. I've had the fucking actual, like, you know, union writers, labor reporters, labor writers, union organizers. I've talked to them and have had them on the stream to describe to you how laughable of a fucking concept that is. Especially without actual unions pushing for a general strike. People think organizing happens in this like fractured, alienated fucking society over the internet. And that's so silly. Organizing doesn't happen on social media like that. If you want to actually do a strike, you need financial power behind it. You need strike funds. You need money. You need organizing. You need collective bargaining. You need to have your strike have like a genuine goal that you previously fucking decided democratically on. You can't just say general strike and then like, run with it. Not how it works.
With judges. You get them confirmed quickly.
If you've got a group that's been insourced into the White House to decide who the next Supreme Court nominee is, you ought to have some clarity as to who's funding that group and who's getting to make that call.
I was here long before
the audio
this
is so bad.
And I will be doing what I'm doing, God willing, long after.
Actions speak louder than word, Uncle Dirty. Yes. Yeah, bro, that's why you do the action of a general strike.
We are going to make America great again.
In early 2016, Donald Trump seemed unstoppable. Republican leaders were nervous. And then they lost a conservative icon.
Please join us and the candidates on our stage in a moment of silence for Justice Antonin Scalia.
The death of Antonin Scalia left the future of the Supreme Court in the balance, and Trump's challengers saw an opening.
And the next president of the United States has to be someone that you can trust and believe in to appoint someone just as good as Scalia, plus there may be at least 2 other vacancies. So you ask Mr. Trump to respond and say that he would, and he says that he would, but the bottom line is if you look at his record over the last 25 or 30 years, on issue after issue, he has not been on our side.
So what did you think about the debate? How'd you do?
The Trump campaign needed to win over skeptical conservatives, and they knew who to call.
I received a phone call from a Federalist Society member. His name is Don McGahn, and at the time he was the general counsel of the Trump campaign. And he asked if I would be interested in visiting with the candidate. And of course, the rest is well known.
And what we did, and I just have it, we just took a list of judges, and I thought what I would do is put this forward, and this would be the list that I would either choose from or pick people very close in terms of the spirit and the meaning of what they represent.
So smart.
I came up with a list. The Federalist Society was very much involved.
As vice president of the Federalist Society, Leonard Leo had spent years patiently working to push the country's courts to the right. In Trump, he saw a chance to accelerate that project.
The Federalist Society makes a calculation, which is if we can lure otherwise never Trumpers into the electoral fold, have them help us get Trump elected, that opens up avenues for us to shape the courts for decades to come.
Months ago, as a candidate, I publicly presented a list and pledged to make my choice from among that list. I am a man of my word.
To understand the success of Leonard Leo is to understand how power works in Washington.
The arc of Leonard Leo's career mirrors the rise of the conservative legal movement. Publicly, he's known as one of the leaders of the Federalist Society as it rises in influence and power within Washington, as a networking organization that also serves as an incubator for conservative ideas.
There's no secrets at the Federalist Society. Everything we do is completely transparent. And it's awfully hard to keep a secret at an organization that's got 2,000 people sitting in a ballroom at a conference. So we don't have any secrets.
After years of neglect, the Constitution...
Another less visible aspect of his rise has been his activism outside the Federalist Society. Over nearly 2 decades, Leo and his allies created a network of nonprofits that have raised hundreds of millions of dollars to support campaigns in favor of conservative judicial nominees.
Their aim really was to spread the message that conservative judges need to retake the third branch of government.
In public and behind the scenes, Leo is advancing an agenda many decades in the making. The conservative legal movement has changed America's courts, and it's changing the idea that government should play a central role in American life, an idea that stretches back to the 1930s.
I pledge myself to a New Deal for the American
During the New Deal, the Supreme Court...
It's so funny that, like, even you motherfuckers like Chief Justice John Roberts, a conservative, will be like, oh, man, this is not a political body. I hate that, like, this institution is not supposed to be a political body. Which is, by the way, one thing that the founders were 100%... One thing that the founders 100% agreed on was the reality that the Supreme Court is not supposed to be a political body. That's the reason why they have lifelong appointments, right? Except they were wrong on a lot of shit, and they were wrong on how that would play out. But also, you still have fucking dick riders like John Roberts being like, oh, it's not supposed to be political. It's like, motherfucker, you were literally a part of the Federalist Society. Every single conservative Supreme Court justice is either a current or prior member of the Federalist Society. And every single one.
It really expands Congress's power to intervene in the social and economic spheres of American life. The idea that the government can tell corporations, what they could and could not do, that was already seen as an affront to libertarian conservatives.
Larry Goldwater has received the
It is the cause of republicanism to resist concentrations of power.
Conservative anger deepened as the Supreme Court expanded the rights of women and minorities and placed new limits on public displays of religion.
And if the Supreme Court rules in the Mississippi cases that there must be desegregation right now.
Can the state participate in the religious training of our youth? To what extent?
Good evening. In a landmark ruling, the Supreme Court today legalized abortions.
What we are weeping about is the mentality which is now in America. How did this happen? But we have a mentality in America which is anti-life and anti-family and anti-God.
So those decisions really mobilized evangelical conservatives. Libertarian conservatives had already been up in arms since the New Deal and gave them a common enemy, which at that time was the Supreme Court and more broadly, the federal government.
A counter-revolution was brewing, and soon it found a leader.
Dude, imagine being against the New Deal. Like wild. Motherfuckers were like, bro, you uplifted America too much, okay? Like, that's crazy. Even the staunchest liberals are like, nah, that was good. Nah, pretty good. Can we do that again? No, of course not. That would be crazy. But, like, it was good. Those people do deserve their horrifying circumstances, honestly. Like, they do deserve the boot that they suck.
Leadership that I envision in Washington, if I should have enough of your support, would be to take the lead in getting government off the backs of the people of the United States and turning you loose to do what you can do so well.
It was a heady time for young conservatives, but at their elite law schools, they still felt like outsiders.
When I went to law school, we realized that the dominant thought was very much a liberal view of the law. And so as a conservative, you really felt like you were either in the minority or should be quiet and not really speak up.
At Yale, Harvard, and the University of Chicago, conservative students began to organize.
Our first idea was, I'll bet there are students that think like this in other law schools.
At this exact same time when like the Federalist Society was being built, not at the exact same time, maybe like 10 years, 20 years prior, neoliberalism was also taking root in a lot of these universities in America, organizing effectively at the student level in an identical capacity. Straight up, the exact same shit that they did with the Federalist Society, they did with like the economists as well. They were like, oh man, there's too many Keynesians that believe that like the New Deal is good. What we must do is do everything in our power to undermine this attitude. And of course, because it aligned with the interests of capital owners, they were able to gain a lot of prominence.
And it'd be interesting to invite conservative law professors to come together and hold a conference.
In 1982, the Federalist Society was born.
By the way,
the group spread quickly to other campuses.
One thing I gotta mention. Remember the Frankfurt School and how like Nazis always use like cultural Bolshevism, or rather now Republicans use like, they say like the Frankfurt School. Again, another case for projection. Sure, Frankfurt School exists, except every single campus-wide attitude that is slanted towards liberalism or socialism is unironically cultivated through grassroots means. Every single one. It's just people who are like-minded and have an empathetic worldview coming together. As opposed to every single one of these conservative organizations that were built as a reactionary counter to said momentum on college campuses were funded by capitalists. They have millions of dollars and they were able to pump fucking boatloads of funds into shit like the Federalist Society, into all of these fucking campus organizations, specifically with the interest of undermining even the theoretical approach to democracy. So remember that. So understand that, like, why is there no effective counter to this? Why is there no socialist counter to this? Why is there no liberal counter to this? Well, it's because, well, one, liberals suck, okay? They just suck ass. They are awful. But the reason why there's no effective counter to this is because we take it for granted. We allow people with empathetic approaches to the world and having an empathetic worldview to just continue having those attitudes, and we take that attitude for granted. We take the empathy of the youth for granted. And more importantly than that, though, there is no consolidation of wealth that can very easily direct all of it to this kind of organization growing in college campuses for socialism. Every instance of socialism has to be defended and protected by grassroots momentum and grassroots mobilization, which is already incredibly difficult. And it needs to be funded by average, everyday Joes. Okay, why don't you fund it then? Should be enough. Yes, dude. I can undermine capitalism with my level of wealth. You are so correct. That's, of course, you must be 12, I think, right? I can undermine the Federalist Society that is backed by multi-billionaires since 1982 just on my own, dude. Thank you.
And its founders caught the eye of President Reagan's Attorney General.
I, Edwin Meese III, do solemnly swear.
They had graduated from law school by that time and were looking for jobs, and so I was able to recruit them to work with me in the Justice Department.
Edwin Meese saw these young lawyers as the vanguard of a new conservative approach to the law.
Being an originalist means being a lawyer or a judge who is faithful to the Constitution itself, who applies it as it actually reads.
Robert Bork was the kind of judge Meese had in mind. In 1987, Reagan nominated him to the Supreme Court.
If a judge abandons intention as his guide, there is no law available to him, and he begins to legislate a social agenda for the American people.
The Bork hearings were a new front in a familiar cultural struggle, and conservatives were still losing.
In Robert Bork's America, there is no room at the inn for blacks, and no place in the Constitution for women. And in our America, there should be no seat on the Supreme Court for Robert Bork.
The Bork nomination becomes sort of a catalyzing moment for the conservatives. We need to change other institutions. We need to create a counter media. We need to create a counter elite that makes things like originalism, conservative.
Chatters will see all of this like 100-year fucking project that is also aligned with the multiple 100-year project of capitalism and building a capitalist society, and still go, hey, you as a singular individual, come on, get us out of this. While I'm in the process of describing how difficult it is to do organizing, because organizing on the left means true, genuine grassroots momentum. Like, I'm in the process of describing to you how difficult and how many fucking years it takes to make the country move further to the right, which is not even upending the pre-established, preordained hierarchies that exist under capitalism. So those guys are actually not even working against the current, but they're working with the current too. So there's that part of the problem as well. They're working with the current, and it's still fucking difficult to get to this point. And it still takes 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. No individual can solve systemic issues. That is not a real thing.
Legal thought acceptable and more mainstream. Because for ideas to have consequences, there was a recognition that you needed the right people with access to positions of power. And that's where Leo comes in.
Good afternoon.
My name is Leonard Leo, and I am National Lawyers Division Director of the Federalist Society.
Leonard Leo joined the Federalist Society in 1991. A master networker, he also understood the ways of Washington.
But the idea was really to create a pipeline that started in law school and then glided into the legal profession by building a network or infrastructure of people around the country who could influence the major power centers of our legal culture.
Republicans were primed to take who got appointed to the courts politically seriously long before Democrats were, because Democrat interests were winning, and they have built a very significant infrastructure as a result, and we've been caught napping for a long time.
The Federalist Society is in this for the long run.
We get it, your petite bourgeoisie. Yes, that's why I'm in support of all of these things, all of these initiatives that actually work for me, or all the worst ones that don't even impact me in any meaningful capacity. You're right. That's why I don't spend all my time trying to fucking organize as best as possible. That's why I don't try to do everything I can to, at the very least, do what I do best, which is agitated propaganda. You're right. Thank you for destroying me personally.
Run. Since 1982, they have gone about collecting names aggressively, waiting for times when Republican presidents come into office so that they can work in partnership with Republican administrations to choose judges.
I do think we're not a lobbying organization. We are not an advocacy organization. The emphasis and the focus is on ideas, and the political results that people see happening are not things we're doing, although they are, they're byproducts in the sense that you get people together who care about ideas.
In his early years, Leo's largely working as an executive of the Federalist Society, but he comes into his own during the Bush years, just as the Federalist Society is rising in stature.
As soon as he took office, President George W. Bush focused his energy on the federal courts.
George W. Bush very much sold himself as a movement conservative. And so because of that, he's able to tap into what is now a more mature Federal Society organization with a bigger.
To be fair, George W. Bush originally was not, or George W. Bush made the mistake of originally putting forward another Supreme Court justice pick. And famously, the Federalist Society was like, no. That's when they truly showed their power. Like, that's when basically the Federalist Society decided, now is our time to strike. Now we can actually openly fucking dictate what happens.
Bigger farm team.
I'm pleased to welcome my judicial nominees to the White House. A federal judge holds a position of great influence and respect and can hold it for a lifetime.
But his most conservative nominees were blocked by Senate Democrats.
There's a realization in the administration that they need to get tougher and harness the power of outside groups, some of which Leo has helped conceive of, to fight back and to push through these nominees with tougher tactics.
The Washington Post has obtained previously unpublished emails from the Bush White House.
And this is the BH group. Oh yeah, here it is, Sean. Leonard Leo will probably know.
They show Leo's office was helping coordinate all outside coalition activity on judicial nominations and working closely with Brett Kavanaugh, then a legal advisor to the president.
As a political operative, Leo had some crucial talents. He had great contacts into the world of wealthy conservative donors, and he knew how to raise money.
When the White House needed someone to help pay for...
Man, that's crazy. It almost feels like there's no democratic equivalent to this, or rather, there's no fucking socialist equivalent to this, because you don't have socialist billionaires. That's not going to happen. You don't have socialist business owners. You don't have socialist people in positions of power under a capitalist system. That's why for every 100 fucking multiple millionaire Republican commentators and liberal commentators, you have like a fucking handful of financially successful leftist ones. I wonder how that happened. Look at this. What about you? Oh my God. I'm literally going to video game myself. I'm going to video game myself. I'm going to video game myself. Holy fuck. 22-month subscriber. It has to be. This has to be a joke. Kidding. I love you. Oh my God. Please. For the record, that is not because the reason why that frustrates me so much is because that is not that's not a gotcha that frustrates me. I know that some idiots will think like, oh, he got you and that's why you're frustrated. No. That is inherently a reactionary attitude that like one singular individual could fucking undermine all of the structures. So you ultimately are saying, I've been in here for 22 months and I'm still a fucking dumbass. If that is what you're truly saying. And that's what hurts my fucking very soul. Especially because you know a lot of people. Yes, Paisley's correct. You know so many motherfuckers who literally think that. What? Oh, this guy's back. Account created and also followed in the same fucking day. We get it. You're petite bourgeois. You might not be an opportunist, but you have your own means of production, your brand. Sorry, currently mobile. So how are you in the working class? Okay. I am not going to go down the same fucking rabbit hole again and again and again and again as I always have. Okay. Every single time dumbasses come in here and derail the stream, we have a larger, more important interest here. Okay, we did this yesterday. I hate it. I don't want to talk about this again. It's just it's just
press conference on behalf of a stalled judicial nominee. An administration official suggested.
Watch the VOD from yesterday, okay? If you want to understand that.
Leonard Leo will know. We probably don't want the Fed SOC paying for it, but he might know some generous donor.
During those early Bush years, Leo became really adept at working with this network to cultivate allies and shape public opinion.
Like, motherfucker, who do you think you're watching currently? Like, on your camera, who do you think you're watching? Do you think I am actually a employee that was employed by a boss that decided, you know, let's just put this guy on air for 8 hours? What do you think I'm doing currently? Fuck, I can't. I hate it. It's so stupid. Let's just
through ads and other campaigns.
In 2005, a group of activists working with Leo launched the nonprofit Judicial Confirmation Network, or JCN, with funding from a small group of anonymous donors.
Judge Alito is one of the most accomplished.
When President Bush nominated
HasanAbi is not in the working class. Shut the fuck up. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm rich, dude. I'm bourgeois. I don't care.
It's Samuel Alito and John.
And I get richer at the top of the hour every fucking hour, okay? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break, okay? And it's a contractual obligation that my bosses have decided I need to engage with, okay? No matter how much I negotiate, ultimately, they still have a say. I've been able to negotiate that down to 60 seconds. Way lower ad density than any other fucking channel on this platform, especially at the top. Having said that, though, you can also avoid those ads by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Twitch Prime is free as long as you have someone else's Amazon account or your own Amazon Prime account that you connect to your Twitch Prime account. Or if you're lucky, if you're a good chatter, maybe you'll get gifted a sub. But not everyone is lucky, so you can make your own luck by using a Twitch Prime for free, like I said. Here is the 1-minute ad break now. Bomber jacket has to be an XXL. Holy shit, it is. It's Prime Gaming now, not Twitch Prime. That stunlock has been ongoing for years at this point. You've been a capitalist pig since you lived in your kitchen of your dorm. Hasan, let's be real. Yes, always. Bro, why did you block why did you ban this guy? He said, that's cap. I've been a sub to XQC for years, and I've never seen him run an ad. That's a joke. You know that, right? Oh, it's FOSSA that timed him out. Oh, it's FOSSA because the XQC is still tagged as a drama farmer tag, which is good. We should keep it that way. Don't say XQC in the chat. You're gonna get fucking
Roberts in 2005 and 2006 to join the Supreme Court.
Dumbasses.
JCN and other groups in this outside coalition spent $15 million in a campaign to support them. Although these campaigns were coordinated from Washington, they often had a very...
I love how fucking stupid. I love how stupid this chat is. All of you. And I'm willing to bet, like, there's like long-term fucking community subs in here that are engaging in it too.
Very local feel.
You know who they are. The folks who sue towns for putting up nativity scenes and menorahs. Who tell little girls in the first grade.
Wait, hold on. I got to run this back. I'm sorry, because I didn't pay attention to anything.
In 2005, a group of activists working with Leo launched the nonprofit Judicial Confirmation Network, or JCN, with funding from a small group of anonymous donors.
Judge Alito is one of the most accomplished.
When President Bush nominates Samuel Alito and John Roberts in 2005 and 2006 to join the Supreme Court, JCN and other groups in this outside coalition spent $15 million in a campaign to support them. Although these campaigns were coordinated from Washington, they often had a very local feel.
You know who they are. The folks who sue towns for putting up nativity scenes and menorahs. Who tell little girls in the first grade that they can draw pictures of our Savior, Jesus Christ, for class projects. Now, these extremist groups want our senators to vote against Judge Alito for the United States Supreme Court.
When I was working on the Hill, we would see these sort of attack campaigns. And so that was sort of the beginning of a tremendous, I think, investment that began by the far right to pressure the nominations process to try to put judges on the bench who would achieve political objectives.
John Roberts and Samuel Alito would take their places on the court, joining Federalist Society members Clarence Thomas and Antonin Scalia. At the group's 25th anniversary gala, Scalia gave a triumphal toast.
We thought we were just planting a wildflower among the weeds of academic liberalism, and it turned out to be an oak.
Their power is only manifested during times when Republicans are president.
Has voted to confirm Judge Sonia
When
Sotomayor.
Obama or Clinton were in office, they faded very much into the background. That doesn't mean they stop working.
For years, the conservative legal movement had been working to weaken campaign finance regulations with the support of corporations.
We said, let's apply that principle that a corporation is an individual or a person, just a corporate person, and apply it to the principle of speech, that they can have speech rights, spend their money to advocate certain positions.
In 2010, the Supreme Court agreed in a decision that would transform American politics.
The Supreme Court has ruled 5-4 today to allow corporations to spend money to pay for TV ads.
Connect the dots. Republicans are the party of the corporations.
Bro, Sheldon Whitehouse, like, for all the shit talking I do for the Democratic Party, this motherfucker has been a hawk upon the judiciary since like day fucking one. He really has been. Like, he has been consistently good when it comes to the broad powers that the judicial branch has and how it's been abused. Like, he's pretty fucking solid, as best as you can get as a liberal.
The judges are the appointees of the Republicans, and the judges just delivered. for the corporations. It is being done in plain view.
So they've unleashed corporate and special interest money. It's a massive, massive political advantage. It's like giving them modern artillery as opposed to...
Except that also fundamentally, I mean, that was already ruining the Democratic Party, like corporate lobbying was already ruining the Democratic Party, and then this just kicked it into overdrive. Which, right, is, I mean, that's it. This is the like people routinely talk about like, oh man, you know, the Democratic Party is the controlled opposition party. Like they were, certainly. But there were instances where the Democratic Party at least got certain things right because they had a bunch of key issues that they fought for, wedge issues that they fought for or fought against. Right? After this, it's a wrap. It was not a tactical nuke on the Dems. It was a tactical nuke on everything. It was a tactical nuke on American democracy. And it certainly was a tactical nuke on the Democratic Party because they were getting further funding from corporations in a similar capacity to the Republican Party, which then, of course, had a profound amount of influence over them as well.
Simple muskets.
After the Citizens United ruling lifts restrictions on corporate spending, Leo's activity really picks up, and there's a proliferation of nonprofit groups that he helps run. They include a Tea Party group run by Clarence Thomas's wife, Ginny Thomas. He became director of an anti-abortion group called Students for Life of America.
President of Students for Life, a national organization of campus pro-life groups.
Dude, this one is one of the freakiest things, dude. The Students for Life is like, oh my God.
Those are among more than 24 nonprofits that Leo advised or helped run over.
Big story in Rhode Island. Sheldon Whitehouse was a part of Whites Only Yacht Club in 2021. Yo, get it, dude. Yo, my man wants fucking yacht club. He wants to have yacht club fun. He's able to have yacht club fun as a treat. Okay, how about that?
Decade.
He wants to go to a racist yacht club, bro. Let him have fun at the racist yacht club. We're currently talking about other shit that he is doing right. Okay, let's not bring that up. Also, isn't that kind of a redundancy to say Whites Only Yacht Club? Like, so yeah, which one is it? Is it whites only by rule or whites only by coincidence? Which one is it?
We look through financial documents and tax filings to try and get a sense for the significance and scope of these groups. From those documents, we found that between 2014 and 2017 alone, these nonprofit groups raised more than $200 million, much of it in anonymous donations.
Let's remember that in this country, the abolitionist movement, the women's suffrage movement, the American Revolution, the early labor movement, the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 1960s were all very much fueled by very wealthy people, and oftentimes wealthy people who chose to be anonymous. I think that's not a bad thing. I think that's a good thing.
Leo had the network and the resources to push through a new generation of conservative judges.
People will watch this and be like, why don't you donate $200 million to the socialist group that you also created? Like, I don't understand. One fundamental part of this that many people are forgetting, especially because Washington Post is a capitalist enterprise and is not going to address this, is that organizations like the Federalist Society, and I can't help but repeat myself over and over again, are also not swimming against the current. They're swimming alongside the current. Remember that. That makes it fundamentally easier to build and organize around, especially with wealth consolidation and wealth accumulation at the top. Okay? So remember that. Now, this doesn't mean that it's impossible. Okay? But remember that. They are not actually working against the pre-established hierarchies. They're working alongside them. They're inoffensive. That's why the New York Times has an easier time for the longest writing about fucking fascists in a whitewash perspective rather than writing about fucking socialists in that similar light. You get it? People who are inherently a threat to the pre-established order are not going to get positive coverage or promotion from said purveyors of misinformation, said institutions like the media, mainstream media in particular, legacy media, that work to normalize the worst aspects of capitalism. This is very complex thinking. It's not. It's not. It shouldn't be that complex. This is how it works. That's why the New York Times does insane propaganda. Exactly. Can you repeat that with smaller words so I can understand? Legacy media, mainstream media is constantly telling you that capitalism is good, and all of the fucking things that you think are bad about capitalism, it's your fault, okay? And this administration, this institution, like the Federalist Society, is yet another organization that is also saying, like, that is also not saying capitalism is bad. They're just simply shifting your attention away from the actual issues, okay? Which is capitalism, by making you focus on, you know, fucking abortions and shit, which play the same exact role as the media, which play the same exact role as the two-party system and the wedge issues, which is why it is promoted. It is accepted by the centers of power. Is there maybe an Islamophobic 2016 YouTube animation vid explaining this instead? Yeah.
But he needed a partner in the White House.
For whatever reason, they say this could be the presidency, this next 4 years, where you'll pick more Supreme Court justices than anybody has ever had the opportunity to do. And believe me, I'll make you very proud of those justices.
Did Donald Trump know a lot about the Supreme Court? I sincerely doubt that. But he knew that by talking about the Supreme Court,
justices that I'm going to appoint will be pro-life. They will have a conservative bent.
by declaring that the Federalist Society would provide him with a list of nominees, he'd be able to galvanize the right-wing base of the Republican Party, and in doing so, get them out to vote.
In March 2016, Trump met with Leo at a D.C. law firm to discuss who he should choose as the late Antonin Scalia's replacement.
He had an idea he wanted to float, which was, what do you think of having me put out a list of people who I would pick from for the U.S. Supreme Court? Now, this was a little bit of a radical idea. No candidate had ever tried it before. I set about to suggest to him names of people who would be appropriate for that kind of a list.
The problem is that once you give somebody the job of making and maintaining that list, you then give them an enormous amount of power. Unelected, unaccountable power.
As Leo advised Trump on filling the open seat, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell did his part to keep the seat open.
The Senate will appropriately revisit the matter after the American people finish.
With help from a $7 million media campaign by Leo's allies at JCN.
The Supreme Court has a vacancy, and your vote in November is your only voice. The American people should decide.
What started off as unlikely.
These very same people that routinely call the democratic process the tyranny of majority, right, are also constantly fucking propagandizing falsely by claiming it's the more democratic thing to just like stop a Supreme Court appointment from happening unless it's a Republican. And then the only way that you can make sure that it's a Republican is by, you know, electing a Republican into office so they can actually do it. Like they have destroyed norms regularly when it suits their interest. And they're very successful.
Impossible is now reality.
This was an earthquake unlike any earthquake I've really seen since Ronald Reagan in 1980. It just came out of nowhere.
Soon after the election, Leo made a trip to Trump Tower in New York. He would later take a leave of absence from the Federalist Society to join Trump's transition team.
Well, it was a very productive meeting. President Trump wanted to talk to us about how important he views this election he's going to have to make in the coming months.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly
The time
swear.
for empty talk is over. Now arrives the hour of action.
Within weeks of taking office, President Trump delivered on his vow to conservatives with a judge from Leo's list, which had grown to include 25 names.
Thank you. Today I am keeping another promise to the American people by nominating
He was so
Judge
successful.
Neil Gorsuch.
Was this the choice you advised President Trump?
I remember having a debate with some fucking random loser at the time who was like a political commentator about like how successful Donald Trump was. And this liberal, who I don't even know if he's a liberal still, at the time was advocating against it and saying that Donald Trump was not a successful president at all. I wonder who was right on that.
To make?
Well, my job was just to give him a list of great people and to tell him everything I could about each of them. It was ultimately his decision.
Was he on the list?
Neil Gorsuch?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What the fuck? Why is this like slowing down?
Yeah.
During the Trump era, Leo becomes more than just an activist and a fundraiser. He takes on a role as Trump's judicial advisor.
Deciding who to pick for the United States Supreme Court. And Leonard, you were fantastic, all of your work.
But he's still playing a behind-the-scenes role in campaigns to support the same judicial nominees that he's recommended.
Now, in hindsight, Trump's impact on the Supreme Court on the courts is huge. Wait, in hindsight, what do you mean? In foresight, it was also readily available to those who knew anything about politics.
To Trump.
The Washington Post and other entities are more than welcome to write stories about money and politics. But I don't engage in that conversation because, one, I'm not particularly knowledgeable about a lot of it, but secondly, because it's just not what I do.
In 2016, Leo starts 3 new nonprofits: Freedom and Opportunity Fund, America Engaged, and BH Fund. They're all created by the same law firm in Warrenton, Virginia. They also have no employees, they have no office space, no website, and virtually no public profile. The Washington Post asked Leo about one of the groups.
Could you describe just what the purpose of the BH Fund is?
BH Fund is a charitable organization. You can look it up, but I'm sure its statement of purpose is listed.
We did. And its tax document says its mission is to promote the rule of law and limited constitutional government. And it received $24 million from an anonymous donor in 2017.
I have a very simple rule, which is I'm engaged in the battle of ideas.
Yes.
And I care very deeply about our Constitution and the role of courts in our society. And I don't waste my time on stories that involve money and politics, because what I care about is ideas.
Yeah, because he already fucking did it. He's like, I don't care about money and politics anymore. We already did that. That was in 2010. Keep up. We already destroyed that so that we could get like directly funded. Under the shroud of secrecy.
There's a reason why the Founding Fathers wrote the Federalist Papers anonymously. And it's because the power of ideas is what matters in our country.
Leo and his allies promote those ideas through their obscure, very well-funded network of nonprofits. And this is one way they do it. BH Fund gives millions of dollars to both Freedom and Opportunity and America Engaged. America Engaged.
Every part of this country is just fundamentally broken. Anyone who tells you that this is not an oligarchy is just lying to you. Let me just explain to you something, okay? Anyone that tries to tell you that dark money is not significantly impactful in the way that legislation gets done is lying to you. I don't know why the fuck they're lying to you. I don't know if they like work for MSNBC or something. I don't know if they're getting dark money funding. But especially if they're not getting that and they're doing it with the express purpose of being a contrarian, it's like the dumbest, most pathetic reason to fucking LARP for this fundamentally flawed system. We live under a corporate oligarchy. This is exactly one of the many different ways that it manifests itself. Crazy.
Gives $1 million to the lobbying arm of the NRA. The NRA then announces $1 million ad campaign targeting senators who supported gun control and pressuring them to vote for Neil Gorsuch.
Claire McCaskill talks a good game on gun rights.
I'm a Second Amendment advocate. I was raised in a hunting culture in rural Missouri.
We shouldn't be taking guns away from law-abiding citizens in this country.
Judge Neil Gorsuch. The men and women of the National Rifle Association are responsible for the content of this advertising.
Gorsuch would sail through his Senate confirmation. But Trump's next nominee would be the true test for Leo and the network he had spent years building.
Dude, even without the rape shit, which, like, obviously none of these fucking rich white dudes care about, like, the gambling debt stuff was, it was wild. You know what I mean? Like, that is one thing. Like, the gambling debt is like, the gambling debt thing is like such a classic, clear-cut, like, demonstration of power. It's wild.
He will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Yeah.
Over 2 years, Leo's Freedom and Opportunity gave more than $4 million to another group called
The only way to open up a SCOTUS seat at this point is the hope that fucking this dumbass is dumping all of his funds into stake crypto and you know, stake crypto gambling. Oh my God. Boys, the plan is simple. What we have to do is make sure that Brett Kavanaugh becomes a fan of XQC. Step 1. Step 2, Brett Kavanaugh starts dumping all of his money into crypto gambling, as we already know that he has a severe gambling addiction. Step 3. Well, I don't need to tell you what step 3 is. It's gambling addiction is no joke, except for in this circumstance. This way, we will open up at least one Supreme Court seat immediately. Think about it. Get it twisted, boys. Please vote. Please start voting. Vote is an investment in your future. You will change. You will make change. You will win. You will do all of that. You understand? You will get a functioning society, and you will rebuild your fucking life. Get it twisted. You will break even.
Independent women's voice. And when Brett Kavanaugh was accused of sexual misconduct, the group mobilized.
Tammy Bruce is a radio show host and president of Independent Women's Voice, and she joins us tonight. So
Tammy Bruce is with us, and Tammy is the Fox News contributor, radio host. Tammy Bruce, thank you all for being here. You were shaking your head a lot during
Its
that
president, Tammy Bruce, appeared on Fox News regularly. Like other people in Leo's network, they defended Kavanaugh vigorously.
Grassroots support for Judge Kavanaugh is strong, especially...
and organized social media campaigns on Facebook and other platforms. While the campaigns are unfolding, it's nearly impossible for the public to know who's funding these efforts. And by the time the groups are required to disclose the information, the battles are usually over. The judges have taken their seats.
The nomination of Brett M. Kavanaugh of Maryland to be an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States is confirmed.
With Brett Kavanaugh and Neil Gorsuch confirmed, conservatives now hold a majority on the nation's highest court.
We see a court that is, in traditional measurements, 5-4 and a more conservative view. That's been, you know, would have been viewed.
Okay, but like, this doesn't concern men. Why do you care so much about this? Like, bro, really woke and with no life? Wait, are you talking about me? I mean, plenty of things don't fucking impact me. You know what I mean? I advocate for them regardless, right? Like, dude, I'm cishet. I'm white. I'm affluent. You know what I mean? Like, literally, it doesn't matter if the Democrats win or the Republicans win in this circumstance. You know, I'm still all right. Not you, bro. Not you. Oh, okay. My bad. The way that this impacts me, by the way, and this is a question that people fucking rad libs at least ask all the time, but the way that this impacts me is because I want to live in a fucking nicer society. That's it. If you want to draw it back down to like selfish reasons, there's always a selfish, self-interested method for advocating for a better distribution of resources and also a socialist future. And that is that I just want to evolve beyond the current fucking horribly cruel way that we exist. Okay? Like, that's easy. It's simple. You don't know how many fucking incredibly brilliant scientists you're currently losing because they are trapped inside of the cycle of poverty and violence. You don't know that. You don't know what kind of fucking awesome shit that they could create. Why wouldn't you maximize that potential? If you want to think about it selfishly, like homelessness, great example, right? Homelessness or all these charities, all these fucking nonprofits are things, institutions that should not even exist. Like, you can't deal with homeless people on your own. That's why you want the government to deal with it. You want housing for everyone so that homeless people are no longer on the streets. It's that simple. If you don't want to think about it from the point of humanity, think about it from a self-interested perspective. It's that simple. There is a solution for every kind of human being out there, okay? There is a way to advocate for these sorts of things for every kind of human being. Also, every issue affects every American. Raising the quality of life for one group, raise the quality of life for everyone. Exactly. Exactly. Like, you might take a hit in the housing market if you have a house, right? The value of your house might go down, but ultimately, you're living in a better fucking neighborhood now. Why are you living in a better neighborhood? Because, one, now there's better affordable housing options out there. There's free housing out there. There's public housing out there. So there's no more homeless people that are, taking a shit in your front yard. Think about it like that then. If you don't want to think about it from the perspective of like the humanity of those people who are suffering, think about it. And you certainly are not going to do anything about it individually, right? Then think about it from those selfish desires of solving this problem.
Possibility back when I was in law school.
With justice.
Yeah, that's a great take. What is it? Who said this? Jay. I am somehow less interested in the weight and convolutions of Einstein's brain than in the near certainty that people of equal talent have lived and died in cotton fields and sweatshops. Yeah. True. 100%. Stephen Jay Gould is who said that.
Neil Gorsuch and Brett Kavanaugh now in place, could the landmark abortion law Roe v. Wade be at risk?
The Supreme Court allowing the Trump administration's ban to restrict transgender men and women from serving in the military.
The Supreme Court has just dealt a huge blow to organized labor.
President Trump wins. The Supreme
In
Court
Trump's first 2 years, the Republican-controlled Senate has pushed through a historic number of federal
and been aborted. That's so funny. Einstein 100% would agree with that. Yes. Einstein was a socialist. For those of you who don't know, isn't it so suspicious that every single person of prominence throughout history, especially if they're a socialist, you never hear about that? Isn't that weird? I wonder why. I wonder why you never hear about the socialist perspective like of MLK. I wonder why you never hear about the socialist perspective of Einstein. Well documented. Why is it that way? Why is it that so many revolutionaries, so many leaders, so many brilliant thinkers were all fucking socialists, wrote entire fucking books about socialism like Einstein did, Okay, and yet you never hear about that. That's so weird. And the thing is, like, you don't even hear about it from liberals. It's almost like liberals are also completely aligned against socialism as a principle, considering that liberalism is established around the concept of private property and private ownership and the defense of enclosures, whereas socialism goes far beyond that. George Orwell is another example of this, an anarchist, but still. Yeah. Ahead of the civil rights movement, we see Einstein front and center at the HBCU in the 40s. He was scrutinized for his, by his fellow peers for his participation to lecture black students from SPB Global. I mean, he also fucking literally wrote. Why socialism is the way forward. Here's the Twitch brain take. If more people have more free time, then more people will make more badass indie games. It's a fact. Dusk, Stardew Valley, Undertale, and Cave Story were all made by one person with freedom to do so. Einstein sosyalist değildi. Yapma ya. Doğru mu diyorsun ya? Abi belki İngilizce öğrenmedin bilmiyorum ama yani o yüzden Türkçe yazıyorsun herhalde. Sosyalist değil miydi? O yüzden mi neden sosyalizm ne kadar önemli diye yazı yazdı? Yani Türkçesi nasıl translate ediliyor bilmiyorum ama yani why socialism? Allah Allah. Çok enteresan ya. Neden acaba yazmış bunu? Why sosyalizm diye yazdığı zaman herhalde yani neden sosyalizm istiyorsunuz ki? Çok kötü aslında. Çok salak aslında diye herhalde yazdı değil mi bunu? Mal değneği. Salak. The Turkish guy was like, he's not actually a socialist, bro. You're wrong. It's like, yeah, so I'm dunking on him and asking him why he wrote this article called Why Socialism, which appeared in the Socialist Journal Monthly Review. Yes, George Orwell was... He had some anarchist tendencies. That's why I said he was an anarchist. Yes, anarchist tendencies of disruption.
Appeals court judges.
So much of what the federal courts do affects our daily lives, but is sort of not as visible. So challenges to emissions rules, challenges to the Clean Air Act or the Clean Water Act. How safe is our food?
Let's drag them.
And so these are kind of real, tangible ways that the courts can either make our country safer or more equal or more just, or really thwart the attempts of political majorities at the state and federal level to do so.
And I've been very pleased, actually, of the growth of this whole movement, which I think is necessary for the benefit of the country, and particularly the benefit of people who believe in the liberty and a system of justice that is fair to all.
In December of 2017, Leo was honored at a gathering of conservative activists at the Trump Hotel in Washington.
Leonard Leo has single-handedly changed the face of the judiciary under the auspices of Ed Meese and many of the people who started the Federalist.
By the way, this is the Ginny Thomas, Clarence Thomas's wife, and also played a role in the January 6th insurrections. Ginny Thomas, once again, openly admitting to this. Absolute fucking psycho.
Society. He has many hats. That isn't even all he does. He doesn't really tell all that he does, but I know enough to know the man is a force of nature.
The problem here is not Leonard Leo. He is not a king
of Republican judicial appointments. He is a fixer. He is a factotum. The interests behind him, who are anonymous, but who are paying for this exercise, that's what we need to worry about.
What you're seeing...
Yes. Ginny Thomas is also the last boundary for them going after Loving v. Virginia. That's true.
Now is the culmination
So,
of,
you know, good and bad.
over 30 years of work. I was here long before this president, and I will be doing what I'm doing, God willing, long after.
Turkish chatter's going crazy. Wasn't expecting this. Dems take a lead in generic congressional ballot. 10-point swing against Republicans post Dobbs. Nice, man. It'll be great. It'll be great. Come election time. Okay, it was so good, so great.
For today, talking about the overturn of Roe versus Wade.
Activists on the...
I love how unbiased you are. You do not completely one side with one political party, but show logic and compassion and credibility of both sides. Thank you for being truthfully. No, but make no mistake, I am biased. The difference is, like, I openly admit what my perspective is. I don't, like, mask it underneath, like, the guise of centrism to make it seem like I'm neutral on an issue. I'm not. I don't believe that there's any credibility to either party. They both suck.
Left joined in the fight, arguing abortion bans put lives in danger and pouring millions of dollars into recruiting and supporting candidates.
How do you respond to a conservative who points out the fact that Thomas's opinion was on his own and that the rest of the justices signed on to the opinion that said Dobbs should not be interpreted to extend to anything else other than the issue of abortion? My response is just, they fucking lied and they'll lie again, but that feels insufficient. Why? Anyone that's like rushing to be like, to take the Supreme Court and its word as though it means anything at a time when they have demonstrated that they just lied about the fucking super precedent behind Roe v. Wade is a silly bitch. Fuck their word. They're lying. They have lied before, and the discussion that you're having was created around a lie. The discussion that you're having should not even be one that you're having, but you're having that discussion because they fucking lied.
But this court decision has some admitting they've fallen short.
This is a concerted...
Do you agree that a man doesn't have a place in Roe v. Wade? I think the only thing that men can do in this situation is advocate for a woman's right to bodily autonomy. That's it. Any other kind of fucking opinion on the matter that goes beyond that is just idiotic. That's it. It's so dumb. You just have to fight for it. That's it. Sometimes women will be annoying, okay? Women be shopping and women be chirping sometimes, okay? Even if you're doing allyship, as long as you're not stepping out of line and doing it in a weird fucking way, sometimes people will still, radfems will get mad at you. So what are you going to do? You're going to shut the fuck up because they are still the ones who are being impacted by this. You're going to shut the fuck up and you're going to be a good little fucking boy and you're going to fight for it regardless, okay? Ridiculous.
Coordinated effort. And yes, they're winning.
A conservative legal movement spent the decades since Roe promoting politicians and legal scholars who believed it was not the role of judges to create new rights in the Constitution, including abortion rights. President Trump succeeded in nominating 3 to the Supreme Court.
I'm very proud that Roe versus Wade is now gone.
I didn't think it would happen in my lifetime.
You didn't think it would?
It's a total historic moment in our country's history. And yet, it's not, as I said, it's not the end.
Now, as for that next step, there's a plan to take the fight to the state legislatures to continue to push for more restrictions, even at the federal level, a prohibition on those mail-order abortion pills.
Well, you
Chowder
know,
just want to clip chimp you saying stay out of women's vaginas, sweaty.
Jen, we all had a heads up with that leaked draft, but I thought it was interesting that you said last half hour that even though we had the heads up, people on both sides were surprised. It didn't matter where you stood, you were surprised. It was sort of jaw-dropping no matter what you felt. Why do you think we were so surprised?
I just think Roe has been with us for a generation or more of women, and the court came so close to overturning it in
Why do I feel like the CBS Mornings person is like low-key kind of on the side of the fucking pro-lifers? Like every time I've heard her speak on the matter, I feel like she plays the both sides thing so fucking aggressively that it literally feels like she's giving fucking, you know, especially with the pantsuit, she's giving pro-life, sweaty.
1992 fell one vote.
Oh, come on. What? What do you mean, oh, come on? I don't think she is, but it's just what it feels like all the time.
Short. Many people thought the issue was over. And so I think there was some complacency. And the question now is, because people were surprised, what does that mean for these women? You know, the states that are most likely to ban abortion or restrict abortion are states where women are in most need. So what are the programs there for these women? Obviously, the anti-abortion groups say they're working. There are programs already in place in a number of states. Governors, we saw Governor Noem on Face the Nation yesterday saying she has a website trying to get resources for pregnant women who no longer can access abortion. Are those programs going to be enough? Are they going to work? Are we, the media and others, going to continue the focus on these women who right now, don't have the health care they need before the decision on Friday?
Yeah, Jan, picking up on the subject of surprise, you've covered personally the Supreme Court for almost 30 years. You've got a best-selling book on the topic. There are a few people more authoritative. You've interviewed 4 or 5 justices sitting on the court now. Did anything in this process surprise you?
No.
The anti-abortionists that are pro-life, I don't know if I feel you on that take. Yeah, no, that's true. That is a tell. Classic Commie wants to purge moderates. Brother, oh, man. I would do so much more. Oh, if only I had that fucking, oh man, if I only had a fraction of power. Oh, just believe that.
No. I mean, as we saw in the piece, there's been an orchestrated campaign to try to get more conservative judges on the courts that have conservative legal philosophies, and that's what they've done. I mean, these judges believe that you read the Constitution very narrowly. Liberal judges believe you should read it more expansively. And so I think the writing was on the wall.
I guess when you're the chief legal correspondent for 30 fucking years at CBS, your brain is so rotted to you're like a robot almost in the way that you treat what the average Joe considers to be a complete fucking lie. You know what I mean? Like normal people look at that and go, yeah, the conservative guys are doing conservative shit and they're doing it without like any care or consideration to like the actual originalist position or whatever the fuck. And the liberal guys are doing lib shit, right? Activist judges on both sides. But if you're a part of Washington, D.C.'s, like, you know, legal correspondent, and you're the chief legal correspondent for CBS for 30 years, your brain is rotten. You have to act like, you have to play along with the song and dance that they put forward. Your job and your goal ultimately is to make it seem like that's real. Like that there is a genuine disagreement there.
That's why Republicans have spent so much effort trying to get the Senate. And here's what the result was today, or Friday.
There it is.
All right, Jan, thank you very much. More to come for sure. That monumental Supreme Court ruling, women in at least 8 states can no longer get a legal abortion. Many more states are expected to outlaw or severely restrict the procedure in the months ahead. Now, that would establish an abortion-free zone stretching for thousands of miles in the middle of the country.
Meanwhile, the latest CBS News poll shows that a solid majority of Americans, 59%, do not like this high court's decision. They disapprove of it. That includes nearly 7 in 10 women. Also, a majority, 52% in our poll, say that reversing Roe v. Wade is a step back for America at large. Jan Crawford is outside the Supreme Court for us. Jan, good morning to you. We mentioned the shock, the outrage, confusion. What happens now?
Well, good morning, Tony. You know, in overturning Roe versus Wade and letting states decide how they're going to handle it, we now have a patchwork of laws. So the right to an abortion depends on the state that you live in. Abortion has been one of the most divisive issues of our time, and we saw those divisions.
But it's not. It's just not, though. Like, why is it a divisive issue? Who says? Like, even the evidence that you got up until this fucking moment is like leading up to this particular poll that they're pushing, okay? A step forward for America is 31%. It doesn't seem divisive. Like, if only 31% are saying overturning Roe v. Wade is a step forward for America, then it's not divisive. If always 60+% of people are agreeing on this concept, then it's not divisive. I think the problem in this situation is that, like, the media plays a role in legitimizing certain talking points and making it seem as though, like, because they have to cover equal ground for some weird fucking reason, they have to make it seem like it's divisive when it's not. It's never been fucking divisive. She's an anti-masker from Alabama, my man. How do you know she's an anti-masker? She is from Alabama, though, but she's still, I mean, she could be lib on the pro-choice shit.
On full display across the country.
My body, my choice!
Protests erupted across the country after the Supreme Court's historic ruling to end the constitutional right to an abortion.
Hell no, we don't need Roe!
With the ruling, at least...
Like, if you're in a room, okay, if you're in a fucking room and there's 10 people and 7 of those fucking 10 people are saying, like, you know, we shouldn't kill people, and then 3 people in the room are saying, nah, we should kill people. You don't look at the room and go, you know, this is a really quite the controversial subject here in the room that we're covering. Yes, that's right. 70% of people are saying don't do the murder, but 30% of people are saying that, you know, maybe you should do the murder. So we're going to go directly to the 3 people right now and ask them, why do you believe that we should be doing the murder? And then that guy comes out and is like, you know, you should be doing a murder because I like murders. And then you're like, okay, well, very good. There you have it. This issue is never going to be solved. I wonder how we can operate under a democratic organization. Maybe we should just do 50% of the murders.
At least 8 states have placed near total bans on abortion, and within months it could be illegal or severely restricted in almost half the states in the country.
A victory for the rule of law, and above all, a victory for life.
In Illinois Saturday, former President Trump celebrated the news and the 3 conservative justices he nominated to the court who voted to overturn Roe.
Those prayers have been answered to the generations of Americans in the pro-life movement, as well as countless constitutional conservatives.
Democrats warned of the impact in states with already high maternal mortality rates and children in poverty.
This is not just a crisis of Roe. This is a crisis of our democracy. Forcing women to carry pregnancies against their will kill them.
Republican governors like South Dakota's Kristi Noem say they are prepared to help women with more support and new programs, while also working to stop women from getting abortion pills through the mail.
In South Dakota, we've already had a bill pass that said on telemedicine abortions that we don't believe it should be available because it is a dangerous situation for those individuals without being medically supervised by a physician.
Democratic governors where abortion will remain legal said their states will welcome all women for abortions, while others said they would work to make sure it's legal.
This is a fight like hell moment. We are using every tool we have to fight for reproductive rights for Michigan women.
Meanwhile, confusion and concern about how the ruling might impact other rights in light of Justice Clarence Thomas's separate opinion, which no other justice joined, calling on the court to reconsider cases on contraception and gay marriage. A majority of Americans say they think it's likely that the Supreme Court will limit same-sex marriage and access to birth control.
Gay marriage, contraceptives, all these things until they strip us of all our rights.
Even though the court's majority said it is hard.
That person, by the way, wait, isn't Marshae Jones the person who was like convicted of murder, misdemeanor murder in Alabama for... Yeah. I covered her. Damn, bro. I got some fucking hawk-ass eyes over here. So, Marshae Jones was a legal case that took place in Alabama. She got into an altercation outside of like a grocery store or whatever with another woman. And then that other woman shot her. Okay? And she had a miscarriage as a consequence of that. She was pregnant. She was 5 months pregnant when she got into a physical altercation with Ebony Jemison, then a coworker, outside of the Dollar General in Pleasant Grove, Alabama. At some point, Jemison, stating that she felt threatened by Jones, fired a single gunshot at Jones while Jemison sat in her vehicle. Okay? The bullet struck Jones in the abdomen, causing a miscarriage. Do you guys remember this story? I covered it. Jemison was in the car. The person with the weapon was the one who was protected. And the person who got shot, the pregnant lady, was charged. Because stand your ground protected the person with the gun. So when motherfuckers say people with guns and guns in this country have more rights than the fucking pregnant woman, that's right, dude. That's straight up true. They arrested her. The police at the time said that the only victim was the aborted baby. Initially, Jemison was charged with manslaughter, but a grand jury failed to indict her. Based on the state's standard ground law, authorities subsequently charged Jones with manslaughter, saying the fetus was the only victim of the situation and that Jones had knowingly endangered her pregnancy, but ultimately chose not to take the case to trial. That's right, dude. Hold on. I'll find my video on it. 1 second. I mean, I literally covered this. And at the time, I didn't even know that this was a fucking thing that was commonplace. There have been instances where... There have actually been plenty of instances where, like, we have criminalized miscarriages. Let me see if I can find the video. I'm trying to find it right now. I've shown it on this fucking broadcast before, but I'm trying to find it. You have no idea what you're talking about, bro? I do have an idea of what I'm talking about. You're wrong. I'm trying to find the video, though. If someone can find it. God damn it, dude. Where the fuck is it? If I can find it. You did Jamie? I got 32,000 Jamies, dude. God damn it. Why is this so fucking hard to find old TYT videos of mine? It sucks. Oh, you found it. You found it. I think you found it. 7-year-old woman from Birmingham, Alabama, who got indicted on a manslaughter charge and was taken into custody. Why? Because she was pregnant when she got shot. Holy fuck, the person who sent this? Respect. Homie sent it in Hindi, dude. Let's go. Let's fucking go, dude. A 7-year-old woman from Birmingham, Alabama, who got indicted on a manslaughter charge and was taken into custody. Why? Because she was pregnant when she got shot. The shooter, on the other hand, went free. Wait, what? The absolute state of Alabama, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so let's rewind that real quick. So Marshae Jones, a 27-year-old pregnant woman, and Ebony Jamison get into an altercation at the parking lot of a dollar store. Ebony pulls out a gun and shoots Marshae. Ebony is arrested at first, but then further investigation shows that Marshae, the pregnant woman, is actually responsible for the altercation and the escalation leading to her being shot. An officer involved in the investigation deems that the only victim of the incident is Marshae's 5-month-old fetus. He follows that statement up by claiming that the fetus was dependent on its mother to try to keep it from harm, and she should seek out unnecessary physical altercations. Now, I totally understand not charging the shooter if Marshae was the aggressor and Ebony shot her in self-defense, but putting someone in jail with a $50,000 bond because they were pregnant when they got shot has to be absolute insanity. Insanity unless you think a person is no longer a full person the moment that they get pregnant. After conception, the woman becomes something different, like a baby incubator who's criminally liable for what happens to their fetus. This has the capacity to set a terrifying precedent that would essentially criminalize miscarriages. But apparently, we have already been doing exactly that. The National This is what was really interesting at the time, where it was like, that like we have criminalized miscarriages in the past. Advocates for pregnant women identified 413 criminal and civil cases across 44 states involving the arrest, detentions, and equivalent deprivations of pregnant women's liberty between 1973 and 2005. The NAWP said that it is aware of a further 250 cases since 2005. You know, that's why, you know, I'm a fucking grifter, boys. You know what I'm saying? Like, one thing that, one way to like immediately clock someone as a grifter is how quickly their views have changed over time. Oh, wait, that's right. This is not from yesterday. This is literally from fucking 2019. Now, this study is more than 6 years old at this point, but the findings are terrifying. There's a case in Ohio where a judge kept a woman in prison to prevent her from having an abortion. Another case in Oregon where a woman was locked in a psychiatric ward for refusing a doctor's recommendation on getting additional testing for gestational diabetes. A DC court order that forced a critically ill woman to undergo a C-section despite her personal objections, which ended with both the baby and the woman dying. And this even happens in New York, apparently, where in 2008, a pregnant woman was charged with manslaughter for getting in a car accident. A woman in Arkansas gave birth at home to twins who were born dead, so she panicked and tried to hide the bodies. A medical examiner determined that the babies had died in the womb and that she had no illegal substances in her body, and yet she still awaits trial with a $50,000 bond for 2 counts of abuse of a corpse, which carries a minimum of 3 years in jail. I mean, what's next? Should we start placing pregnant women under citizen's arrest if we see them drinking a glass of wine? Should we start jailing women for not taking their pregnancy gummy vitamins, for shoveling snow outside, or not staying in bed all day? I mean, these are all... This is yet another, for the record, this is yet another instance where I'm like bringing up a hypothetical, but like low key, this will happen. How are you going to figure out if this was a back alley abortion or was a simple miscarriage? Are we going to start prosecuting women who are pregnant, who fucking drink alcohol or do, I don't know, physical labor, for example? You don't know. How are we going to do that? And we have done it in the past, for the record. I've covered this before. I've shown you the video before. Like, in America, there have been instances where women have been punished criminally for having miscarriages. Damn, bro, that shit's crazy. Potentially harmful to a fetus. So now they're technically attempts at manslaughter, right? And that's precisely the issue with prosecuting pregnancy laws. Annually, there are nearly 1 million known pregnancies that end in miscarriage or stillbirth. We would have to jail, or at the very least, prosecute 1 million women annually. Consistency, dude. What does it mean? Doesn't matter. The most inconsistent motherfuckers could just be like, he's a grifter, and so many dumbasses will literally agree and go along with it. It just fucking sucks. Anyway, but yeah, miscarriages are already criminalized in this country in certain places. The biggest miscarriage of justice is forgetting the top of the hour ad break instead of running it at the top of the hour, which is what I'm going to do now. Now, don't worry. Okay? Don't worry. That might actually, fear not. Don't worry. You can avoid those top of the hour ad breaks. You can avoid them by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. How can you use your Twitch Prime? By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, of course, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. How do I download this video? I want to fucking re-upload it. You can also get gifted subs like by Lemmy Cobra or the Chillennial or MXD. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 15 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's a 1-minute ad break now. There's so much more to cover. Holy shit, dude. I'm moving slowly today. Mother chod America. Yeah. Ben chod America. Mother chod America. All right, I downloaded it. On. A lot of people have been saying that guns have more rights in this country than a pregnant woman. There. Is this good? I don't know. A lot of people have been saying that guns have more rights in this country than a pregnant woman, and they're literally right. Here's a case from 2019 where the gun-wielding person was protected after shooting a pregnant mother and causing a miscarriage. What the fuck? The video file could not be processed? I gotta do a fucking formatting? What? I don't know how to fucking format, dude. I hate this. Download as an MP4? How the fuck do I do that? Facebook downloader downloaded it in the way that it downloaded it, you know? Huh. I did fbdown.net. I did all that. It didn't work. No, that's not the. That's not the. Or that's just the Young Turks coverage of it. Okay, that's not me covering it on the Young Turks. Anyway, let's watch this.
From their houses and make them not alive. Let's drag them from their houses and make them not alive.
I've never met a leftist or revolutionary type who's interested in bettering the lives of the people they say they want to protect. I've only ever met leftist revolutionaries who are interested in getting revenge and using ideology as a way to do it.
Yeah, because leftist revolutionary types understand that structural violence is just the same as any other kind of violence, if not more nefarious and more successful. You can fucking cry and complain about the leftist revolutionary types speaking out in a violent capacity, except when there is no fundamental change, when nothing is changing ever, no matter how hard people try through exhausting the state machinations, you leave the people no choice. And you also reap the benefits of prior leftist revolutionaries engaging in labor militancy. Okay? I'm willing to bet that you are probably not, I mean, you are a liberal, but I'm willing to bet that you are probably not personally an advocate for child labor. You probably like that we don't have child labor anymore. You probably like that we don't have slavery anymore. You probably like, or at least claim to like, that we don't have, that we don't have to forcibly work on the weekends anymore. All of these things were granted to Americans not through the state machinations, but through actual militant action. Okay? When push comes to shove, people die and fight and kill in an effort to make these changes happen. Violence is a constant in the political process. Liberals usually try to desperately hide that reality or make it seem like that's not the case because they benefit from the current structural violence.
Do it. That video is a really good example of what I'm talking about. Oh, look how cool it was. The French killed all their aristocrats. Yeah, before a brutal reign of terror where thousands of French people died. You know what's not better than not being able to afford bread? Having your fucking head chopped off. And then it didn't even last. Napoleon Bonaparte took over, established himself as emperor, reinstituted slavery in Haiti, led to mass rape in Spain, started what some historians called the original World War, only to
Wait, so he's anti-Napoleon? That's interesting.
lose and have the monarchy reestablished. And then there's that little quip at the end with the Supreme Court.
Like, I don't get it. He's simultaneously anti the French Revolution and also he is anti-Napoleon. Like, I don't understand. Which one is it? Pick a lane. Getting your head cut off is not appreciatively different than starving. Why would you not be anti-Napoleon? No, I'm saying, why is he anti-Napoleon? He's got a... I guess he's just anti-French, which I can agree with. I am. Unless he's saying Napoleon was a fucking socialist.
Supreme Court. Don't use violence to say change the Constitution or reinstate abortion rights. No, use violence to get back at the Supreme Court because they said...
Dog, what do you mean? Like, it's if you're hiding the violence of the Supreme Court's decisions and then simultaneously shitting on people who are saying, like, we have no other option, what the fuck can we do? Well, here are some examples where the elite have been fucking punished in a violent capacity for their inaction, or rather the oppression that they've subjugated people to. The oppressive subjugation. If you fucking turn around and you go, actually, Sweaty, fuck you for, and you wag your finger at that guy and say, actually, Sweaty, fuck yourself, while also hiding the truth about the inherent violence in the decision of the Supreme Court justices, then, you're siding with the Supreme Court justices.
said something and did something you don't like. No.
Saying that it's like pure weaponized spite is so good. It's just like, oh yeah, man, leftist violence seems like weaponized spite. I mean, for some it might be, okay, you know. I can't speak for all of it, but ultimately it is kind of silly to assume that it is kind of silly to assume that like there's no instance of violence. You're not anti-violence, you're just anti-violence that is against the hierarchical order.
Talking. Okay. All right, welcome back, everyone. This is Guys Talking. All right, Guys Talking. Let's just, guys, you know.
Bro, you want me to fucking download the TYT video that I already told you is not the actual TYT video? Like, you went and you did all that, right? Marshae Jones. Oh, wait, it is the actual TYT video. You actually found it. Holy fuck. Never mind. A rad skull. What a king. What a god. What a legend. Never mind. I was fucking wrong. What should I download it as? MP4, right? Is that how that works? I can't VIP anyone. I have too many VIPs, unfortunately. Some of you motherfuckers don't deserve to be VIPs, by the way. Some of the VIPs I need to un-VIP, honestly. Yeah, because like a lot of the fucking VIPs are never in here. You know what I mean? They
Marshae
just straight
Jones,
up aren't in here.
27-year-old woman from Birmingham, Alabama.
They catch the fucking VIP and leave, brother. It is really fucking lame. One of my least favorite fucking things that some homies do. We must purge the fucking inactive VIPs in this goddamn community. It's true though. They literally do that. Okay, well now I forgot what my fucking take was originally on this. What did I say? Many people have said that the gun has more rights than a with manslaughter. VIP check pause champ. Okay, we'll do it. We'll do it. We'll do it. Bro, the file is still incompatible. I'm going to lose my fucking mind, dude. That's an MP4 too. It's not working. It's not letting me fucking download an MP4, brother. Or not to download an MP4, sorry. You don't have Twitter Blue. The maximum upload length is 220 long. What the fuck? Okay, fuck this shit, dude. I'm not doing it. Fuck this. Fuck this. Fuck this. Fuck this. I'm done. Fuck Twitter. Fuck Twitter. Fuck Twitter. God, worst fucking platform. I hope it falls apart. I hope it erupts.
Chopping it up as we do.
And you know what's crazy?
What's that, man?
I love just chopping it up with you guys too.
This is amazing.
Fuck yeah, man.
See, that's the damn truth. You know, it's crazy. I feel like I could talk to you guys about anything. Exactly. Yeah, I don't mean to make it weird or anything. I just love it. Yeah, you know, you chop it up, but like other times we get like pretty deep and like real.
Yeah, exactly.
You're so crazy.
What are you talking about, me?
Yeah, you.
He's right. He's right. He's
Yeah,
right.
you're like a wild man. What can I say? I'm like,
Exactly, man.
Sometimes I just gotta get wet and wild
Exactly,
with it. Man. I love you. Got our first caller. What's up, man? Thanks for calling in to Guys Talking.
Hey, is this Guys Talking?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I love you guys. Thanks, man. We love you too.
Yeah, thanks, man.
You guys remind me of how me and my friends talk to each other and like interact and whatnot.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I feel like if we met up in person, we'd really like hit it off and whatnot.
I'm sure we would, man.
Let's meet up in person.
Okay. That was so weird. Yeah, that made me
Feel not good. Let's listen to Guys Talking. Okay.
Like literally every fucking podcaster that's come out of Brooklyn.
He fucking sucks in bed. He fucking sucks in bed.
What?
If a guy only listens to rap, he fucking sucks in bed. He fucking sucks in bed.
Whoever sent this to me in the beginning today deserves to be purged from this community, but unfortunately it was too long ago, so I don't fucking remember who it was. God damn you.
Now, so people are going to clip this and they're going to go, see, there's Rubin sitting with another homophobe,
Yes.
right to his face, sitting in his house where he lives with his husband.
You like hanging out with homophobes.
Right,
yeah.
and it's just like, I said it to Ben, so I'll say it to you, like, as long as you're not trying to legislate my life, I don't care.
Yeah.
And maybe there's a part of me that I'm like, maybe I should care more. Should I be more offended or something like that?
Please don't pull a Baron, he means Bishop Baron, and fail to at least hint at a conversion, especially due to him being a sodomite.
I don't, as long as this person is not doing something to try to legislate my life, or as long as you're not doing something to try to legislate my life, and people will go, well, Rubin, how can you?
Dude, that's so funny. Like, straight up, there is no... Like, that's just an insane thing, okay? Like, a homie is, like, being called a sodomite, which is like an old school... Like, what an old school way to shit on gay people, bro. That's awesome. Like, the dude went to the fucking dictionary to find... Yo, sodomite! Like, it is so fucking old that it's no longer a slur. You know what I mean? Like, it's one of those things that, like, we found new ways of just, like, being homophobic. Like, that's... That's how fucking old school it is. It's a retired slur.
You be friends with Shapiro, and it's like, yes, he has a different view of biblical marriage, but he's not trying to legislate my life, where you are more conservative socially, and I can get on board that because you're not trying to legislate my life. We're working.
Of course, when it comes to legislating the life of women, Dave Rubin is on board. Obviously,
on
that's
kids.
the joke.
I know Ben doesn't, in his worldview, his religious worldview, he doesn't feel that that's right, but he's not trying to legislate my life. And I know a lot of gays like being on their knees, but that just doesn't work for me anymore. It's like, you want to have your religious view, I have to respect that. But if you were trying to legislate my life,
No,
now
absolutely,
I have a problem. Yeah. So, okay, so when I hear people will say, Rubin, the conservatives are just using you. You go to Turning Point, they're just using you. You're not just using me, Kyle.
No. I mean, yeah, but no.
Life is more about legislation. We want you to go to heaven. All right. Good. I'm glad. I'm sure Dave...
What a flub, dude. Kyle really fucking... Conservatives don't have a good talent pool, man. They don't have a good, like, young scouting program. They flubbed with Kyle. It seems like Kyle Rittenhouse... Well, oh, man. Both are Kyles. Like, Kyle Cashew and Kyle Rittenhouse both. Where are they now?
To go to heaven. All right. Good. I'm glad. I'm sure Dave's glad that you want him to go to heaven.
Thank you. Now we're equal. You call me whatever you want. You know what I mean? Like, you could call me a
and that's
fag
what it
right
feels
now.
like
It
to
wouldn't
me.
mean anything to me.
Kyle Rittenhouse is still doing a media tour with Republican figures. I mean, he's like... He's a bit of a dud. All Kyles are destined to go into the military? True. Rogan discusses the pros and cons of using poverty as a motivator. Oh my God. peak liberalism in action, dude. Joe Rogan, oh, that's so good. I love that. Let's hear what Mr. Capitalist has to say about using poverty as a motivator.
Socially liberal. Like about a socially liberalist. Like I'm very socially liberal.
But I'm fiscally
like,
conservative.
About a socially liberalist you get.
A cap on that one, I think. But let's continue.
But more and more as I get older, I start looking at things from a perspective of being a pragmatist. And I start looking at things instead of looking at what do I hope people will do if you give them free money and if you give them free education, if you give them free this and free that and take care of them, I start going, well, what does that do to the psyche?
Yeah.
And does that force laziness? Like if everyone in this country, let's imagine a world where everyone in this country gets $50,000 a year.
Yeah.
Everyone.
Wow, Joe Rogan is so unique. I love his takes, man. He's so fucking unique. Exactly like every other boomer in this fucking dumbass country, dude. I swear to God. Wow, what an incredible outside of the bounds take from Joe. He truly does speak for, one, the common man, and two, certainly very different than the kinds of ideas that you would hear on MSNBC. At this point, if you're still listening to the Joe Rogan Experience, how is the Joe Rogan Experience any fucking different than MSNBC? They're also socially liberal, but fiscally deeply conservative. They're also not that liberal either, or fuck MSNBC, CNN, or Fox News. This is just the same shit that you hear. You could hear this from your dad.
How much less productive would we be? It would probably be horrific. Now, I want to live in a world where...
This is universal basic income.
Yeah. I mean, I want to live in a world where no one has...
Yeah, Joe bringing up moral hazard, dude. What a new idea. Never heard that before from the American Enterprise Institute. You know what I mean? Homie literally said, if we give the poor too much money, they won't be productive. They won't clean my fucking toilets, which is hilarious because it is like the fundamental concept of neoliberalism. Like you're basically describing classical economics and you're making it seem as though this is a new take. That's great.
Has to worry about how to feed themselves. No one has to worry about how to put a roof over their head. All you have to worry about is what do you want to do? What would best serve your interests, and also how could you provide a service or whether it's art or something that other people are going to enjoy and appreciate, and that could elevate you past the middle class, past making $50,000 a year, into becoming, affluent. Wouldn't that be nice if you didn't have to struggle and spend your resources thinking about how am I going to feed myself, and instead let me write the best book I can write. Instead, let me create the best film. Let me make.
Can you get paid on top of the 50,000?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the idea. But I don't think it would work. I think we would lose a lot of great people because I think there's a lot of.
What? Bro. Dude, what? I know what he's going to say. I don't want to hear it. He's going to say a lot of people are they develop their personality through that struggle.
People that are motivated by desperation. They're motivated by this kick in the ass where you have, like, I have friends that had children, and once they had children, they became fucking hyper ambitious because they realized, oh my God.
Bro, he's literally doing the meme. It's like, go ahead, lower the minimum wage. It'll only make me grind harder. Go ahead, bro. Fucking make life harder, bro. That only makes my grind set, my Sigma grind set, work extra hard.
I have to pay for this little baby. And then they realize, like,
it does turn you into an adult.
Yes.
Because you're like, these people are,
Bro, what the fuck do either of you know about being a fucking adult? Like, at least I recognize I'm a fucking baby. You know what I mean? At least I recognize that I'm a spoiled little baby. Okay, I'm a very, very fortunate person. And people get mad at me and constantly repeat that shit. They're like, dude, you're such a baby. You're so spoiled. I'm like, yeah, no, I am. I am. Okay, I get to work for myself. I get to have like the best fucking life. You know, it's sick. It's awesome. Then you turn around and you listen to Joe and he's like, yeah, poverty's a good motivator. He's just as much as a baby as I am. He's literally more financially successful than I am. And yet you think because he's saying the things that you are conditioned into believing, it's like, nah, he's right.
I'm responsible for these people.
Yes. It's a completely different kind of feeling. But I wonder, but I don't want people to live in poverty. Yeah. Poverty sucks. It's a terrible place to be desperate, and that causes a lot of crime. It causes a lot of violence. There's a lot that's attached to poverty that's horrific. However, it is an incredible motivator to get people to get moving and to do something. And desperation, much like loss and humiliation, are great motivators to make you work harder, to be better at whatever thing you were attempting to do that failed. There's something about being poor that forces people into this feeling, this hunger that causes
this fucking asshole, dude. Alabama, who got indicted. A lot of people are saying that guns have more rights in this country than a pregnant woman, and they're literally right. Here's a case from 2019 where the gun-wielding person was protected after shooting a pregnant mother and causing a miscarriage. I'm gonna fight this man, dude. God damn it. Dude. As long as it's out there. What a sick. You know who I should? You know who I should have fucking. I'm going to claim the video. You know who I should take the VIP off of? Ostonox, dude. Bestie, is it true you're coming to Oi Breadland soon? Yes. You didn't even watch it? He could have edited it? No, I think he just like uploaded it with the proper fucking asshole, dude. Go Armstrong just did the same thing. What? He's been bragging about it. Get your tweet stolen, cheap ass. I can afford Twitter Blue. All right, well, that's a pay cut. Okay? Yeah, that's right. Hey, Ostonox, you're no longer able to afford Twitter Blue because I'm fucking cutting your pay, bitch. Okay? Yeah, that's right. Get fucked. Oh. Oh my god, I can't wait for this to be clipped and then people being like, remember when Hasan fucking said he was going to give a pay cut to his editor, and then people will seriously fucking take that and be like, yeah, that's right, that did happen. Like, there are people out there who literally who literally, against all fucking information, against all the things that they can personally see, still think that like I DMCA channels because one time I got fucking mad at like the VOD guy who kept writing snarky ass shit under my VODs that he was documenting. Which, of course, I never fucking DMCA'd. They literally think I'm DMCAing my own channels, dude. Bad at math, pay increased on accident. Yeah, I'm gonna fucking I'm gonna cut his pay so he'll be motivated to work harder.
Greatness in so many human beings, so many artists, so many great musicians, so many great comedians, and so many great people that have accomplished amazing things came out of nothing. And there's this inherent hunger and this desire to be someone, to be something that creates greatness that gets recognized by so many people and enriches so many people's lives. If you think about how many hip hop artists who are so poor became so rich and inspired so many people with their music? How many comedians did the same? How many people who wrote books?
Bro, he's just saying hunger is the best motivator. But then he like literally sits across from Elon Musk and sucks his cock. You think Elon Musk was ever hungry? What do you mean hunger is the great motivator? If anything, hunger is something that you have to overcome, dumbass. And the entire purpose of the original hypothetical that you brought up with like giving everyone $50,000 would personally make people's lives much better and unlock the fucking hidden potential that everyone has. That is at the basis of the equality of opportunity. These motherfuckers so regularly shit on the fundamental American principle, equality of opportunity. We have equal opportunity in this country, equal opportunity in this country. And then he literally will say, well, let's give equal opportunity to every single person. Then he's like, oh, well, hunger is a great motivator. Never mind. This is the, oh God, it is so incredibly fucking out of touch, dude. Oh. But what do I always say? I say meritocracy is a fucking lie, and it's a lie sold to you so you believe that your class positioning can change, even though all empirical evidence suggests the exact opposite, that you are not likely, you are not likely to move up, and upward social mobility is absolutely way more difficult in a country like this as a consequence, a clear-cut consequence of a lack of amenities in comparison to European countries, social democracies, where social mobility, upward social mobility is way more likely. Even then, it's super limited, though. Okay? And meritocracy, that lie, can only be told by those examples of the once in every fucking billion people that have that rags the riches story. Well, these guys made it. These guys made it, so you can too. That's crazy. It's such a stupid, flawed way of looking at the world. It is so hyper-capitalist. Because as many in the chat also pointed out, well, what about all the hungry people that don't fucking become successful, right? The hidden narrative, the underlying premise there is a really gross one. It's a gross premise because the concept there is, the underlying premise there is that they just didn't work hard enough. Okay? You're just basically erasing probability from the equation. Probability, your spawn point, where you were born, your zip code. Okay? Which country you were born in. That has a far greater emphasis on the likelihood of success. Not hunger, not anything else. It's crazy. Yes, people succeed in spite of poverty and never because of it. You're right. You're absolutely correct. Calvinist predestination fallacy.
Have come out of utter poverty, and through the struggle and pain of their existence,
yeah, and like a million more of them don't. So those guys, I guess they didn't just work hard enough. This is the most out of touch, mathematically speaking, this is the most out of touch fucking commentary you could make. Straight up. Joe has lost the last remaining bastion of fucking humanity that he had within him and has now officially become the total fucking capitalist pig dog. You know what I mean? Just oinking. Like, there were times when Joe, as a consequence of his own personal background, because he wasn't super rich when he was growing up, before he got really fucking lucky and made it big in Hollywood, which is really a once in a lifetime, once in every fucking million opportunity, right? Before he struck gold, actually worked in constructions. He was construction yards. He was on food stamps. Exactly. His parents were poor. His mom was poor. And here's the thing. Because of that, he used to routinely advocate for the everyday guy, the layman, the average Joe. Okay? He did. Remember how he would like fucking shit on Dave Rubin when Dave Rubin had like these libertarian idiotic concepts like Yelp reviews for business contractors. You know what I mean? Like he was like, no, that doesn't work, idiot. He at the very least every now and then would arrive at the correct take because of his own personal experiences that he wasn't so far removed from. But I guess a $500 million Spotify contract really changes your mentality and the way you fucking see the world, you know? Wild. He 100% was told this morning by one of his kids they don't have to work for a living. It's crazy, dude. It's insane to think if people's basic needs are cared for, they won't want to work for nicer things. I still want a PS5 on universal income. Yeah, I mean, there's that, and then there's other motivators as well. It is so heartless to think like a capitalist. It is so devoid of anything that makes us truly human when you think like a machine, okay? When you're like, no, the only way that someone will ever fucking work is for survival, is to make money. Money is the primary motivator. That's it. There's no other way. You can't have a sense of ownership over your own business in the same way that Joe has, in the same way that I do. You know what I mean? You can't allow other people to have that. There can never be any other underlying reasons as to why someone wants to be successful. It's just purely to survive on subsistence wages. It's purely to survive and put a roof over your head. There's no other reason. And if you don't make sure that the system is designed around keeping people subjugated in that way so that they're destined for a lifetime of wage slavery, they'll become poor leeches. They'll become unproductive workers. Crazy.
Gave life to their words in a way that you're just not going to get sleeping on silk sheets.
Yeah, but are you sleeping on silk sheets making 50 grand a year?
No.
Probably not. So there's
No,
probably
you're not.
a number,
But
right?
yeah, there's
It's like a subsistence number.
But you don't. But then again, it's like how much encourages people to just exist.
That's a crazy argument, man. That's weird how all the spouting this desperation mentality are weird, out of touch rich people. Yeah, I just don't understand that at all, dude. I mean, but it's the truth. The thing is, how does this only have 75 upvotes, by the way? What the fuck? The argument that poverty is a good motivator is the same as arguing that having a literal gun to your head is a good motivator. Fear of death and desperation does motivate people, but it's definitely not the best way and is often causing more harm than good. Rogan arguing that poverty has motivated many famous comedians and other successful people is a selection bias. He meets only with successful comedians who grew up in poverty, but the reason they were successful is not because they were poor as kids, but because they had immense talent, luck. Also, there are many more that grow up in poverty that never grow up to meet Rogan because they're dead or in jail and not performing at the Comedy Store. So good. Incredible fucking take. The thing is, a lot of his listeners and the 90 million people that listen to him are American. So because they're American, they personally see themselves not as like abused and exploited people, abused and exploited workers that are destined for a lifetime of servile subjugation, but temporarily embarrassed millionaires, you know? That's it. I don't know. I think people are starting to see through it as our money continues to get less valuable. See. The gun to your head is a perfect example. Yeah, I think I'm going to steal that from the Redditor and use it in the future. I'd do some horrible things with a gun to my head. It's not going to motivate me to be better. Poverty is dehumanizing. Yeah, that's a really, really good. I use that quote all the time because of you. It's amazing agitprop. I mean, I didn't write it. Socialism will never work in this country because the working class do not see themselves as an exhausted, abused, exploited proletariat, but temporarily embarrassed millionaires. I didn't come up with that quote. Steinbeck did. Steinbeck saw it in my bio and copied me. Yeah. I also wrote a famous book designed around the experiences that I saw during the Great Depression called Grapes of Wrath. If you guys haven't read that. I wrote that too. Might as well just lie about all of it. Hasan, this is how you talk with your friends? What do you mean? SCOTUS decided in favor of opioids. What? Supreme Court unanimously overturned the convictions of 2 doctors accused of running opioid pill farms? What? We normally would not view such dispensations as inherently illegitimate. We expect, and indeed usually want, doctors to prescribe the medications that their patients need. It's the fact that the doctor issued an unauthorized prescription that renders his or conduct wrongful, not the fact of the dispensation itself. There's a thread. It's likely fake news. Yeah, BNN is always like fucking weird and fake. So. Write a theory book for merch? What? No, BNN is bullshit. The Supreme Court has sided with doctors who face criminal charges for overprescribing powerful pain medication. The ruling came as the U.S. has been seeing record numbers of drug overdose deaths, many from the highly lethal opioid fentanyl. They ruled for doctors who face criminal charges for overprescribing in case of arising from the opioid addiction crisis. Stephen Breyer wrote for the court that the prosecutors must prove that doctors knew they were illegally prescribing powerful pain drugs in violation of the Federal Controlled Substances Act. The ruling came as the U.S. has been seeing record numbers of drug overdose deaths, evaluating the convictions of 2 doctors who are facing more than 2 decades in prison. The justice, these guys had a pill farm, dude. Evaluating the convictions of 2 doctors who were each facing more than 2 decades in prison, the justice ruled on a subject on which advocates for patients and doctors that urged the court to distinguish between criminal behavior and medical errors made in good faith. It did so in the ruling. Prosecutors, Breyer wrote, must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant knowingly or intentionally acted in an unauthorized manner. The justices ruled unanimously for the doctors, though only 6 endorsed Breyer's standard for conviction. Fear of aggressive prosecution already has led the doctors to avoid prescribing opiates against their best medical judgment, the National Pain Advocacy Center told the court in a written filing. Bro, the National Pain Advocacy Center is literally their villains. Dog. The National Pain Advocacy Center was unironically created to build pill farms. Why is the Associated Press not mentioning that this is a lobbying arm for the opiate industry? Like, this is why I laugh whenever motherfuckers are like, Hasan, why don't you just like build a socialism super PAC? Bro, how am I going to fucking get this? Here, even in a basic story, in the immediate aftermath, during the crisis, the opioid epidemic that we are experiencing currently, the Associated Press, which is supposed to be objective news coverage, not even fucking mentioning and going directly to a medical lobbying wing that was established by Purdue, the National Pain Advocacy Center, okay? Straight up, funded for, paid for, and created by Purdue Pharmaceutical to reach out for a fucking quote. But the justice did not throw out the convictions of the two doctors whose appeal was heard in February. Instead, it ordered the Federal Appeals Court to take a new look at the cases. Ruan is serving 21-year federal prison term. Study finds dogs should receive more belly rubs, written by a dog. My favorite example of this shit was when I learned about the existence of the Association of Dressings and Sauces. Like, what is this? The mayo lobby, dude. Literally the mayo lobby. The nutritional benefits of mayonnaise. The healthy scoop of mayonnaise. With so many varieties of mayonnaise available, including light and fat-free, this health-friendly condiment can be a part of a well-balanced diet. You can't make this up, dude. I've heard that mayonnaise can cause foodborne illness. Is this true? No. Commercial mayonnaise and mayonnaise-type dressings are carefully prepared under strict quality controls. Huh. If mayonnaise isn't a food safety problem, what is? Unsanitary handling and preparation of foods in home kitchens and food service operations pose the greatest threat of bacterial contamination of food. Bro, this is 100% a money laundering scheme? No. No, it's not. No, man, this is how corporate America works. There's a lobbying arm for every single fucking, every single industry. And this is another, they create. No, this is not a joke site. I'm willing to bet this is real. They probably are backed by, like, you know, Kraft and shit. The Association for Dressings and Sauces was founded in 1926, represents manufacturers of salad dressing, mayonnaise, and condiment sauces, and suppliers of raw materials. Yeah, see? Packaging and equipment on this segment of the industry. Guys, understand something, okay? Yeah, Brooks Bottling, Shelton House Products, the Clorox Company, Columbus Vegetable Oils, Griffith Laboratories, GFF, Earth Island, Kagome USA, Paradigm Foodworks, QMB Foods, Vanny Foods, Griffin Foods Company, Hidden Valley, Casey Masterpiece, Plockman Inc., Soyvay. Soyvay's pretty good. Supplier members, Bell Flavors and Fragrances. So, holy shit. Oh, brother. Oregon Spice Company, Premier Juices, Paradise, Third Wave Bioactives LLC. So, like, for example, remember when Amy Klobuchar was running for president? Okay. Remember when Amy Klobuchar was running for president? The site outright lawed, here are all the mayo recalls. Yeah. And Amy Klobuchar, I talked to you guys about this before. Like, Amy Klobuchar played a role in in making pizza a people are not going to believe me when I say this. God damn it. Amy Klobuchar played a role in making pizza a vegetable in school lunches because of the contents of the tomato sauce in a pizza. and like she did it because, you know, tomato lobby. Klobuchar explains why she fought for pizza sauce to be classified as a vegetable. During a CNN town hall, Thomas Satterthwaite, a sophomore at Harvard, asked the senator about a letter she sent to the USDA in 2010 petitioning them to keep frozen pizzas in school lunches, thus allowing for the sauce to be counted as a vegetable. The letter came after the USDA began considering a new rule that would no longer count tomato sauce as a vegetable in school cafeterias. A Harvard student pointed out that her letter was sent to help protect the frozen food company in her home state of Minnesota and asked, to what extent do you believe that the financial interests of corporations in your home state should outweigh the health of American next generation? It wasn't, sorry, I said tomato lobby, but it wasn't. It was frozen food. Klobuchar responded by acknowledging that the letter was a mistake, but said that she made the decision to protect an employer dealing with a difficult economy while still calling the question fair criticism. Like, how do you think this happens? How do you think this happens? Why do you think this happens? Isn't mayo basically the egg lobby? Are the tomato lobby and the egg lobby colluding? I mean, there is for every fucking industry, for every vector, for every sector, there is always this type of shit happening behind the scenes. It is an intricately designed, incredibly complex system that is super, super difficult to tackle unless you make fundamental changes. Okay? And that's it. By the way, this entire time, we forgot to fucking cover the number one thing that we were going to talk about, which was Rudy Giuliani. Rudy Giuliani.
Following that,
hold on. Rudy Giuliani.
The High Court.
Okay, we're done with the SCOTUS shit.
Fallout.
I do want to talk about the candid conversation on abortion. They're doing these motherfuckers are doing a jubilee on abortion here, okay? But this morning, Rudolph Giuliani, the number one mayor of New York, the guy who personally stopped 9/11 from happening, and then it still happened, but he personally tried stopping 9/11 from happening, America's mayor, Rudolph Giuliani, was in the news. It was in the news yesterday, as a matter of fact. Okay? Now, why was Rudolph Giuliani in the news? Well, because he had been attacked unjustifiably, viciously. He was assaulted, and he almost died. Okay? He almost died. Shouts out, pour one out to fucking Rudolph Giuliani. Let's watch the video of him talking about this gross assault that took place. Does anyone have the video? I want to play this video real quick. Why did you do that? Yeah, no, that video is not the video of the assault. I don't want to show the video. I want to hear what he has to say.
Worker easy.
No. I want to hear here's him crying about it. Okay, so Rudolph Giuliani.
A third of the way through.
Aw, this video actually betrays the fucking secret that I was going to show you, but here. Rudolph Giuliani. Was slapped in a Staten Island supermarket. Now, let me tell you something. Real quick. This motherfucker, first of all, had the gall to say that he almost died. But also, unfortunately, he survived. Yes, Rudolph Giuliani was attacked unjustifiably, and unfortunately, he fucking survived this gross
Third of the way
attack.
through, I got hit on the back as if a boulder hit me. It knocked me forward a step or two. It didn't knock me down, but it hurt tremendously. I did not know what it was. I had no idea what it was. And all of a sudden, I heard someone yell at me something I can't repeat about what I am. Curse words, dirty curse words, and then some more dirty curse words, and then a few more dirty as he retreated, ran away. And then he turned around and he said that I was a woman killer. You kill women, your party kills women.
Now, Rudolph almost died, but so brave of him to be able to come out and speak out against this heinous, gross attack that almost took his life. I want to issue, and I do not mean this lightly, I want to issue a trigger warning because we have security footage of the actual violent attack that the New York Post considered to be an assault, that the New York Times considered to be a strike. I want to issue a trigger warning, folks. What the things that you're about to see will make the Will Smith slap look like a tickle party. What you are about to see is probably the worst, most TOS violating assassination attempt I have ever shown on this broadcast, and we literally watched Russia invade Ukraine on this broadcast. This might be my last stream. Twitch might ban me. It's very, very graphic.
Worker is accused of assaulting former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani. Video
Pay close
here obtained
attention.
by the Post shows what happened at the
You might have
ShopRite
missed
on
it.
Veterans Road West just before 3:30 Sunday afternoon. The former mayor was campaigning.
For those of you, I'm sorry. So some of you might be thinking, like, what happened? Is it over? Like, did it happen? Yeah, it did.
For his son, who is running
Here's the
for
worker.
the Republican nomination for governor, when the alleged
Thank God this violent criminal was actually apprehended by the police, by the way. Thank God.
attack took place. Rudy Giuliani told the Post the worker slapped him on the back and then started yelling at him over the Supreme Court's decision to overturn.
There it is. Oh, God. It just showed it again. Did you guys see it? Did you notice? I didn't even realize that they ran it on loop. Hold on. I gotta run this in slow motion. You might miss it. Because what the perpetrator here is really, really fast.
Decision.
He's really fast. You can see the whiplash. You can see his head is half decapitated right here. Thank God they were able to surgically piece his spine back together. I mean, I don't know if this is I'm going to show you once again. I do not take this lightly. This is an Antifa activist grossly attacking Rudolph Giuliani, America's mayor. There it is. And then continuing to call him a scumbag. As someone who is pro-life, it brings me no pleasure reporting on this, folks. I'm going to be honest. Sometimes this job is very, very difficult to do. Okay? Especially at the top of the hour when I have to subject you to the unjustifiable violence of the ad break. This is one of those moments where we must come together, unite as Americans, and give capital punishment as the only sentence for this disgusting, gross attacker. Right. Folks, at the top of the hour, there is a 60-second ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You know, I'm probably going to be funding my therapy sessions for watching that gross act of violence over and over again. $5 or for free, you can also avoid the top of the hour ad breaks. Or if you're lucky, you can avoid them with a gifted sub. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. much for me, HasanAbi. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't report it. You joke, but also, what the fuck is this? A Sunday well spent with the 5 staff, friends, and family? Why did you send this to me? This is gross. I hate them. Oh, wait. Now, as you guys all know, unjustifiable acts of violence are commonplace, especially in the hands of Democrats. The computer enhanced version of the heinous attack. Warning, the following.
A group of people are around me, hugging me, kissing me, and all of a sudden, I feel a shot on my back, like somebody shot me. I went forward, but luckily I didn't fall down. Lucky I'm a 78-year-old who's in pretty good shape, because if I wasn't, I'd have hit the ground and probably cracked my skull. And then he goes on and on and on, yelling and screaming. He moves away, yelling and screaming things like, you're going to kill babies, your people are going to kill not babies, you're going to kill women, you're going to kill women. I mean, suppose I was a weaker 78-year-old and I hit the ground, cracked my skull, and died.
Wow. Now let me tell you, unjustifiably violent attacks by Democratic politicians and their willing communist subjects is unfortunately very commonplace. I'm afraid I'm going to have to show you, before we get to Nancy Pelosi, one of the most famous examples of this, where Maxine Waters grossly and unjustifiably attacked my colleague at the time, Michael Treacy. Now, it brings me no pleasure to report this either. Okay, especially considering how violent the terrifying Maxine Waters was. Folks, I'm sorry. Trigger warning issued twice, okay? Some say the way that Michael Treacy's skull reverberated inside, or brain reverberated inside of his skull, led him to become the person he is today. It broke his brain permanently, so much so that Michael Treacy became the guy who is known for finding the absolute worst take on any given subject. This is the most intense footage I've ever shown you on this broadcast. Let's take a look.
Minute, please, Thank you. During a one-week span in March, I looked at your tweets, and around 60% had to do with this Russia issue. Yes. Do you think that's a proportionate focus for Democrats? Should it be overwhelmingly on this Russia matter?
Well, no, and this is it. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. And for people who say, you know, don't do this, you just should do that. Let me just say that I consider that protection of our democracy and understanding that Russia is not our friend, and that...
Notice how she is violently... Notice how she is violently shaking her finger. As a leader in the revolutionary Black Panther Maoist revolutionist Third Worldist group, Maxine Waters and many others are trained in the art of hand-to-hand combat. Now, you might think this is the finger wagging of a 700-year-old woman, a fragile woman. But make no mistake, what she is doing in that very moment is summoning her chi to her single finger to make a finger gun. She could have assassinated Michael Treacy right in that very moment, and it is truly courageous that Michael Treacy was able to withstand that attack and also maintain his composure. That's right. The spirit gun is real. Yu Yu Hakusho was a documentary.
They are undermining our democracy by hacking into our elections and trying to determine, as they have done, who should be president of the United States, and that's very important. At the same time, we fight very hard for health care. We're trying to preserve the ACA while they're trying to undo it with Trump care that's going to throw 34 million people out of health care. And so we know how to do both, and we're doing that.
When you say Russia's not our friend, was Obama mistaken to forge military cooperation with Russia in Syria and to try to get a START treaty?
Look, you and I have a different agenda, young man. I'm out to impeach this president. Get that straight. I'm out to impeach the president. I'm not going to be diverted by people who are Obama haters.
Do you think...
You guys might have missed that. I'm going to run it back again. Okay? Notice the karate chop. Once again, a Maoist third worldist revolutionary trained in hand-to-hand combat. Notice that she karate chops Michael Tracy across the body. I can't show you the rest of this video because Michael Tracy was sliced in half. And as Maxine Waters walked away, not looking back at the victim, his body started slicing in a straight line as the upper half of his body started slowly sliding off his torso. That's right. Chatter is correct. You must be well versed in this art. He said, striking all significant organs, truly brutal. That's right. Absolutely. Every single organ.
Obama haters.
Do you think...
Oh, I'm so sorry. Chills.
Okay, there you go. She pushed me aside, but it's okay. I'm getting in the way.
So people can walk up to you and put their hands on you and call you a slur? Is that the actions that you saw here? Is that the actions that you experienced? I love these people, man. My favorite type of motherfuckers in the chat. That's awesome. Bro, I found Giuliani's assailant. No! Okay, if that was the case, Giuliani would have died. He's a pussy, but people should keep their hands to themselves. No. So people can walk up and put their hands on you and call you a slur. Notice how you didn't actually accurately describe the events that you watched, literally in slow motion, and instead decided to come up with an entirely separate circumstance, which would probably be unacceptable. Why do you think you felt the need to do that? Is it because the events that unfolded in front of your eyes does not meet the barrier of unacceptability, so you had to make up a totally different situation? Is that the reason? What is the slur that Rudy Giuliani saw, by the way? Was it scumbag? Is that the slur? I already ran the ad break, by the way. Was it Fredo? Did they call it Rudy Giuliani Fredo? Huh? Anyway. But make no mistake, this violence comes from the top. And at the top of the Democratic Party are vicious monsters like Nancy Pelosi. Okay? Nancy Pelosi elbows little daughter of the new GOP Congresswoman, Mayra Flores. What a witch, says Benny Johnson. Let's take a look.
We wanted our pastor to come into the picture. Pastor?
Wait, what? It's pretty funny because, like, okay, this is actually worse than all the things that we saw. Because, like, at first I thought maybe it's an accident, but no, it seems deliberately. She, like, pushes the fucking gross daughter away. He's like, ew, ew, get away from me, kid. This is my time to shine.
We wanted our pastor to come into the picture.
He's like, get away, ew, gross. Children, I hate them. What the fuck? Also, she doesn't even react, which is pretty funny. That's so funny. What the fuck is wrong with her, dude? Oh, wow, dude. Wow. Another angle of that vicious elbow. Damn, they literally deleted it. Nancy, but like, go back to your country. Yeah, but she said it in a nice tone. You know what I mean? She said it in a civil way. Oh. Why are you posting this, bro? So textbook box out, same energy.
Ball handling. Too strong that time. Barbosa grabs it again.
True.
Backing in against Barnes. Flips it out. Shepard's three from the corner.
Look at that. Perfect box out technique. I respect her. Anyway, thank God we finally covered that. That was really, really hard for me to cover. That's part of the reason why I didn't want to cover it. There was also a John Oliver video that we were going to fucking watch. God damn, bro. Mondays are so fucking crazy. Mondays are so insane. There's so much content. But the replies to this will make you go full Joker. At least 42 people were found dead inside a tractor trailer on the southwest side, and 16 others were taken into area hospitals according to various conditions according to multiple SAPD sources. Jesus fucking Christ. Impeach Joe Biden? Why? The replies aren't that bad. What the fuck are you talking about? I mean, I suspect it's like, you know, people trying to cross the border, right? Maybe. There are petition signing events in Michigan going to this week to put a ballot measure in to protect abortion rights. Good. They should do that. It is one way to also, not to be so much of a fucking lib, but not to be too much of a fucking lib, but it is one way to definitely, increase voter turnout effectively. And those ballot measures will, at the very least, I think even in red states, they would be able to. I linked you this early. The replies were full of people saying that they were immigrants, so they deserved it. Okay. They're just going to ban it federally anyway. Why bother? Dude, that's insane. That's an insane way to approach reality, okay? Sorry, but that's typical, male take right there, okay? Oh, man. They're just going to ban it anyway. Why fucking bother? Okay, dude, sure. Ballot measures the only reason I vote in California. Yeah, you're sure to sick. Where can I get it? It's satire. There's a new Channel 5 trailer.
How did you develop your drip? Were you born drippy, or you sort of?
Every day is a new type of drip. It's one of one. Every day you wake up, you go out, drip like that. You know what I mean? Find some shoes, find some Rick, find something that matches with it. Some Doc Martens.
Who's your favorite rapper?
The NBA Young Sauce Boy.
So you don't fuck with Lil Durk then?
Fuck Lil Durk. He ain't slide for Vaughn. Bro's dead. That was his homie. He ain't slide.
Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah, bro. Naperville Andes be like, yo, he ain't slide for Vaughn, dude. Yo, come on, dude. Come on, go kill people. Go kill people. Dude, I fucking, the white kids, bro. I swear to God, this fucking clown has a bowl cut too. Yo, come on. You ain't slide for Vaughn, dog. Won't say that to his face. I mean, look, the thing is, like, it doesn't matter if he would say it to his face or not. It is like a deeply frustrating fucking attitude that I have seen on the internet time and time again, okay, from Naperville ass motherfuckers constantly saying, like, black people should kill each other just for my own personal fucking entertainment. It's just so fucking frustrating. Come on, you ain't slide for Vaughn. You ain't slide for Vaughn. Come on, you ain't real. You ain't slide for Vaughn. It's like, bro, what are you talking about, dude? You have never been even in a fucking fight. Shut the fuck up. Oh, yeah, 8-2-22, Kansas ballot measure. People here need to vote. Please go vote. Latest Pew Research opinion shows 49% legal versus 49% illegal. It's too fucking close. Black person here, I absolutely hate that shit. Yeah, I just like, people who are so far removed from the consequences of said violence are so fucking happily endorsing like further violence just for the sake of their own entertainment. And the record labels that literally own these people, okay, straight up in the grossest way possible, also promote that kind of behavior and absolutely promote and don't do anything to stop this sort of shit from happening because they know that alive or dead, black bodies sell records that they're going to make money off of. Okay? Straight up. Fucked up. Anyway, it's really, really, really annoying.
What is he doing?
Who do you think has more sneakers, Lil Durk or NBA Youngboy?
NBA Youngboy.
How come?
Because he's got drip compared to Lil Durk.
Oh,
what does that mean? Slide for Vaughn? King Von is a rapper who was murdered, and he was Lil Durk's friend. Who and slide means to kill. Like you kill, you murder the ops. Holy shit, bro! We really have so many white chatters. You don't even listen to music. I listen to Durk.
shit.
What's up, man? How are you?
We got my guy.
Good to see you.
Can you weigh in? Can you weigh in on the Lil Durk NBA YoungBoy situation?
I respect that.
Where are you going?
We're gonna crash Weddingcon.
Weddingcon?
It's upstairs. You should come.
All right, we're now inside the Anaheim Convention Center. Me and Austin are pulsing with excitement. Are you guys here for Sneakercon or Weddingcon? What's it like up there? Is it fun?
It's nice. It's nice.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Weddingcon, baby.
Motherfucker, how you know all this lingo but don't know how to convert a video? I don't know, dude. Because I'm tough.
Excuse me, sir. Are you getting married?
Oh yeah.
Are you excited?
Yes, I'm excited. I'm marrying this gorgeous woman right here.
Are you interested in going downstairs to the sneaker convention that's also happening in this convention center?
No, I already have shoes.
What kind of shoes are those?
I love this guy, dude. What a cutie.
Those are, I'm not sure exactly what kind, but my fiance got those for me too as a birthday gift. Yeah, I'm all about being frugal, so, you know.
As one should be. You got something to save for. What's your favorite thing to drink?
Margaritas.
What's your margarita record for wedding time?
I don't even know, like 10 margaritas. When I got married, actually, I blacked out on margaritas.
Did you throw up?
Yeah. My husband, he even wiped it from my face. That's love, baby.
Was it love at first sight?
I think it was a couple. No, not initially. It took a lot of interaction.
Is he amazing or what?
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, amazing. Like, completely.
Do you mind if I ask you a question real quick? What is your secret?
Love. I was expecting something different. I was expecting there to be a lot of brides looking for a groom. It seems like everyone here is just trying to pitch something like wedding dresses. They're definitely trying to make some money here. Good for them. I don't know what to really feel about this place. But I think it's better than Sneakercon. That's one thing.
It wasn't so long ago you didn't need very many fingers to count the different styles of basketball sneakers. And the price, well, you could buy a decent pair of sneakers for under $30. Way under.
Brie Malone. The good one. My man, what do you mean scuff Post Malone? What do you think Post Malone is?
Last, those days are long gone, and in their place, a culture where high-priced kicks mean status, power, and sometimes even big-time bucks.
I know how you got those MB550s, homie. Bro, how do you even, like, how do you think I got the MB550s? They're just New Balance. Like, it's not that difficult to get these kinds of sneakers, bro. Is it? Are they hot right now? Wait, what? They are $550 for like 1,000? Wait, what? Bro, how the fuck? Okay, listen. Anytime you see me with like fucking expensive sneakers, understand that I 100% bought at retail, okay? ALDs are regular 550s aren't bad. Oh God, why do you guys know these things, dude? Like people in this community should not know this, okay? I'm kidding. Of course you can know. I don't even know how to say it, but the Amy Leon Dor, is that how you say it? No, they're not 1,000 Murat's here. They're $130 retail, but like if you fucking can find them. But the 550s I got were like $150 or something. Like it wasn't that expensive. I mean, that's still expensive, but it's not like $1,000. You can buy them for $500 at StockX. I don't think so. I don't think this is a StockX. Okay, let's look at the fucking StockX retail prices, but I doubt it. No, you're talking about Leon Dor or whatever, like those, and even they aren't that expensive. Look at this shit. I mean, this one's the most like hyped one, the green one, and they're sick. This makes my Gen X ass feel straight up like a boomer. Keep in mind, Hasan size is like that's right. Peen 15, you are correct. My size is the last to sell out, and that's precisely why I can usually find most of the shoes at retail price. I have the white ones though. I just have the regular ones. I don't have like the Amy Leon Dore ones. I just have the regular New Balance ones. So what the fuck are these New Balance being so pricey? New Balance revitalizes brand and did exactly what every other fucking brand does. And did a collaboration with ALD, Amy Leon Dore, this fucking New York brand that every mid-level marketing manager wears, that they all one of those brands that you always see on, like, I don't fucking know. I'm a LA boy. I don't know this fucking New York the New York City shit, like the New York City memes. But like what is it? The Nolita, what the fuck was it? Shit is doo-doo, their coffee is dog shit, and so is their shoe collabs. No, I think that Amy Leon Dore, man, shut up. Whatever. Who gives a fuck what it's called? No, dudes in the hood began wearing them and sales went up, so they raised the price. Wait, what? Supreme kids grow up to be ALD bros. Yes, exactly. Nolita dirtbag, Soho shit. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Nolita dirtbag or throwing fits. Like, I feel like those are the guys who, one, simultaneously make fun of people who wear shoes like this, but also are literally the people who wear shoes like this and outfits like this. This is literally bourgeois decadence. Man, I don't know. I like the fucking all-white shoe. Like, it was nice. I'm an old-ass man, dude. If you buy shoes like these, you're a cuck and not a real socialist. I don't give a fuck. M. Leon Dore is the French pronunciation. M. Leon Dore. Why is ALD a good brand? Bro, I had not even heard of this fucking brand, dude. New Balance owners, are those 990s? No, they're JJJ Jound X New Balance 999 or 992 Mossy Green. Vans owners, what kind of shoes are those? Blue. Sometimes your Florida man comes out and I love it. I mean, I'm a big Vans guy, so. Mark said no sneaker collabs, comrade. Yes, the other Vans guy is Jay Schlatt. Fuck retail, support knockoffs. Oh, 100%. Old man, dad wears sneakers for $500. Are you coming to Twitch you? Yes, I am. ALD owner is now the creative director at MB. Yeah, I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know enough about like the new shit that's popping off. If you're a Vans guy, will you buy me this one? Thank you, sir. That's sick. Murat would love this. Murat, come check this fucking Bring a Trailer auction one that already has a trailer in it. Bring a trailer, but it already has a trailer. Holy shit, look at this. You would love this shit, bro. Look, look, look. Lifted. Got the off-roading. What is it?
No, that's a square drop trailer like the one I have.
Yeah, but you
sorry,
made...
that's a teardrop. I have a square drop. Similar concepts, though.
Yeah, Murat's here. All right, you can go now. Minivan is sexy as fuck. Okay, I love minivans like this. I can't at Haute Couture New Balances. Okay, well, I mean, this is something that's popping off, okay? How do you respond to the stalling allegations? Bro, I'm going to be honest, like, oh shit, Libs of Tik Tok. I'm going to be honest with you guys, like, I'm not stalling, but the alien game did not only scare me a little too much, which is why I've been kind of stalling. Okay, but also, like, it's kind of difficult to play. I mean, I'll play it. I'll keep playing it, but, like, it's tense, dude. That's kind of why I took a 2-day hiatus, okay? It's been a little tense playing this fucking thing. Like, you guys are literally bullying me at this point to fucking play this goddamn game, but... New art, Alien versus Hasan. Yeah, I'm gonna put this on my blast off meme, but like I don't look like that. You know what I mean? I'm not like Haas. Thank you for the Haas on Twitch. Thank you for the sick artwork. Except like kind of terrifying. What the fuck got in your head that this would be a good game for you to play? Bro, I don't know. It's just... I don't know. Many people said... What? People kept saying, play the fucking game, play the game, play Alien Isolation. And then we did a democratic vote for it. And you motherfuckers voted for this. So now I'm dead. Here you go, juice this. Okay, so where we're at is like, that's the other spaceship. That's the spaceship that we came in with, right? I'm going to turn off the lights. Hold on. I'm going to turn off the lights. Hold on a moment. Sure. Someone in the chat said, won't the fucking thing come for him if he's AFK? Oh, dude, I can't do this with Murat in the background. Bro, this is like, this is Chad, this is literally two-dimensional now. Or not even two-dimensional, like four-dimensional. I have Murat in the house using power tools and shit. I'm literally gonna fucking have a heart attack. Do you hear that? I just turned on the other mic real quick so you can hear the background noise. I don't know if the mic is picking it up. I mean, remember, the mic has like a dampening effect, but I can... It just sounds like a screeching noise in the background. Okay, there's a guy up there, I think. Makes for better immersion? No, the opposite, my friend. Wasn't there a dude up here? Am I crazy? Did I imagine? Up the... Bro, you gotta stop, Murat. I'm fucking terrified already. Well, no, don't leave. I'm already scared, but you're literally making it worse. Don't say soy, chatters. Damn, I'm fucking maxed out on everything, bro. Holy shit. Stalling in game? No, I'm not. Oh, I fucking forgot how to do this. Fuck. Oh, thank God we did it. Okay. You're a little soy. Let's keep it real. Yeah, I am a little soy. Whatever, dude. There's nothing wrong with that. Soy rights. Okay. Donde está la biblioteca, okay? Yo soy fucking Dora. I am soy. This is a commercial vessel. Oh, here, let's play it.
This is the commercial vessel Torrens out of St. Clair, registration number MSV7760, calling Sebastopol Traffic Control. We're carrying 3 passengers on a Wayland-Yutani bond. You're holding the Nostromo flight recorder unit. We request immediate permission to transfer the passengers port side over.
All right, I'm turning TTS on. Don't fucking abuse it, though. I will turn it off if you say dumb shit.
This is Verlaine on the Torrens. What the hell just happened? Sebastopol! Did any of our EVA team make it on board? Please respond.
Dumb shit.
We've taken damage in the explosion and are pulling out of Sebastopol space. Systems will be down while we repair. I can't say for how long.
Okay, that's not bad.
This is Waits, Colonial Marshal at Sebastopol Station. We have a serious situation here.
Non-local
Dumb
comms are
shit.
down, and we need you to send out an emergency message. Do you read me? Repeat, our ranged communications are down, and we need help. Stand off and send help.
Wait, this is what we sent? This is what they sent back to them?
Dumb shit.
Damn, that joke wasn't... That joke didn't pop off as hard the first time. Thank God we got a second look at it.
Happy anniversary.
External communications disabled by order of Apollo. Facility offline. All outgoing communications halted.
That's just great.
Internal communications
Final.
open on limited channels.
Gotta be someone on the station I can contact.
Find an alternate communications terminal?
Show me
Is
the
it better to have the camera feed? I still don't know what the camera feed... Like, I don't know what that does still. Like, I don't fully understand what this does. But I feel like turning off camera feed is probably good, right?
Dumb shit.
Oh, there's a fucking camera right there.
Shit dumb. Boo.
Okay, so that didn't work. Look behind you, but there's an old lady with a man. Okay, chat. Real funny. That old lady is the fucking queen. And you must respect her, yeah? Oh! What the fuck? There's a dude.
Dame 2 Cosy to Alien PLS.
You underneath me?
What a fucking alien, dude.
There's two
what
dudes.
What a fucking weaselly little alien, dude. What a fucking weaselly little alien, dude. Holy shit, dude.
Okay, I'm gonna do a quick peek. I'm gonna quickly peek. That's one.
Just a heads up, there is a really scary jump scare coming up.
Oh, they're not a... Oh, they're just robots. They don't kill, right? Oh, wait, this is unauthorized area, isn't it?
Hasan, what perfume do you use?
If my phone system reads 6 seconds, please log a complaint.
Chat, it's not a fucking spoiler that the robots kill. I literally watched the robot kill someone.
Boo, I'm in the walls. Don't be scared. I am once again asking you to consider playing Visage Smile.
Why is it not working down here? Okay, calm down, bro. It makes so much fucking noise. Fuck.
Watch the movies, they're really good, yo sussy. Be sure you get the Aussie sex scene ending, it's so hot, Hosso.
Don't manifest the alien.
Camera feed can pick you up and send enemies after you in certain places.
Okay.
Have you tried addressing the material conditions of the alien yet? No? Classic leftist grifter.
Yeah. I'm good on that. Oh! Dead robot. Nice. That's a good thing, right? That's not ominous. Oh! Oh! Oh, I squeezed my abs too much. Fuck!
Knock knock. Who's there? Alien. Alien who? Alien boo. I hope I scared you. Hashtag owned.
Oh! Oh, dude, that's a worksite injury, dude. This is a OSHA violation, bro. I can't play this game.
Probably died
I
from
can't
old
play
age
this
with all
fucking
stalling happening.
It's still moving. This motherfucker's still moving.
Absolute comedians in these donos.
Why did that door move? What the fuck? I'm gonna try to kill him again.
Hey Hasan, Alien here. I'm here on behalf of Nancy Pelosi. I just want to talk about your kind donation.
Oh! Oh my god!
It'll
No!
help our cause. Please meet me
Kill
in
him!
the atrium. I
Kill
just
him!
want
Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! No! What the fuck? Why can't I kill him? No! No! No! No! No!
to win.
No! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Wait, why did the other one not? Why did the other one die so much easier?
14 months Pipo Pog shout out to the offliners brew against it.
Wait. You can only reload one bullet at a time? What the fuck?
Behind you.
That's so dumb. You gotta hold down the reload. I actually, that's not dumb. That's kind of smart. Still fucking annoying though. Holy shit, dude. I hate this.
Stupid poop.
I should keep lighting on, right? Behind you there's a robot? Yeah, I know. I killed his ass, dude. Fucking murdered him, dude.
Not gonna lie, I've always thought that Elizabeth Warren is kind of poggers.
I like that it tags their educational and social eating. Oh, dude, come on. They're not gonna
Just
wake up,
got
are
back.
they?
Here's your cut. Thanks for always talking about working out.
What's up,
Helped me
motherfucker?
turn my life around. Did a half Ironman this weekend.
What is that noise?
Other Dono light.
Dude,
No
I don't
more
like
jump
this,
scares.
dude.
Cozy time. Fun gang smile.
I don't like this. I don't like it. Like multiple headshots? That's fucking wild, bro.
This game must be inspired by my ex-wife, am I right, fellas?
Good one, dude. Brenda, why'd you leave me, you bitch? Shared error operation.
Sebastopol, this is Wayland-Yutani Executive Administrator Nina Taylor, confirming receipt of your transmission. I'm a member of the team assigned to collect the Nostromo flight recorder. The black box in your possession is of primary importance to Wayland-Yutani. Under existing corporate agreements, we
What
should
is
remind
going
you
on?
that you must
I
not
don't
attempt to
understand
read its contents
why Hasan is
nor
playing a
disclose its
capitalist
presence
game.
to any third parties. We'll be with you soon. A private message from Marshal Waits will follow.
Free pot friend.
Dude, I stay kidded, dude.
Boo ha ha.
What?
This community is awesome.
Dude. Okay. Wait, what the fuck? Where's the E?
Look
Compound B?
very closely. There
Makes
is
me a
something there.
superhero. You know, Mussy hides in the vents, does it? I think
It's
I did the
gonna
right
come from
thing
above you
here,
next.
so there's no reason to. Over under on the first alien encounter? I already encountered the alien one time. Oh,
Flex
fuck
game
yeah,
controls
save.
has flex.
Uh-oh.
Boo.
Reactive Samuel's communication. Dude, I yelled so fucking hard. I yelled so hard it unironically fucked my throat up again.
Hoggers, we got ourselves an illegal alien on this ship, boys.
Wait, what? What?
Do you need someone to cut VODs for HasanAbi Gaming? I'd be happy to provide cuts for the cause.
Oh. That's how you do it? I don't know if I... Oh, I did do it. Use the move keys to highlight values and enter to confirm.
She said earlier, and I will be taking this up with leadership. Have you chatters heard the good word of the great Lord Zenu?
What do I do? Like that?
Down bad for alien as he hassie.
Did that work? I don't understand. Oh, shit. Okay. Fuck.
Dumb shit.
Samuels! You're alive! It's Ripley!
Ripley! Taylor, it's Ripley. We were getting worried.
I made it! Where are you?
We're at a transit station now. It's right by medical.
Okay. Samuels, listen to me. It's not safe here. Seegson's got this place locked tight. They're goddamn androids. They're killing people.
Why are you not talking about the exploitation of the robot
I've seen it,
workers?
Samuels.
You
Because
literally
Seegson's
just
got a different
killed one.
idea about
So
synthetics.
much for the tolerant
And there's
left.
something else here. A creature. It's big and it's lethal.
Ripley, slow down. A creature?
It's a life form. An unknown type. Some kind of alien organism. It's extremely dangerous. You and Taylor need to
Ripley,
make...
Taylor is hurt. She was injured by debris during the crossing.
Debris.
How bad?
I can't move her. I need medical supplies. We need to treat and pack the
And the
injury.
Torrens?
The radio is broken. I can't contact Verlaine. We're on our own.
Shit. Okay. I'll come to you. Keep your eyes open.
That's a mistake. I'll send a transit car to you? Wait, how? What?
Unauthorized communication. Please wait to be attended by a member of Seegson's personnel.
Shit.
Oh, there's a robot there. There's 100% a Robussy. Wait, where the fuck? Return through Seegson comms to escape? Oh no, dude. Yeah, I said Robussy, dude. Shut the fuck up, okay? Robots are literally killing people. Don't focus on what I have to say. Nothing I hate more than backtracking, brother. You didn't save the game? Oh, fuck, you're right. God damn it. You know more putting his old alien nussy into this thing? Wait, did they see me? Get in there! Get in there! Climb!
You're starting to test me.
You can't see me, right? You don't know I'm in the vents, right? Wait, can I just run? I can just run, right? Oh, fuck. Wrong way. Wrong way! What the fuck? No! Ah! Ah! Ah! No! No! Oh. Open the door. Open the door. Fuck. Fuck. Is this the right way? Am I going the right way? Okay. Let's just take a brief moment and just say, hey, you know, running is... I'm just... explain that? There's nothing to explain. I'm acting. You're a fool for thinking this is serious. I'm just role-playing fear, and I don't actually feel this fearful. That would be so dumb. It's just a game, dummy. I hear that you're getting careless. What is he, fucking taunting me?
This is Central Communications. Seeks an employee.
Oh, dude, come on, dude. Close the door on him! Close the door on him! Ah! Ah! Ah! Ah! Ah! Fuck! Fuck! No! No! Let's all collectively act like that didn't happen. And we will be better off together, okay? And now, by the way, I have to fucking do this whole thing over again? Fuck you, dude. Wait, what? Use the left, right to balance values? Why are the games different? What is happening? Why are they so much harder? What is going on?
Samuels, you're... Shit.
I can't save. I tried. I looked at this. I tried to save. Save the game, bro. What? I couldn't save. Chat. You can't always save. I'm literally losing my voice.
GNR interrupt engaged.
Shut the fuck up. No, no, wide berth, wide berth, wide berth. Fuck you, dude. What the fuck? Hit him in the fucking face, dude. Hit him in the fucking kisser, dude. Right in the kisser. Okay, right place, right place, right place, right place. Wrong time. Right place, wrong time. No! Fuck! I don't have a fucking revolver! Close the door, close the door, close the door. Close it. Please don't come up with me. Yes! Yes! Get fucking fucked, bro! Get fucking fucked, you dumb fucking android. You fucking bitch. Holy shit, dude. I'm out of bullets. Chatter be like, save? How should I save, chatters? How should I save in a fucking video game that's like that only has like certain access points to save, and also on top of that is like bro, I literally can't play this game. Like, I unironically can't play this game. Game will end my life. Okay, I don't like that. Fuck, dude. You try Dead Space Kappa? You should try the top of the hour ad break, except you don't have to try the top of the hour ad break as long as you subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. That's right. Top of the hour every hour. There's a 6-second ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub. I've lost my voice. I've completely lost my voice. Thank you, Boomer Byleth, for the 5 gifted subs. Don't worry, you soften the blow by playing Subnautica. The horror in this game starts where Subnautica ends. Dude, I don't think you guys understand. I have cramps currently in my calves. My calves are completely cramped. Not because I've had sexual intercourse with Beto O'Rourke and got a calf cramping orgasm, but because of this game. Okay? I've been screaming. And it's fucking straight up terrifying. Okay? Arasaka T99, thank you for the 5, get the subs. What do you mean you're just acting? I am. Ari Sakat, thank you for the 99. Thank you for the 5, get the subs. Can you explain how to vote in primaries and midterms quick? I just registered to vote in Minnesota, but I'm in college in North Dakota. Yeah, the cramps I have are from acting. Oh shit. Bro, he's right there. On the map, there's floppy disk icons you can save there. I know, but I don't have enough in the tank for multiple characters to assassinate. Wait, what? What is... Where the fuck are they moving? What? What? What is that noise? Oh! Oh no. I'm just gonna get my... I'm gonna get my pretty ass out of here, okay? Just nothing to see here, not in a restricted area. No restricted access. Right? I'm gonna sit my white ass down and I'm gonna listen. Save game hostels nearby. Uh-oh. Is this the wrong place? Shit. That motherfucker's still gonna hurt me? It's like I'm no longer in the bad area. I guess I'm still, technically the entire ship is in the bad area, right? What is that blip? What is that? Bro, don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. Fuck! No, no, no. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're good. I'm just walking. I'm walking quietly. I'm walking calmly and securely. I have to run now. And now I'm fucked. No, no, no, no.
This isn't the answer.
Dude, stop. Stop. Stop. Fuck, I don't want to run, but I have to. Am I going the right way? I hope I'm going the right way. Oh, shit. Is this the right way? Is this the right way? Oh my god. Stop running so much? What the ever-loving fuck do you mean stop running so much? I should literally never stop running. Oh fuck, the alien was here originally. How did this fucker... Oh, he's not dead. Oh, I can't search him. What is that? Okay. Am I in the wrong place? What? Oh, take this transit. No. Dude, someone said the game gets harder and harder. Dude, what the f... What do you mean?
Listen to me very carefully. I want you to leave work now. Collect Claire, pick up the cat, and head home. We need to find someplace safe till Seegson send a ship. I saw the guy from down the hall. I can't remember his name. The one in the dirty baseball cap, weird smell. He had something in his coat. I think it was a gun. He just looked right through me. Don't talk to anyone. Don't tell them where you're going. I'll meet you as soon as I can.
What? Ah! No! I knew he was gonna do that! I knew he was gonna fucking do that, man! I knew it and it still scared me. What the fuck? Now he can take his wallet at least. Bro, what is happening here? Is there a safe slot? Oh, it didn't say hostiles nearby. We're safe. Bro, isn't this game literally like 18 out? What?
Station serving Seegson Communication Technologies, Tech Support Services, and Gemini Exoplanet Solutions.
I don't understand. Like, oh, by the way, trains, goated, even in space, even in a space station. What? What is happening? Why is it? What the fuck? He's not gonna. Oh shit, hold on. My friend is here, 1 second. Fuck. And also a friend in real life. Great. A friend in the game and a friend in real life. 1 second. No, my friend is here. He needs a ladder. I'm giving him my ladder. Well, Murad is giving him my ladder.
Ripley? Is that Ripley?
How many British people?
Try and rest, Taylor.
How is she?
She needs treatment. Medical's nearby, but I didn't want to leave her.
I'll go and investigate. See what I can find. You stay with her.
I'll try to repair the radio booster. What if this creature shows up.
Hide.
Unauthorized security breach detected. All transit shut down by order of Apollo.
What? Dude, come. I should just kill them right now. End their misery. 3 bullets is all we need to end this.
There's little time to waste, Ripley.
What am I supposed to do? What? Get to the San Cristobal Medical Facility. Fuck.
Stay with me, Taylor. Ripley's finding help.
Am I though? What the fuck? Is that the right direction?
Your safety is important to us. Please report all transit malfunctions immediately.
People said the med bay was like notoriously one of the worst fucking parts of the game, right? No, it's pretty safe. Store power. Bro, I need to figure out how to fucking make revolver bullets because I'm fucked otherwise. Holy shit, what the fuck is an EMP mine? It fucks up the robusty? Okay, good.
Locked.
Of course. What? What? What? What's happening? Yes.
I need a doctor. Hello? I need a...
I can't hear you. Hang on. Come on, I've opened the elevator for you.
Wait, another Brit? I don't trust them. I don't trust the British.
Come. There's no time to lose.
Wait, why can't I get up here? There's like loot back here, no? When I hear a British person say, come on then, governor, get up here then, I don't fucking trust them. Bro, look at this. The sounds that are in this house are insane right now. Murad is using all of his power tools at once, it seems. Is it safe then?
Forget the door. The marshals locked everything down. Use the vent.
Which vent then, governor? Boy, bruv, you got a license for that fucking vent, yeah? I saw you venting. You're being mad sussy. You're bare sussy, bruv. You're bare sussy. Get in the fucking vent, yeah? Uh-oh. Oh, shit. It's so dark. Aisha Esquire, thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
Visiting hours are 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. and 3 p.m.
Oh, shit.
to 7 p.m. Thank you.
Peace, Nick. All right, you're heading out too? Shit. Why'd you guys say the med bay is sus?
You're not catching us at our best.
Right.
Am I having a convo with a random Brit? Wait, where's the map? I passed it? Did I pass a map again? Oh, yeah, I always do this. Okay.
I'm Coolman.
Ripley, I need to find a doctor.
I'm a doctor.
My friend needs help. Medical supplies.
Me too. There are no supplies on this level. But there are plenty downstairs in the hospital dispensary.
How do we get there?
We? Do I look like I'm in any fit state? I need your help and you need mine. You find the passcode for the service elevator and then I'll come down to the hospital with you, okay?
Passcode?
Yeah. I can direct you from here.
What?
Morley or Lingard would have had the new passcode. Morley's office is your best bet.
What the fuck is wrong with him? Bro, you look able-bodied as hell. I'm gonna keep it $150 with you, doctor. You look pretty good. You look fucking fresh, okay? You look fit. I don't quite understand what the problem is. He has an invisible disability. You're being ableist right now? Yeah. Doctor's like, hey, sorry. I'd like to come down to the hospital with you, but I have ADHD. Shit, man. Sorry about that, doctor.
Come on. Let's work together, huh? Mutual benefit.
Okay, this doctor is sus as fuck. What was that noise?
Keep moving. The area you're in was for our more unstable patients, those who had trouble adapting to deep space.
Just tell me where to go.
Tragic cases. Don't worry, they're all long gone.
I doubt it. I fucking doubt it.
No, wrong way.
What the fuck?
It is a bright summer's day. You are in a cornfield. Behind you, the harvest is brought in.
Far from the rhythms of earth, sunrise, sunset, the mind has a tendency to wander. Tragic cases. But Morley wasted far too much time on coddling them. They should never have come here. None of us should.
It is warm. You are among friends. The sun is high in the sky. How do you feel?
I don't feel good. I thought about it a lot. There's a lot of blood.
That's right. Along that corridor.
A lot of locked doors in here. I don't like it. Twice invalid. Oh shit. My first time I fucked it up. What do you mean copium first time?
You're there. That's Morley's office. The passcode should be in there somewhere.
Hello then. Oh. Oops. The head fell. Wait, why is there a hiding spot in this office that's already... What? Is that lamp following me? I feel like I'm going crazy. Low on meds. Dr. Lingard, we need more supplies of mood stimulants up here. We're getting really low and it doesn't help that Kuhlman seems to be handing them out like candy. Log show he's been to the dispensary 6 times this week. We need to start rationing medications. Sevastopol. We're only going to need this more and more to get the shutdown. Can you talk to Kuhlman? I don't think that doctor is really a doctor.
Have you found the passcode? Look, we'll need the physical keycard too. Morley always kept it on him. Find him.
San Cristobal Medical Facility. Okay, 1702.
Warning. Medical facility quarantine breach detected.
What?
Warning.
Relax.
Medical facility
I'm just trying to find out
breach
what that
detected.
is. You focus on finding that keycard.
Shit.
Fuck me. Roberto Roars, the right to bear arms, followed us into colonial space. Alone, vulnerable to light years from law enforcement, who could deny our voyagers a way to defend themselves and the ships and their families? So Americanism destroyed this ship. Libertarians. Flip side of this argument is Sevastopol, where gun crime is rampant. Dude, you can escape America by going to space, but America will still somehow find its way to you, okay? You can take the man out of America. Man, you can take the American out of fucking the planet. But America will still always find its way back to you. Democrat-run space stations. That's right, brother. Endlessly turning circles in a neglected corner of space. Its people are downbeat and disconsolate. Those who could afford to leave did so years ago. Abandoning friends and neighbors among the empty stores, creaking systems, and forgotten dreams. Sevastopol's people feel deceived, tempted here by corporations that refuse to recognize deep state bubble was about to burst. They are angry, desperate, and increasingly divided. Recent colonial martial clampdowns on the black market have increased resentment. Every day it feels as if the station has edged a little closer to freefall. Is this it? Isn't that the key card? Why is the... Dude, stop Pepe-laying, dude. Stop. I don't know where the fuck to go. Find Dr. Morley's keycard. Can I open this? Fuck. Ah! Ah! No! Can it see me? It didn't see me, right? It didn't see me. I just got underneath this and it's fucking didn't see me. Don't move. How the fuck do I get into that room, dude? What? Dude. What the fuck? I am too afraid to start talking.
Don't take kindly to be left out of the loop, Morley. You hear me? I tried to use the dispensary today and found I was locked out. I can't possibly be expected to carry out my duties if you and Lingard cut my access privileges. I have patients who will relapse without that medication.
Oh shit! I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. He's gonna kill me. Oh my god. Oh my god. Does it not have eyes or what? Fuck. Take a brief moment. Just take a breather, okay? Just a little breather. Fuck. Breather to do a little meditation. It heard the audio tape, right? What? Oh shit, it's in there. Fuck! Fuck. Use your scanner. Fuck no. I know he can hear the sensor, bro. The fuck do you mean use your scanner? Bro, does he just chill? Like, does he just fucking... Oh, it definitely hurt the scanner. Right? Never mind, it didn't actually hear it. Bro. Coming back. What was it, 1702? Fuck. Shit. Where's the map? Fuck. Bro, I straight up hate this. Oh, he's definitely coming.
Morley.
829, D21, 826. I don't remember any of the fucking numbers. I already forgot it. It vented. What does the flare do? Is a real question. Gonna catch on to you? Fuck. Dude, I'm going the wrong way. Not here. Bitch, I don't even know if this is the right place. I don't even know where to look. A pipe bomb? I feel like I'm hitting like every little thing. Where's the save point? Oh, right here. The alien is fast, but you can shoot it. It's weak. I fucking don't believe you, dude. I literally don't believe you at all. Oh my god, revolver ammo. Oh, just 2? God. Why is the door open? What the fuck? What? No shot. Okay. Obviously, it hurt my beeper. But now it's gone. Fuck! Why do chatters say the alien can't? Why did the chatter say the alien can't hear my beeper when it definitely can? Your crowbar to hit him? Yeah, totally. Wait, what is that green? Fuck. I don't like big open spaces, dude. Bro, this is so loud. Oh, shit, he's coming in. Nope, just passing by. I like that the doors also... Oh, shit. No, he wouldn't hear me. He wouldn't have heard me in the locker. Why would he have? Oh my god. Okay, that's... Okay. Still there. What? The fuck did I just do? The internet says the motion tracker has a hearable range of... Has a hiding space? Dude, I have to go to every room. This is not good. A29, A21, A26. Fuck, this is A27, wrong room. Bro, this shit is so loud. Fucking slams it every time. I don't even understand why she does that. The door unlock? Definitely in the vents. Definitely in the vents. Guy's just watching me. Order required on his bitch ass camera. Oh. How do you use that? Don't need you, lame as fuck map. Miss legendary map scene. Map outside to the left. Dude, I can't take the map. I'm gonna keep it a $150 with you. I'm gonna keep it a stag with you. I don't feel safe out there. Fuck, here, I'll grab it. I don't know what the fuck it's supposed to do, but... Got your bitch ass map chatter. Wait, what? The end of the road? The fuck do I do? Bro, this door, all these doors are, oh no. I went the wrong fucking way. Nope. What the dog doing? Wait, did he see me? Oh, he definitely saw me. Can't see, right? He doesn't have eyes, right? Okay, dude, what the fuck is this? Come on, let me go. Not coming in here, right? I don't know how to turn the scanner off, Chad, or shut the fuck up. Bro, his tail clipped through the fucking box. Dude, this game is so dumb. So punishingly fucking brutal. Okay. There it is. Dumbass doctor. Fuck. What is this? Okay, this looks good, right? Okay. The alarm system. Did I turn on the alarm system? Would it distract? Hacker isolation. Dude, it gives me comfort, man. Why are you guys fucking making fun of me? It literally gives me comfort. Okay, I got the key card. Is it normal for... What? Chat, is it normal for the map to open this often? It seems like it happens every time I noise play. Fuck you, dude. Yeah, I'm just trying to make you chatters relive your high school experience. How about that? Fucking owned, bitch. Dude, I gotta go all the way back. Yes, my voice is gone. I yelled too much. Like a little baby. How about it? Dude, he's right there. Not even 30% done yet? Are you serious? Motherfucker ain't moving. Oh, I'm fucked. %, right behind me. I'm fucked. I might as well just die. Fuck. Everything moving in here. First of all, I'm not taking the long way back. I just wanted to take that way back specifically so I could go to save at the data point. Maybe the vent is not a good idea. Oh shit. Is he in here? Let's just take a breather real quick, okay? No harm, no foul. I checked the stream. He's in the locker. Dude, shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up, chatters. They're making fun of me with the locker thing. This is how every cool guy plays, okay? Every cool guy plays the game like this. High school simulator for all of you. I don't know which way to go though. Left, right. Again. Wrong way? Why? There's a locked door. I can go up this way, right? Wait, unlock this door and then go up directly and make a left. Am I going the wrong way? I'm going the right way. Chatter, shut the fuck up. What's wrong with you? Dude, wide open spaces don't like that. We don't like that. Daddy no likey. Fuck. Fuck, do I have to take the elevator? Do I have to take the vents? I don't want to do that. That door's open, right? Oh yeah, never mind. That door's open. Fuck's the save? There he is. There's that fucking dildo. Mr. Locker, shut up.
Damn you, Coleman! You knew that thing was here!
Now that's unfair. I thought it might be there. There's a difference. Now, the passcode.
1702, okay? Now let's get down to the dispensary.
Of course, of course. A promise is a promise. I'm sorry for putting you through this. I'm going to step into the other room to punch the code in and prime the elevator. Then we can use the key card to take the elevator down.
Why are we yelling? Haven't we established the alien listens to the noise?
Damn you, Coleman! You knew that thing was here!
Now that's unfair. I thought it might be there. There's a difference. Now, the passcode.
What?
1702, okay? Now let's get down to the dispensary.
What? Fucking doing? Did I fuck this up? What? Ah! Oh God. Wait, what just happened? Okay, that's a good place to end it for now. Okay, here's the last 3-minute ad break. My man's still standing. How great of him. Play from that last save, hoping that it will fix itself. Go get some bandages, dude. Don't be a dick. Yeah, you're right. Anyway, thank you for joining me on this wonderful journey as I lost my fucking voice. Because I'm that dedicated. Personally. That fucking dedicated to, faking being scared. Think about that. I'm going to need to rest my voice a little bit. Haters will say react harder without factoring into consideration how hard I'm reacting. Anyway, love you all, and I will see you tomorrow. Okay. Peace, boys. Peace.
Stun like to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face.